Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Here we are. We're doing it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. We're going to be painting a little bit, you guys. We're going to be painting the last Infernus Marine. Last Marine. And we're going to fix up a little bit of the details of the last two that we painted last week. Thank you for being here, you guys. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your paint party enhancers. We're going to watch a little Warhammer while we paint. Here we are. We're doing it. There it is. I think that guy right here, right now. And we're going to be using our new brushes, you guys. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Cool. Nice, dude. I got a couple dry brushes over here. A few dry brushes. Oh, yeah. One more. Cool. Cool, dude. You guys, I'm gonna kill the music. We're gonna toss on Warhammer. Let me know if he's not loud enough. I'll turn it up. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching.
Even people that are brand new to the lore of Warhammer 40k have at least heard of the Horus Heresy, as it's perhaps the most defining event in the entirety of the timeline. It was where 9 of the Emperor's sons
Gotta start off with blue
chaos and dragged humanity into the bloodiest civil war it had ever seen. Most people also know that after they failed to break the Imperial Palace, the traitors would end up fleeing for their lives into the Eye of Terror. But this is where a lot of people's knowledge ends. Most people don't actually know what happened next, what the traitors encountered on the other side of the Eye, and what they would have to do in order to survive. As it turns out, a place called the Eye of Terror would shockingly not actually be a cool and peaceful place to live. The reality was that they had fled from one war directly into another, a brutal chaos civil war that lasted for hundreds of years in comparison to the 7 of the Horus Heresy. It was a war set in hell, where each of the Chaos Legions tore into each other in rampant orgies of violence and excess. This shadowy and often overlooked period of history was known as the Legion Wars, and if I may quote the Thousand-Sun sorcerer Iskandar Kalyan, it was a war that, quote, raged across the Eye with a fury that made a mockery of the Horus Heresy.
Bella Truth, hello, here we are, we're doing it.
Who started them?
We're going to be painting our last little guy.
What happened to
right
each
here.
of the legions right after they crossed the threshold?
Last little guy, and we're going to be using our new brushes.
In the Chaos Civil War, what were they all fighting over? And perhaps most importantly, who were the winners and losers? Well, in this video, we're going to be getting into all that and a whole lot more, as there's a lot to talk about.
I'm getting the blue paint ready
before we get into it. Although this is one of those time periods that's definitely an important piece of lore that played a huge role into shaping the Chaos Legions into the heretics we know today, Games Workshop has not given us a single concise source that details the Legion Wars in their entirety. In doing research for this video, I had to dig through a ton of novels, codexes, and background books for references big and small in order to piece it all together. It was honestly kind of like trying to learn history through Dark Souls weapon descriptions. So out of the 50 or 60 books I ended up searching through, the ones here on
water it down a little bit.
Ended up having actual
new brushes.
If you want to check any of them out for yourself.
Well, we actually had them for a while, but we were trying to get used to using brushes and taking care of them first before we actually started using the nice ones.
With all that out of the way, let's dive
We're going to start using the
into
nice ones
Grimdark.
today.
But first, a quick shout out to this video's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored
Well, I'm
by
gonna slap
Warhammer
on
40,000
the blue
Tacticus,
paint with
definitive
the old
tactical
brush because
Warhammer gaming
we're just
experience
slapping
in
on the
It's
old,
got everything a fan
you
of
know,
the
the full
grimdark
color.
future could possibly
But when I
want.
start doing
Over 70
the little
iconic
stuff, we're gonna
champions,
start doing
18 playable factions,
with the little
extensive
brushes.
PvE and PvP
The good
content, and a
brushes.
super nostalgic and iconic art style. I've been playing Tacticus since launch, and my absolute favorite thing about it is just how ingenious
Yeah,
the
we just gotta
combat
cover this
system
guy
is.
up blue
It's
real
easy
quick.
to learn, but difficult to master, making it
Quickly.
perfect for
Don't
both
spend
casually
too much
picking up and
time on
playing in
it.
small bursts or long-term gaming sessions.
Spending too much
Matches
time
are
on it is where it
fast-paced and
gets
crunchy,
you.
and the moment-to-moment decisions that you make, whether that be where you deploy your units or when you choose to unleash your hero's powerful active abilities, can see you either crush the opposition or have things spiral completely out of control. Tacticus has an enormous amount of
Here we
content
are.
to
We're
play
doing
through.
it, you guys.
We're
Thanks for
talking
being here. Thanks
multiple
for
full-length
watching.
faction-specific campaigns, PvP arena battles, salvage runs, guild raids, monthly special events, and new stuff getting added all of the time. If you haven't started playing Tacticus yet, now is the perfect opportunity to download the game for
Tacticus,
free
huh?
using my link in the
I
description.
played it. It's
When
not
you
really for
do,
me.
you can use my code WES1124 to receive 1,000 gold, 50 energy, and 15 character shards towards unlocking High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars. Again, click on my link in the description to download and play Tacticus for free today, and use my code WES1124 for a bunch of free rewards. Big thanks to Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring this video. In the 14th year of the 31st millennium, after 9 years of brutal civil war where countless billions lost their lives and world after world burned in the wake of the War Master's rebellion, the Horus Heresy would come to an end.
Oh, sorry, I'm not in
The
the
traitor
picture.
siege of the throne world had failed. Horus Lupercal
Francis,
had been
what's
slain
up,
by the
dude?
Emperor of
Here we are.
Mankind,
We're doing
and
it,
the
bro.
renegade legions, now leaderless
back on
and
it.
bereft of morale, had turned tail and fled the
Back
wrath
at
of a
painting the little
wounded and
homies.
vengeful Imperium. In retaliation, the Loyalists would launch the Great Scouring, a galaxy-wide purge where they hunted down the rest of the traitor Marines, burned their tainted homeworlds, and reclaimed all of their lost territory. Seeking safe harbor, the traitors would end up fleeing into the Eye of Terror, as due to a series of powerful warp storms that surrounded it, it was the only place the Imperium could not follow them. This hellish wound in reality, where the vile essence of the Immaterium leaked into real space, would, shockingly, it prove to be no sanctuary. What would end up following would be another bloody period of unrest, where the fractured Chaos Legions would turn against each other over territory and resources in a Chaos Space Marine civil war known simply as the Legion Wars. According to Iskandar Kalyan, former sorcerer of the Thousand Suns and later the Black Legion, this was a period of fighting that eclipsed even that seen during the Heresy.
The Cadia of that lost age needed nothing at all, for it was scarcely threatened. The Imperium was strong because its foes no longer
Just loading the
raised
bowl.
blades to bring
Gotta get
down
in the
its false
proper
emperor.
mood for
We had
picking
other
up
wars
my
to
brush.
wage.
Hell
We were
yeah,
fighting each
dude.
other. These were the Legion Wars.
That's what I like
They
to
raged
hear.
across the
Get
Eye
your
with a fury
painting
that made
enhancers
mockery of
going.
Horus
Grab
Heresy.
yourself a
We were
drink,
forgetting
maybe a
the
snack.
Imperium as much as the Imperium was
Join
forgetting
me,
us.
bro.
Though over time,
We're
our
doing it.
battles began to spill into
I only
real
got this
space.
one to paint,
Hell
but we're gonna be
itself
fixing
couldn't
some details
contain
on the other two
grudges
from
we
last.
bore each other.
But
We also
why
gotta
were
wait for it to
Legion Wars fought
dry
in
and
the
gotta
first
do our
place? What
code.
caused
So
these
we'll be
former
here
allies to
a
turn
quick
against
little
one another
minute.
after entering the Eye of Terror?
Hope
If
you're doing
I'm
good,
being honest with
man.
you,
Having a
there's
smooth
really no
week.
single answer to that question, but there were a lot of contributing
Everybody, hope you're all
factors.
having a
By the
smooth
time the
week and you're
Legion
all
Wars had
chilling.
gotten into full swing, all of the
Having a good
Chaos
one.
Primarchs were gone.
I sure am.
Some of them had been killed, whereas others ascended to demonhood and subsequently abandoned their sons, as they
I'm
were now
stoked we
puppets
can
of
be
the
here
Chaos
one more
gods.
time doing
The
it.
Primarch's attention took on a much more etheric nature, where they were concerned with matters of the Pantheon and their great game. Their sons were left dealing with mundane mortal concerns, the simple will to survive. In their absence, many power vacuums would end up forming throughout the legions, where the captains would all vie for power. On one end of the spectrum, this would lead to stagnation and indecisiveness, as a course of action could never be agreed upon. But on the other end, we would see inter-legion violence. Over time, this caused the legions to fracture over and over. Captains became warlords, and warbands were formed from the disillusioned warriors that pledged themselves to them, each one splitting off from their parent legion to carve their own path through the Eye. The renegade legions were in complete disarray, and all of them had been reduced to a fraction of their former size and strength. Many struggled to accept both their defeat at the hands of the Emperor and the new reality they found themselves in, one where they were no longer the defenders of humanity seeking to overthrow a tyrant, but failed turncoats fleeing for their lives and subsisting off scraps. Some amongst them desperately clung to their ancient traditions and oaths in a vain attempt to seek order and stability amidst the insanity of the Eye and a galaxy that had turned against them. Others would end up embracing chaos and its pantheon, fully surrendering their minds, bodies, and souls to its corrupting effects, in turn abandoning everything they had once been. As should come as no surprise, life within the Eye of Terror
myself
was
one of the
and
nice
still
brushes.
is a pretty miserable existence. But it
And
was
the
particularly bad in those early years for the Chaos Space Marines. They were not equipped nor prepared to survive in a place where the once constant laws that governed the universe no longer applied. Their old grudges and
Since I got the
rivalries,
blue out,
whether
we're
the
gonna
target
fix
of their
any
ire be within the
blue.
Legion or without, were beginning to
Use it on
blossom
this
into
guy.
outright hatred, all while the supplies
There it
within
is.
their cargo holds were
The
steadily
insignia
dwindling
needs
away.
it.
What they would end up finding was that most of the worlds within the Eye of Terror were uninhabitable and anathema to human
Where else?
life,
A little
many
blue.
of them being bathed in psychic fire or dominated by demons. Some of these demon worlds were even alive, like everybody's favorite 40k planet Oliensis, whose design is rumored to have been inspired by famous Twitch streamer Queso. Now, even though they were rare, there were planets here that could provide the Space Marines everything they needed. Not to mention the
You want
wrecks
a
of
little
ancient
tiny
warships that
guy,
had been
but not
lost
the
in the
smallest
void,
guy.
their carcasses later being spat back out into eye space. But finding a place they could actually live was only one part of the problem.
This one right here.
There were a bunch
This
of
one
different
looks
resources
beautiful.
that they needed to gather.
What is
You gotta
this?
understand that Space Marines are
I
not
don't know what
immortal or
fraction that is.
invincible. Though they often fancy themselves as being
0/4?
above humanity,
Wait, no.
their most basic primal
I
needs
don't know.
are still very human.
Oh, the battles we have fought in the Eye for something as simple and primal as thirst.
I don't know numbers, you guys.
Entire years of my life subsisting on chemical compounds, cancerous lake water, and even blood. I have butchered brothers
tiny,
and
though.
cousins for 100
But it's not too
but you
tiny.
cannot imagine how many have died to my blade in wars over clean water.
Whenever a cache of resources or habitable space was discovered, other scavengers would eventually be drawn in. Whether it was done simply as a means for survival or a chance to seek vengeance for a past slight, many of the legions and warbands would start to turn against each other, launching violent raids and surprise assaults to pillage resources from their former allies. At first, these battles were relatively rare, but would begin to increase in frequency and intensity, and thus the Legion Wars began. Now sure, during this period there were alliances that existed throughout all of the different warbands in one form or another, as some would declare themselves neutral, while others would merge together to increase their overall collective power, and some legions would remain mostly intact where others splintered beyond repair. But this was different from when they fought for the Imperium or against them, as there were no longer any systems of hierarchy, military doctrines, or collective culture that ensured loyalty. The only thing that mattered now was strength. Here within the ever-shifting tides of the Eye of Terror, the one constant, the one rule that never changed, was that the strong survived and the weak perished. It was every legion, every warband, and every individual for themselves. As loyalty was forever in flux here and the threat of betrayal an ever-present reality, there was always an underlying tension to every interaction, even when communicating with your supposed allies. Whenever ships or fleets would meet in the void, it was always a cautious affair. Even if you recognized the insignias, even if you fought side by side with these vessels in past battles, none of that mattered. You could never be sure of the other ship's intentions, and it was likely that whatever friend of yours had helmed the ship in the past had long ago been slain by a usurper. To enter into negotiations or attempt to find a middle ground was to rely on the honor of honorless men. Now, if having to look at every other Space Marine as a potential enemy and always being
This
on
one's
the
the one
brink
with the
of
bobblehead,
starvation
dude. So
sounds
funny.
exhausting to you, don't worry, it got even worse.
Yo, Slack
Everyone within
Clone,
the
what's
Eye
up,
was
dude?
also frequently
Area
being
51,
subjected
what's
to
up, my
demonic
guy?
incursions, rampaging
Armies
warp
do you have?
storms,
I only
and
got some
constant demonic
Infernus
raids
Marines
that
and
would
some
routinely
Tyranids
decimate
from the
the mortal
starter set.
population of slaves
And then,
aboard their ships.
well, I
Space
got the
Marines
starter
are
set
few
and
in
then
number
3
and are not
extra
capable of keeping a
Infernus Marines
multiple-mile-long
from,
void
like,
vessel functioning without a crew. Thus, slaves became one of the primary resources the Legion Wars were fought
I
over.
don't know, another
This
little
is why
starter
this
set.
period of time
One
is
came
also
with
often referred to
5
as the
and
Eye
the
of
other one
Terror
came with
Slave
3.
Wars, or
And
simply
then
the Slave Wars.
the other one came
Hungry
with
for power and
10
blood, the
Tyranids.
traitors butchered their kin with warp-sharpened blades and demonic sorceries. In a sea of gore and greed, the glories of
Not
the heresy were
tonight,
forgotten,
Thursday at
and
6
a new
p.m.
chapter of
Alright,
carnage began.
Sounds good, my
Meanwhile,
dude.
the dark gods subverted and manipulated
Whatever
their new
works,
playthings,
however it
reshaping
is,
the
I'm
legions for their
down.
own ends in the never-ending great game. Okay, let's talk about what each one of the legions did during the Legion Wars, including what happened to them
Thanks for
immediately
being
after
here,
the
you
Siege
guys.
of
I
Terra, how
appreciate
they
it.
operated throughout the Legion
Doing a
Wars,
little
and just how
painting, a little
powerful they each managed to
fixer-uppers.
become. But unfortunately, we have to start this section of the video off by knocking two of them out real quick, as both the Night Lords and the Alpha Legion never retreated into the Eye in full force. They instead made their way to the Galactic East, where both the Legion's Primarchs would inevitably end up being killed. This would coincidentally cause their legions to fracture into warbands, just like what was happening to the legions that were in the Eye of Terror. The Night Lords would continue on in the teachings of Conrad Kurz, and each of their warbands would go about spreading wars of terror throughout the Galactic East. The Alpha Legion, on the other hand, would do something similar.
Yo, these
except
brushes
their
are
wars were
nice,
ones of
dude.
misdirection and subterfuge.
Got such a fine
The
tip.
cults that they spread would even end up being
I
instrumental.
got
in
one hair
heralding
that's
in
sticking
Abaddon's
out
first
because
crusade. But I'm getting ahead of
probably
myself.
when
Now, it's
whoever
true that
put
some
the
warbands
little
from each of
sleeve
these
on it
legions would
got that
eventually
one
make
hair
their
and
way to
sleeved it
ice
back,
space,
so
but it was a
it's
very
stuck
small
pretty
portion
good
of the
back.
whole,
But we're gonna
and
try to
thus
fix
their
it
overall
later.
contribution to the Legion Wars
We're
is
gonna try to
considered
fix
to be
it.
pretty minimal at best, often
Do
being
our best not to
attributed to
cut
the
it.
individual warband instead of the parent legion. But what about the legions that did escape into the Eye? What did each one of them do?
Dawn Platinum removes
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, these are the ones that we did last week. They just need a little fixing up here and there, but for the most part, they're all right. Yeah, we did okay. We're just gonna fix any little imperfections in any of these. Oh, hold on. It's a little blurry.
Tragedy of the burning of Prospero, the failure at the Siege of Terra, and Ahriman's rubric, which further decimated the Legion, turning the vast majority of them into rubric marines. It was estimated there was only around 1,000 of their sorcerers left during this period. They would take refuge on the demon world of Sortiaris, more commonly known as the Planet of the Sorcerers. Unlike many of the other legions, who would have to scavenge for new homeworlds, the Thousand Sons had been here before, after being teleported here at the end of the burning of Prospero. However, considering their low numbers, the Thousand Sons were not big players during the Legion Wars in their own right. Their participation mostly came in the form of them acting as sorcerers for hire.
I'm gonna go back to the one we're painting.
To whatever warband was
Put that
capable of
next
paying the
coat
highest
of
price.
blue on.
Due to just how powerful each and every one of them was, and the host of rubric marines that they would bring with them, their services were always highly sought after. Whereas many of the other legions broke during or shortly after the Siege of Terra, as small portions of them all making their way into the Eye along different routes, the Death Guard's retreat was said to be slow, steady, and orderly. Despite their failure to take Terra, Nurgle was said to still be proud of his new sons and Mortarion's achievements. Thus, he gifted the Pale King his own demon world, the Plague Planet, to shape in the image of old Barbarous. Being gifted with a well-stocked planet that was perfectly suited for them and came with a not-so-healthy but abundant mortal population, they would not have to go through the arduous process of locating a base of operations, nor suffer the attrition rates that such a search was inflicting upon the other legions. In addition, the Plague Planet was ideally located on the Eye of Terror's rim, right next to its opening, meaning that when the Death Guard eventually began breaking free and raiding Imperial space, they were in the best possible location to do so. This would in turn allow them to rapidly accrue power over the coming centuries.
Yo, Germ Greaves, what's up, my dude? Thanks for stopping through. Thank you for hanging out.
Sufficiently documented. Sources like
Area
their
51, thank you, my
inform us
dude.
that they did in fact wage,
We're
quote,
doing
many
what we
bitter
can. I'm
wars
trying not
against
to
the other
jank it up
legions.
too much.
Likewise, it's also documented that they were powerful enough to be the last holdout against the Black Legion when they rose to power. One by one, all of the legions and their Primarchs would eventually bend the knee to Abaddon, all except for Mortarion and the Death Guard. It is said that Mortarion would almost wipe them out at one point, as they struggled to overcome his collection of plagues. Later, the Death Guard warlord Thagus Darevek, the Lord of Hosts, would arise near the end of the Legion Wars as a direct rival to Abaddon. In a very short period of time, this guy rose to power and ended up controlling more territory, more resources, more ships, and more allied warbands than the Despoiler, and came within spitting distance of wiping the Black Legion out completely and taking their place. His hubris, however, would end up getting the better of him though, and the Black Legion would emerge victorious, Abaddon subsequently having his corpse crucified in the oculus of the Vengeful Spirit. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's talk about the Iron Warriors. After fleeing from Terra and a quick rematch with Dorn in the Imperial Fist at the Battle of the Iron Cage, where Perturabo would end up ascending to demonhood, the Iron Warriors would flee into the Eye of Terror and claim the demon world of Medrungar as their new homeworld. Now, not much is known about their participation in the wider Legion Wars, but in the Talon of Horus, we are told that due to their strong links to the Dark Mechanicum, they would end up controlling a sizable portion of the Forge Worlds within the Eye. Because of this, they found themselves in a somewhat lofty position, wherein they maintained an iron grip on resources, trade routes, and the means of production that all of the warbands relied upon, thus being able to comfortably declare their neutrality. They would make it so many of their ports and forges were neutral ground, such as the Forge World of Gallium, a Mechanicum city-state turned forge claimed by the 4th Legion, but operated by a Legion-appointed Martian adept. Warbands from all legions could find safe harbor here and trade for the Dark Mechanicum services, so long as they swore to leave their grudges and petty rivalries at the door. So yeah, for the most part, they remained neutral throughout and operated as a bunch of wealthy weapons brokers. I know this is becoming a pattern, but there's not much known about the Wordbearers' involvement during the Legion Wars either. But based on what we do know about them, we can make some educated guesses. After retreating into the Eye of Terror, Lorgar would end up ascending to demonhood and would leave control of the Wordbearers to his Dark Council, a group made up of prominent Dark Apostles from each of the Wordbearers' warbands. Because of their shared faith that allowed them to stay somewhat unified, the Wordbearers continued to function as a legion within the Eye, something that none of the other Chaos Legions were capable of doing. Because of this, it is assumed they were quickly able to amass a sizable amount of territory, including their new homeworld, the demon world of Sikaris. But here's the thing about Sikaris. Whereas other legions were forced to make their homes upon hostile, untamed planets, Sikaris was already thriving. You see, Corpheron had been teleported here shortly after the Wordbearers' invasion of Calth, when he used a shard of the Anathame to open a portal and escape the pursuing Ultramarines and the destruction of his own ship. After killing the Prophet of the Children of Sikaris, who inhabited this planet, as well as a Tzeentchian Chaos Champion who sought to subjugate them, he declared the world his own. He and the warriors under his command would then enslave the planet's population and bind a legion of demons and demon hosts to their will, all of which were used to construct an endless array of fortified towers and cathedrals dedicated to the ruinous powers, all in preparation for their future reunion with Lorgar and the Legion. So yeah, the Wordbearers were set to be a dominant superpower within the Eye. They already had a thriving homeworld ready to go.
I keep getting out of the camera, guys. I'm sorry.
They were still in communication with their Primarch, at least for a little
my best
while,
to like
when he left,
adjust and get back in there, but my bad,
to keep the Legion together. Not to mention the fact that due to their spiritual nature, they were more in tune with the warp, the ruinous powers, and the things that dwelt within the Sea of Souls than any other Legion. This meant that life in the Eye for them was not nearly as jarring and disruptive as it was for the other legions. If anything, these dudes were right at home here. The Eye was sacred ground, where they could be directly in tune with the dark gods they had pledged themselves to. All that being said, I personally find it kind of shocking just how little information there is about the Wordbearers during this time period. Most of the available source material focuses primarily on the next 3 legions that we're going to talk about. So why is this? Why don't we have more documented accounts that point to a tyrannical regime run by the Sons of Lorgar? Unfortunately, this is where we start having to use a little bit of guesswork. Knowing what we know about the Wordbearers and what the Legion Wars were specifically being fought over, i.e. slaves, resources, and territory, all of which
crack our drink open, our soda.
To me, it's highly probable that they saw no reason to get involved.
Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out and being swell fellas and buddies.
There really wasn't anyone that could stand against them. And not to mention, on the other end of that, any idiotic warband that would seek to challenge them or attack their territory would be wiped out of existence in the blink of an eye. Perhaps mercifully, total domination of the Eye of Terror seems to have not been their goal. It's my belief that at this point their interest began to turn inward, with a focus on the affairs of the Pantheon. Their objectives, first and foremost, had always been the advancement of the agenda of the Chaos Gods. They viewed the squabbling of barbarians as beneath them, and thus became isolated from the larger conflict. Now, of course, this is likely not true of all of the Wordbearers warbands, but to keep things simple, we're mostly generalizing and
sorry, bro, I'm so lost. Would you cancel?
Now, the Wordbearers were not the only superpower within the Eye, and though they chose to mostly stay out of the conflict, the same cannot be said for the Emperor's Children, who not only were the ones to kick off the Legion Wars in the first place, but would end up rising in power and becoming the primary antagonist during this period. A villainous role that, as luck would have it, they were in a very good position to fulfill, due to what they did during and directly after the Siege of Terra. Now, during the siege, with the exception of the assault on the Saturnine Gate, the Emperor's Children spent the majority of their time not attacking the walls or the defenders, but instead descending upon the Terran mortal population to satiate their depraved desires. Billions of Terran citizens were hauled off as slaves, tortured, used as guinea pigs in their sadistic experiments, or rendered down into a vast array of narcotics and combat stems. While their cousins in the other legions were busy fighting and dying, they were unknowingly stocking up for the coming Legion Wars. This orgy of debauchery would end up going on the road. When they fled towards the Eye, they would do the same thing to every world they encountered, plundering and raiding to their heart's content. Not only did their former choice to target non-combatants mean that they suffered only trivial losses in comparison to the other legions, but all of this raiding and looting meant that when they crossed the threshold into eye space, their cargo holds were stocked to the absolute brim with slaves and supplies. Still, the Third Legion's greed knew no limitations, and they would run rampant across this new frontier, seizing vast swaths of territory while the other legions were still arguing about what to do. During this period, the Emperor's Children knew homeworld of Harmony and its prized jewel of Canticle City would become a thriving
I see a little spot of black that I need to fix.
Now, the thing about the Emperor's Children and their addiction to excess meant that also during this time, they were burning pretty hot and would end up tearing through their stockpiles far more quickly than anticipated. This would cause them to end up being the first ones to break back out of the Eye of Terror to rage and pillage Imperial worlds before diving back in with spoils in hand. Once again, however, they would end up exhausting all of their supplies and playthings, thus causing them to begin preying upon the only victims available, the slaves and servants of the other traitor legions. It was the Emperor's Children that launched the first documented attacks against their former allies, and thus it was specifically their greed that kicked off the Legion Wars. Okay, so now that we've talked about the big players, let's shift our attention to the two legions that arrived in the Eye of Terror in the worst shape possible, the Sons of Horus and the World Eaters.
Too much, but that's okay.
From Tide, the #1 brand used by dermatologists.
All right, looks good. All right. But he should be dried by now. Excuse me, sorry.
Now, although the Sons of Horus suffered a higher death count, the World Eaters were undoubtedly the most broken and dysfunctional of all of the legions immediately after the Siege of Terra. And that's for a few major reasons. First, they were lacking any real leadership. Both Angron and Karn had seemingly been killed during the siege, and though they managed to recover Karn's body, Angron's soul had been sent screaming back into the warp, and most assumed he was lost forever. Even before their defeat, the constant pounding of the Butcher's nails was a hindrance to the Legion's attempts at unity. But now, worship of the Blood God had also taken root within their ranks, and was beginning to spread like a virus. This was something that only exacerbated their particular brand of bloody madness. The rampaging remnants of the World Eaters were barely able to hold it together just long enough to make it inside of the Eye. By the time they made it into ice space, something as simple as coming up with a plan that all of the remaining captains could agree upon was basically an impossibility. They needed a strong, charismatic leader to unite them, somebody that everyone within the Legion respected. But other than the Primarch, they all agreed the only person really possible of filling that role was Karn. Now, miraculously, Karn's corpse started showing signs of life around this point. Just a faint heartbeat and shallow breaths. He was still in a comatose state and needed to be placed on life support. But even still, he was alive, and that gave the Legion hope. But that hope would eventually begin to dissipate, as many believed that he would never fully wake up. But Dragar, captain of the 9th Company, was not one of those people. He had faith in Karn, and would routinely sit by his bedside, doing everything he could to reach him. Whether that be talking to him, reading to him, trying to get him to close his hand around his chain axe, he even sliced his hand open at one point and tried dripping his own blood on Karn's face in an attempt to reawaken him via his bloodlust. But no matter what he did, nothing worked. No matter how much he begged, no matter how badly his old friend needed him right now, Karn didn't stir. Even still, Dragar never lost faith. He told the other captains that Karn would come back to them and lead the Legion in their father's place. No one would be appointed as the new leader of the
it wasn't terrible. It was all right.
That caused a rift to develop.
I wouldn't watch it again, but
who were either hungry for power themselves.
It's not like I regret watching it or anything.
Waiting around for an impossibility was a waste of time, and without direction or purpose, the splintering
food, you're making me hungry, dog.
Worse and worse. If all of this wasn't bad enough, their search for a new homeworld within the Eye wasn't really bearing any fruit, until they happened to stumble upon an icy, unnamed planet. It wasn't much to look at, and at nighttime, the temperatures could drop to such freezing lows they could even kill a space marine. Even still, it was habitable. There was just one big problem. Shortly after discovering the planet, they would also witness a massive Emperor's Children fleet in close proximity. The fleet was highly organized in Legion formation, and none of the ships really appeared damaged. Whereas on the other hand, the World Eater's fleet was a complete mess. Most of the ships were suffering grievous damage, and they weren't operating in formation. It was as if each individual ship was doing their own thing. Immediately, there was a lot of tension, and the World Eater's captains debated on what to do. Now, it's true that they had been allies only a few years prior, but the reality was that they weren't really allies to each other. They had been allies of the War Master, and with him gone, no one knew if those old bonds still held any weight. Skipping ahead a little bit, but after a brief assassination attempt by a handful of blood-born warriors acting under the directives of one of the power-hungry World Eater's captains, Karn would miraculously reawake, kill all of the assassins, and take control of the Legion once again. He would then go on to hail the Emperor's Children fleet and arrange for them to meet on a planet's nearby moon to discuss terms. When they got down there, though, the Emperor's Children made it clear they had no intent of helping the World Eaters. After mocking them and their Primarch for a solid 30 minutes or so, they told them to get out of their sight. This system had been claimed by the 3rd Legion, and if they weren't gone soon, they would be destroyed.
Yeah, buddy,
Karn
cheers.
turned to Dragar and opened a private Vox channel to him.
And if anybody's down to hit that thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Again. Without hesitation, the captain of the 9th Company responded, anything. Karn knew what he had to do, and after quickly conveying his intent to Dragar, he pulled out Gorechild, revved its motor.
Tomorrow we're going to continue the watch parties with Stargate SG-1.
Kind, all of them raising their weapons. Their leader told him that he was making a grave mistake and to stand down. They were, however, so focused on
over on my YouTube community page, we're going to start learning some Goa'uld translations. Just a few here and there. Just while we watch some Stargate.
Themselves at their former allies. Although this turn of events is rather shocking, Karn's logic does make some sense. At this point, the only thing that could bind the World Eaters together was another war to fight. What would follow would come to be known as the Battle of Scalathrax, the name Karn chose to give the planet. And though the Emperor's Children would ultimately be defeated here, this was also where Karn earned the title of Betrayer, taking a flamer to his own men when they refused to fight at night due to the freezing temperatures. This event would come to be known as the Night of Madness, and would see the World Eaters shattering for good, the Legion permanently breaking up into various warbands, never again to come together as a whole.
Fuel your dog's best life every day.
You know what I noticed, you guys? That these Infernus Marines, the new ones from the new box that only came with 3, doesn't have the purity seals. Purity seals, yeah, the purity seals on them. No purity seal. They have like other little like grooves and dips and cutouts in their armor, but as for purity seals, none. Yeah, buddy. Cheers, guitar, alien chillin' hockey. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Jerem Graves? I don't know. He's probably in here chilling. I think still. Probably got me in background. Done drying. Still needs a couple more spots of blue, but he's almost done. Maybe one more coat. Wow. Yo, all right, later, dude. Be cool, G. I'll catch you a little bit later, my guy. Man, it's looking all right. We're doing all right. Excuse me. No, do it. Add another 45 minutes. Oh, I didn't unmute it, you guys? Come on.
Like the Chaos Space Marine Codexes, or specifically the Black Legion 7th.
Should I rewind it since I didn't unmute it? We'll do it right here. Bust.
Considering that most of the information that we get about this time period is contained within source material that focuses on the Black Legion, in many ways, the Sons of Horus are kind of the main characters here. After the Sons of Horus retreated into the Eye of Terror, they were not in a good place, both figuratively and quite literally. The Legion had been crippled, reduced to a fraction of its former strength, with only a few captains left to lead them. In addition to the literal weight of their dead Primarch's corpse on their back, which they recovered before initiating their retreat, the Sons of Horus also bore the figurative weight of their father's failure, as many outside the Legion, and if truth be told, within as well, blamed the 16th for the rebellion's failure. Both their resources and list of potential allies they could turn to were in short supply. They knew they needed to establish a new homeworld and find a resting place for their father, and so they searched, doing their best to ignore and stay out of the wars unfolding all around them. Eventually, they stumbled upon the planet of Malium, a world said to be a graveyard of steel and rust. Here, they erected the fortress of Lupercalios, out of the gathered remains from wrecked, decaying vessels long lost in the warp. Many would say that this place was not only a stronghold, but a mausoleum to the 16th Legion, as it was where Horus's remains were entombed. Many of the Sons of Horus would take to worshipping the dead Primarch, unable or unwilling to find a new leader and reconcile with the rage and humiliation associated with their failure, causing the 16th to further stagnate right at the precipice of extinction. Some could not bear to see what the Legion had been reduced to and left of their own accord, chief amongst them being Abaddon, who took the vengeful spirit and would spend a time wandering the Eye of Terror alone. Lacking the strength to attack other legions nor launch any kind of substantial raid back into real space, the Sons of Horus instead were forced to plunder what materials and labor they could from nearby demon worlds and imperial settlements that were close to the Eye. However, slowly but surely, the planet and their fortress would become ever more fortified, its walls growing higher and thicker with every passing year. Some of the remaining captains warned that it was only a matter of time before they were forcibly drawn into the Legion Wars, a sentiment that most agreed was an inevitability, but none could agree on what to do about it. Some of the captains wanted to replace their losses by increasing the Legion's gene seed stocks, while others believed that the warp would eventually provide for them if they could master the methods of merging Space Marines with demons. Now, it was around this time that the Legion Wars were reaching their zenith. On hundreds of demon worlds across the Eye, twisted Space Marine armies clawed at each other, their bodies mutating and changing under the ethereal light of crackling stars. It was at this point that the Emperor's children were at the peak of their power, their greed and avarice seeing them launch dozens of attacks against the other traitors, an act that not only rewarded them with even more resources and territory, but further strengthened their bond with Slanesh, the god of excess, who in turn gave them ever more blessings. Eventually, their hungry eyes fell upon Malium. The Emperor's children would end up rallying dozens of warbands from other legions in a short-lived
I
alliance.
think this one's looking
fueled by old
good.
grudges. The united force would end up launching
Blue
a
is
sudden surprise assault
good.
against the Sons of Horus homeworld.
Maybe
the
one more
aggressors
spot.
vastly outnumbering and
Small
overpowering
spot.
the defenders. Eventually, the Emperor's children managed to smash their way inside of the fortress, an army of demonettes following in their wake. In sheer desperation, many of the Sons of Horus would make hasty demonic pacts, surrendering themselves to possession and being forever lost to the warp. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. What started as a defensive battle was now a fight for survival. The call was given, and they fled into the void, helpless to do anything while the sadists of the 3rd Legion collected their prize, the corpse of the War Master. After their enemy retreated and the Sons of Horus returned, the only thing they could do was count the dead. Their fortress was in ruin, and the Legion decimated. The remaining Legion captains would end up giving into a dark despair or uncontrolled rage. They turned on each other, and any remaining semblance of order completely collapsed. Eventually, word got back to them why the 3rd Legion had wanted the Primarch's corpse in the first place. It was going to be turned over to Fabius Bile, who would use its wealth of genetic information to create an army of clones, crafted in Horus's image. Falcus Kyber, one of the Legion's first company captains, would end up turning to 2 of his old friends for help. A sorcerer of the Thousand Suns named Iskandar Kalyan, leader of the Kasharan warband, and Liorvin Euchris, a former Centaurian of the World Eater's 50th Heavy Support Company, and now the warlord of the 15 Fangs warband. The 3 met in the ruins of the Space Hulk known as his chosen son, an old Sons of Horus battlecruiser, an area that long ago had been stripped of anything of value, and now was routinely used as neutral ground for meetings just like this one. After he tells them everything that happened at Lupercalius with the Emperor's children, he informs them what he plans to do about it. Track down Abaddon and the Vengeful
We're gonna start
Spirit.
on. What should we
on
do?
their
Black
deathbed, they needed Abaddon's
or
leadership,
gold?
but that
Black or
ultimately
gold?
was a
What do you guys
secondary
think?
prize to the Vengeful Spirit itself. It was a Gloriana-class battleship, unmatched in power, a ship that could give them the strength they needed to take vengeance upon the 3rd Legion and destroy any of the Horus clones they managed to create. Now, his compatriots point out that he isn't the first to declare their intent to hunt down the Vengeful Spirit, but no one has ever been successful in that because nobody knew where it was. That's when several of the Sons of Horus under Falcus's command bring out a 4th member to the group, a word-bearer by the name of Sargon. Now, unfortunately, Sargon's throat had been cut by a blood angel during the Siege of Terra, so he could only communicate by using a bit of old-fashioned necromancy to reanimate a nearby corpse and speak through that instead. After doing so, he informs them that he had not only seen the Vengeful Spirit, but had been aboard it. He could guide them to its resting place on one of the Radiant Worlds, but the journey would require them passing through the Fire Tide, which was a region of psychic flame, a byproduct of both the Emperor and the Astronomicon's burning light that scoured worlds clean of life, where armies of fire angels and flame-wrought projections waged war against everything in their path. Both of the other Space Marines think Falcus's plan is crazy, but they are sympathetic. Although seemingly an act of desperation at first, this was something beyond that. Desperation was a symptom of hope, something that the nearly extinct Sons of Horus had run out of. This wasn't even about survival anymore. It was the last gasp of a warrior who refused to die with his duty undone. One final battle to send his legion's name into history with pride. This would end up resonating with them, and thus they agreed to help. Okay, so with that basic setup established, I'm gonna let you know right now that this is kind of the entire plot to the Talon of Horus novel, which you should definitely check out if you're a fan of chaos or just want to know why people like myself insist that Abaddon is actually a great character. I'm not going to add an extra 45 minutes to this video covering the entire story in detail, but I am going to be giving you the cliff notes as they line up with more common source material like the Chaos Space Marine Codexes or specifically the Black Legion 7th edition supplement. So this is where those spoilers I mentioned at the beginning of the video for Talon of Horus are going to start. Eventually, the group would be successful and would track down both Abaddon and the Vengeful Spirit. When they met with him, it was revealed that Abaddon was secretly leading them to him, and though they were the first to arrive, they were not the only ones he had called. It was his belief that although the 9 traitor legions still called themselves legions, they were little more than a horde. Now that being said, there was still some value in what they had become. Space Marines now followed warlords because they chose to do so, rather than following a captain because they were told to. They could uphold the traditions rooted in the culture of their legion or defy their origins entirely. The point was that it was their choice to do so. Abaddon did not want to change what the legions had become. He wanted to refine and perfect it. He, and he assumed many others as well, still craved the true brotherhood of a real legion once again. A brotherhood made up of individuals that no longer chose to define themselves by their fathers.
I guess we could just go with black.
A legion that would emerge preeminent in a new war,
So
not a war of
black
rebellion
with a
or petty
gun.
pride, but the future of mankind. The group ends up joining with him in this new cause, and over
shake up
time,
the
they manage
black.
to gather more and more to their side. It's at this
Abaddon
point that they go
black.
about planning the attack on Canticle City. On one hand, the vile experiments being conducted by the Emperor's children needed to be stopped. Even if the clones weren't perfect, even if they emerged from Fabius Bile's laboratory as a pack of abominations, having been created from the genetic template of a Primarch would make them ludicrously powerful. They would be weapons unlike any other, and would give the Emperor's children the strength they needed to end the Legion Wars, drowning every world controlled by the other legions in a tide of blood and excess. Now, there was also the matter of vengeance for what they had done to the Sons of Horus, something that Abaddon personally didn't really care about. With the Legion's Soul Fortress destroyed, the Primarch's body and whatever clones had been made from him were the last thing that needed to be destroyed for the Sons of Horus to be free of their father's shadow. Though their coming battle would be brutal, and Abaddon's new fledgling legion was outnumbered 20-1, they would eventually be successful in destroying Canticle City, when in a very Abaddon move, he hurled Kalyon's ship, the Talok, at the city's heart like a spear. The devastation caused by a nearly 2-kilometer-long ship striking the city was astronomical. The Emperor's children had been prepared to fight off an incoming assault, with a hefty supply of defensive turrets and flak cannons. But this? There was no preventing the coming apocalypse.
Canticle City simply did not exist anymore. A screaming maelstrom of liquid fire and violence had torn out in all directions from the Talok's impact site. Everything, everywhere was dust, ashes, and flame. The fall of a single rock-creek skyscraper can choke a moderately sized city with its dust cloud. Try to imagine, then, the effect of the vastness of an entire city slain by a 2-kilometer-long warship hurled from orbit and bearing thousands of tons of volatile chemicals and tactical warheads right into the city's heart. I would be surprised if you can. The scalding air was thick enough to drown in.
It was the destruction of Canticle City on the Emperor's children's homeworld of Harmony that marked the end of the Legion Wars. The menace of the Emperor's children, a faction that had risen to power
MiG-25
because
with
of their addiction
F-32
to
forgot
excess,
his
would
YouTube
ultimately be
password.
undone by
Made
that
another
same
account.
vice. Abaddon would also be successful in tracking down Fabius Bile
22.
and destroying all of the clones of Horus. After they were purged, the Sons of Horus were free of their father's shadow.
We're chilling,
and
bro.
finally
Thank you for
allowed
being
to
here. Thank you
rest.
for watching.
The Black Legion
We're doing
carrying
it.
on in their place. In the centuries that followed, more legionnaires and warbands would seek out and join the Black Legion. One by one, all of the demon Primarchs would eventually bend the knee, acknowledging the Black Legion's right to exist, and Abaddon as the new War Master in the long war to come. For their part, after the destruction of Canticle City, the Emperor's children would finally shatter. They would never again reach the same level of power and influence they held during the Legion Wars, but would end up replenishing their losses by using gene seeds stolen from other legions. For the forces of chaos, old grudges are nearly impossible to let go, and others still look upon the Third Legion with suspicion. None who dwell within the eye wish
buddy.
to ever see a resurgent Third. Though with the upcoming Emperor's Children release in 2025, that very well may be what is about to happen, which of course, when it does, I will make a follow-up video. At the end of all this, I just want to state for the record that the Legion Wars is easily in my top 3 events that I want Games Workshop to dedicate more time to fleshing out. As it stands, the bulk of what we are told about them serves the simple narrative purpose of an origin story for the Black Legion and Abaddon's rise to power, which, as far as backstories go, it's a great one, but I feel there's so much more that the Black Library could do with this time period. This was a time that redefined the Traitor Legion's identities, their philosophies, and molded them into the heretics we know today. It was a time of feuding warbands and barbarian hordes set in a demonic realm of impossibility. It was a time of survival, revenge, and, for some, redemption. All while these battles raged, the Imperium slept. They licked their wounds and began to embrace the seeming impossibility of peace, all for that to shatter when the traitor legions returned, in black and gold reborn. To end this video, I want to leave you with one final passage that may at first seem to be a little...
He's like, hey, what are you doing up there?
I think it's important. It comes from the second book in the Fabius Bile.
Yes, buddy, thank you. No. None of this is for you over here. Yeah, buddy.
Decided on honesty. At first, it was to see if I could. Then it was because I thought it was necessary. He let slip a bitter chuckle. We were lost in those
You're gonna
days,
get my
without true
miniatures
guidance,
all full of
reacting instead
hair
of
and the
acting,
wet paint and
descending into
no.
barbaric excess, even as we shed all
Get
pretense
outta
of
here.
organization and discipline. Without Fulgrim, without you, we were rudderless. Some tried to steer the ship regardless, myself included. And we failed. He looked at Fulgrim. I created you to
Thanks,
save
bro.
us,
I appreciate
as
it, man.
Created your brothers.
Yeah, I got a couple
Horus,
different
Lorgar,
angles.
Even Angron. I thought that by giving our brothers
That way,
back
just
their
in case you
fathers,
missed something
I
from
might
this
halt
side,
the
you got it from
Legion
this
and
side.
unite us once more. Why? Asked the clone. Again, Fabius
I
hesitated.
got a fat head
He
over
smiled
here.
sadly.
Hi, fat head.
There was something worth saving. Now I know better. We are failed experiments.
Yeah, buddy.
All that remains is to learn what can be learned and begin again.
Was that it? That was it. Let's see. I'm just throwing another one. Yeah, dude, this is dope, man. I actually just got introduced like last year, like 6 months ago, 8 months ago, something like that. Whenever Space Marine 2 came out,
The Warhammer franchise.
most powerful characters. Let's check that out. Yeah, dude, the game came out and it looked sick, but I had no idea that it's been around for years and years, and Warhammer's been a thing for like 30 years.
Franchise is full of ludicrously powerful characters, and it makes sense because it seems like just
I'm
about everything
stoked
in
to
this
be a part of
universe
it.
is designed to kill you in the most horrifying way imaginable. But despite the plethora of transhuman super soldiers, golden demigod guardians, immortal killing machines, and masters of the psychic arts, there are entities that dwell just beyond the stars that make them all look like ants by comparison. Beings of unimaginable destructive potential that can sunder entire worlds and unleash legions of terrifying armies at a whim. From the dark and sinister Chaos Gods, to the ancient and terrifying Catan, from the Master of Mankind, to a pair of bumbling orc deities too busy fighting each other to do much of anything else. These are the top 10 most powerful entities.
Yeah, we do
in the
Warhammer
entire
stuff on
40K franchise.
Tuesdays.
And
On Mondays, we have a
apologies ahead of
Monster
time if
Monday
my
thing
voice
where
is
we'd
a
watch
little
some
raspy.
cartoons,
I'm actually
Yu-Gi-Oh,
getting over a
Pokemon,
cold.
and
All right, with all
Digimon,
that out of the
but
way,
Pokemon's all
let's
over
dive
now for now.
headfirst into the Grimdark.
And then
Number 10, Kegarak.
Wednesdays, we got SP1
Kegarak is the
Wednesdays where we
Eldari
watch some
trickster god,
Stargate.
most commonly associated with the faction known
And then
as
we
the
try to play some
Harlequins.
games whenever
Now,
we
over the
can.
years, he has gone by many names, including the Laughing God or the Great Fool. He is one of the only surviving members of the Eldari pantheon, as aside from himself, Cain the god of war, and Isha the goddess of healing, each of the
Hey,
other
you're in
deities
the
would be
way, boy.
systematically hunted down and murdered by the newborn chaos god Slanesh. The legend goes that due to his mocking nature and aloof personality, he was able to distance himself from the acts of hedonism and debauchery that would eventually give rise to
From
Slanesh in the first
debauchery
place.
and
When
sin.
the Chaos God was born, he escaped into the Webway, where he remained largely unaffected, while the rest of the Pantheon would inevitably be cut down. If you're unfamiliar with the Webway, it's a pocket dimension that exists between universes. Its many paths spider web across the galaxy, allowing those who can parse its secrets to travel great distances without facing the dangers of utilizing the warp for travel. Kegarak is rumored to have picture-perfect knowledge of all of the infinite paths and corridors within the Webway, and he thus imparts that knowledge upon his followers, allowing the Harlequins to seemingly appear and reappear anywhere across the galaxy. Kegarak's power does not necessarily come in the form of brute force, and more so in his guile and ability to manipulate.
It was he who tricked the Catan into devouring their kin, but we'll touch on them a little bit later in this video. Buried deep within the webway itself is an Eldari craft world known as the Black Library. The Black Library is said to be a repository of all the knowledge the Eldar as a species ever managed to gain into the entities that live within the warp, and thus it is fiercely guarded by the Harlequins. At the center of the Black Library exists a legendary tome that has been locked with spiritual chains since the collapse of the Eldar Empire. However, as we move into the 42nd millennium, those chains have finally been broken. Supposedly, the book contains the words of Kegarak himself, and written within a certain passage
For the Emperor
is the prediction of a new future path that completely circumvents the inevitable destruction of the universe by the Chaos Gods, an event the Eldar refer to as Ranadandra. The Laughing God uses his followers, and very specific entities known as Shadow Seers, to make sure certain events happen at certain times in very specific ways. They view the entire galaxy as a stage, and each and every living creature as an actor in the grand performance. By making sure certain events come to pass, they thus will manifest Kegarak's alternative future into existence.
These brushes,
He's one of the most
dude.
intentionally mysterious and cryptic
So
characters in
good.
the entirety of 40K
So good.
lore, but his influence can be felt in just about every major pivotal event over the last couple thousand years.
I'm actually going to be able to like write the writing on the
often credited with the resurrection of Gilliman. It was actually one of his
What are
shadow
those things
seers
called
that pushed
again?
Belisarius' call to
Purity
continue his
seals.
research into the Cadian pylons.
I'm actually going to
which
be able
not
to
only
write
gave Cadia a
words
fighting
on, not
chance against
words,
the
but little
despoilers of
lines on the
Persia,
purity
but would
seals.
also lead him to the discovery of certain minerals that would eventually be used in
So
the
it
armor
looks like
of
there's
fate,
words
the
on
suit
it.
of armor that was used in Gilliman's resurrection. Not to mention, some believe that Kegarak was directly responsible for Ynid's resurrection in the first place. But we'll get into that in another video. Number 9. The Catan. The Catan were known to be ancient and frighteningly powerful star gods, created at the beginning of time out of the fundamental energies of the universe. They were incorporeal and formless beings whose appetite was so insatiable that they literally drained the life from the stars they encountered by wrapping themselves entirely around them and snuffing them out of existence. This would plunge all of the life-bearing worlds in the surrounding systems into complete and total darkness, confining all of the living species that dwelt there to the halls of extinction. These ancient creatures would end up forming an alliance with the Necron Tier in a war against their hated rivals, the Old Ones. It was the Catan that tricked their allies into throwing themselves into the Great Furnaces, causing them to shed their bodies of flesh to instead exist as an engram copy of consciousness within a living metal form. Together, they would war against the Old Ones and their creations, in a war that spanned the entirety of the Milky Way and was known as the War in Heaven. They had, however, deceived their allies, and when the Necron Tier shed their bodies of flesh, the Catan would gorge themselves on their souls. This would result in them becoming ascended, and reaching even more insane and terrifying heights of power. At their peak, they were said to be able to raise entire worlds with a single glance, and extinguish entire systems by summoning forth reality-warping black holes. However, despite their truly awe-inspiring power, their own hubris would end up being their downfall. Now, as I mentioned earlier in this video, it was actually the Laughing God of the Eldari that slowly manipulated the Catan against one another. They would end up feeding on each other until only 5 were left: the Flayer, the Deceiver, the Nightbringer, the Void Dragon, and the Outsider. The Necrons would eventually turn on their would-be gods, and the Maynard dynasty would destroy the Flayer outright. The Void Dragon would end up wounded and flee to Earth in order to prey on humanity. It was ultimately defeated by the Emperor and imprisoned upon Mars. The Nightbringer and the Deceiver would end up shattered, and the Outsider, said to be the most powerful of all of them, would end up being driven into insanity by the lingering bits of consciousness in its mind of all of the other Catan it had consumed. The voices eventually caused it to flee our galaxy in a self-imposed exile. Not much is known about it past this, so it's difficult to quantify its abilities. That being said, it is believed that the Outsider is the only living intact Catan, and if the Mad Star God was to ever return to the Milky Way, it would be an apocalyptic level threat. When it comes to figuring out just how strong the Catan are, we can look to their shards. The shards themselves are the only thing that remains of the Catan after they were enslaved and shattered by the Necrons. These are some of the most powerful weapons and energy sources that the Necrons have at their disposal, and are unleashed upon the battlefield when they encounter a particularly stubborn enemy that refuses to yield before Necron superiority. Despite the fact that they exist in a fractured state, each one is said to be a being of near unlimited power, manifesting energy blasts made of pure antimatter, dominating the minds of lesser beings in their vicinity, manipulating the flow of time, and even banishing those that stand before them to alternate realities. The 8th edition Necron Codex tells us that their power is limited only by their immense and terrifying imaginations. The Catan shards of the Nightbringer are said to be some of the most powerful the Necrons have access to, which makes sense, as the Nightbringer was the incarnation of death itself, a creature that delighted in inflicting pain and suffering, and was said to be the one that introduced the emotion of fear to the physical universe. It destroyed entire star systems on a whim, and gorged itself on the agony it inflicted on countless billions. It's generally believed by the Warhammer community that at the apex of their power, the Catan were easily the most powerful beings to have ever existed solely in the physical universe, and many assume they were the equal to the Chaos Gods, albeit the physical universe's version of them. However, this belief exists solely in the realm of speculation. As far as I'm aware, there is no actual source that states this to be true, or gives us a real actual grasp on just how ludicrously powerful they actually were. It's unfortunately one of those things that's just left up to our imagination. Now, if we were to take the
I just ate some
ridiculous
apples,
power of a
hell
single
yeah,
Catan
Ubi.
shard and magnify it by
An
1,000
apple a day
to
will
get
keep
an
the
idea
doctor
of just
away.
how powerful a fully powered Catan actually was, the result is admittedly pretty horrifying. These would be entities that could destroy entire systems or vast sections of space with a snap of their fingers. But as it stands, this is still all just speculative. We don't know how many individual shards of each Catan exist. It could be a few dozen or thousands, though due to just how big of a deal each one is made out to be, it's likely that they are relatively rare. We also have to bear in mind that the Catan were ultimately defeated and enslaved by the Necrons, a species that is definitely insanely powerful, not to take anything away from the Necrons. But despite that, the shattering of the Catan is a factual example of a mortal race killing or enslaving gods. That is to say, a similar occurrence has never occurred with the Chaos Gods. Such an idea is pretty much unthinkable. So because of this, despite how powerful the Catan are, they just aren't quite on the same level as the Chaos Gods.
Got to be proud and that's jealous out. Proud.
Khaine. Khaine, also known as Kala Minchikain or Khaine the Bloody-Handed, is the bloodthirsty Eldari god of war, wrath, and destruction. During the War in Heaven, Khaine would end up in a battle with the Nightbringer, where he subsequently defeated it, shattered its necrodermis body, and, adding further insult to injury, hurled its scythe into the warp. So, in a sense, Khaine was able to defeat the figurative and semi-literal embodiment of death itself. This fight would, however, have major consequences for Khaine, as the shattered body of the Catan exploded into a storm of shards, many of them piercing its flesh and forever tainting Khaine's body with its essence. Since Khaine is a mythological figure, other than this fight with the Nightbringer, we don't get a lot of insight into just how powerful they actually are. So instead, we will turn to the avatars of Khaine, which exist as a sliver of his true power. An avatar of Khaine is a fiery manifestation of Khaine's wrath, an entity that towers over the battlefield and can cleave armored vehicles in half with a single swing of their sword. They leave a burning trail of destruction in their wake wherever they go, and are constantly surrounded by a swirling inferno that causes everything in their vicinity to burst into flames. Much like how the god they are an aspect of was known for its unquenchable thirst for battle, the Avatar will not rest until all of the enemies of the Eldari and all of their fortifications are left as nothing more than smoldering ruins. The carnage the Avatars can inflict is absolutely legendary, despite the fact that many 40k authors have unfortunately disrespected them by using them as a simple plot device to show off just how strong their main characters are. Regardless of this plot-based nonsense, the reality is these monstrosities are some of the most powerful weapons the Eldar have access to, each and every one existing as only a sliver of Khaine's full, unfractured power. The fact that Khaine was able to kill the Nightbringer in its full, unshattered form is an absolutely remarkable feat, and is why he ranks above the Catan in the list. However, Cain himself would in fact be defeated by a different god, and in a twist of fate similar to that of the Catan, would end up shattered into thousands of fragments. Number 7. Slaanesh. Slaanesh,
We're getting
also
there,
known
you
as the
guys.
Dark Prince or She Who Thirsts, is the
We're actually
chaos
doing
god
pretty
of
good on the
excess,
detail.
hedonism, debauchery, and
These
all
little
things
tiny
kinky and
brushes,
depraved.
bro.
Every single sentient creature, no matter
brushing.
how stoic, is not completely free from desire, whether it be physical, mental, or spiritual. We all have needs and wants that we wish to see fulfilled. Likewise, these desires exist upon a precipice, and if pushed too far, can descend into full-blown obsession, that which She Who Thirsts feeds upon. Desire can come in infinite forms. It could be something humble, like a starving laborer that desires nothing more than food for their family. Something a bit more ego-driven, like a politician's lust for power. Or on the depraved end of the spectrum, the sadistic killer's inclination to inflict pain. Whenever a mortal gives in to temptation of any form, they are unknowingly courting Slaanesh. The act of giving in pushes them further along a dark path towards depravity and insanity. Slaanesh will then guide the individual to seek out ever more heightening extremes, eventually leaving them as an addict that can only experience pleasure through the darkest and most sadistic of actions. Slaanesh watches from their dark realm in utter delight as the galaxy descends further into debauchery. They view mortals as nothing more than playthings, toys that were designed to be poked, prodded, and manipulated. Slaanesh is the youngest of the 4 gods, and thus is generally viewed as the weakest. Although this description can be misleading. Slaanesh's power is far more subtle and manipulative than, say, the raw strength of Khorne or the voracious diseases of Nurgle. Their demons, likewise, are primarily designed to invoke the desperate and hedonistic desires of mortal hearts. They are entities formed of contradiction, jarringly graceful and repugnantly beautiful, enchanting yet ultimately horrifying. Much like how Slaanesh themselves is said to be so disarmingly beautiful and alluring that no mortal can look upon them without instantly losing their soul. Slaanesh was born from the rampant degeneracy that had come to infect Eldar society.
Damn, dude, I can
after
get
the
like
War
into
Heaven.
every
The
crack
depraved
with
energy
this
the species
brush.
generated, gestated in the warp before
And
finally reaching a breaking point.
it's not even the
which
smallest brush,
gave
dude. I
birth
think
to
this
a
is like
new
the
chaos
3rd
god.
smallest
The
brush.
resulting birth scream literally ripped a hole in reality, and the resulting
Great.
shockwave killed each and every
I should have been
Eldar
using
on
these since
every
the
world
beginning, but I didn't
for
want to ruin
hundreds
them.
of light years.
I think I did
The
good, though.
terrible wound in
I think I did good
reality
by
where the
not
two
using it in the
universes now
beginning,
overlap is what we know today
getting
as
a
the
hang of
Eye
the brushes,
Terror.
and now we
Immediately
can
after
actually
their
like
birth,
take care of
Slaanesh
them
would go
while
on
we
an
die.
absolute murderous rampage and would kill all of the gods of the Eldar pantheon, with the exception of Isha, Cain, and Kegarak. So despite how ridiculously powerful each of them were, they were
bud.
nothing in comparison to She Who Thirsts, who
Yeah, bud.
systematically slaughtered
Cheers,
each
you
and
guys.
every
Thank you for
one of
being
them
here. Thank you for
without
watching. Thank you for
taking a
hanging
rest
out.
between each kill. Kegarak managed to escape into the webway, whereas Isha was spared by Slaanesh but then ultimately kidnapped by Nurgle. Cain would be the last one on Slaanesh's hit list,
All the
but
angles.
even against a god who had just battled multiple other deities, he was no match for the Dark Prince and ended up shattered into thousands of shards. I'll point out that being the weakest of the 4 Chaos Gods is kind of like being the
This one needs
weakest
a little more
heavyweight
work right
champion
there where
of
I
the
got some
world.
blue on
Yeah,
the butt.
some other title holder would probably beat
Blue
them if they
butt.
both fought during their prime, but against the rest of us normies, it would be an absolute slaughter. It's also important to note that when we talk about the Chaos Gods and just how powerful they are, the lore states that at one point each and every one of them was the most powerful. With Slaanesh, it definitely would have been right after their birth. Because of this, I'm going to be ordering the Chaos Gods where they fall in the hierarchy as of the 42nd millennium. Number 6. Nurgle. Nurgle, the grandfather, lord of plagues and disease, is the god of the cycle of life and death, entropy, rot, decay, and pestilence. He stands apart from the other gods that, in his own, albeit disturbing way, is the only one of the pantheon that genuinely cares for his followers. He views each and every one of them as his beloved children, and bestows upon them ever more generous blessings in the form of new supernatural diseases, demonic parasites, and all forms of sickening mutation. Every pox, boil, blister, and sore is viewed by those who worship him as a sign of his love. He is the embodiment of the fear of death shared by all sentient creatures, perhaps the first fear to have ever existed in this universe. But despite this,
Damn,
he
that
teaches his
sounds
followers that
wild.
life and death, growth and decay are all part of the same cycle, one that cannot change. He tells them to not fight against this cycle, but to embrace it, to embrace the despair of death. He teaches that entropy is the one unchanging truth of the universe. All things have a beginning and an end. Every life will end.
Every civilization will rise and fall, every tower will eventually crumble, and every disease will eventually run its course. He is the mastermind behind every virus, disease, and plague that has ever existed in the mortal universe, or even these supernatural diseases of the soul that emanate from the immaterium. Much like the Great Cycle, or perhaps more accurately, like the proliferation and subsequent remission of a disease, so too does Nurgle's power wax and wane. There were moments in time where plague runs rampant across the galaxy, and Nurgle's power is at its apex, surpassing all of the other gods and becoming a truly unstoppable force. It is, however, inevitable that his power will wane again, and he will be relegated to a relatively weak point in the Pantheon. As a result, these power spikes are vastly more predictable than those of his siblings. Despite their disturbing appearance, the warriors that have pledged themselves to his service are incredibly resilient, and many of whom can suffer multiple mortal wounds and keep marching forward as if nothing happened. Blades get caught in rancid rolls of diseased blubber, and bolter shells are absorbed and rusted to dust inside of their bodies. It is as if the cycle has simply paused for them,
man.
Their bodies displaying the telltale signs of rot and disease, yet they are seemingly immune to its effects. They cannot die by natural means and are completely immune to pain. Before we dive any deeper, here's a quick shout out to this video's sponsor. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made and allows you to play as more than 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships in dynamic combined arms PvP battles. Every single vehicle in this game is incredibly detailed and modeled down to their individual components, creating an insanely immersive combat experience. The game's collection of vehicles is frankly ridiculous and spans over 100 years of development from the 1920s all the way up to the present day. War Thunder features an in-depth customization system that allows you to fully customize all of the game's vehicles, with hundreds of different camouflages, historical markings, and 3D decorators such as bushes and equipment to make all of the war machines distinctly yours, all of which are rendered in beautiful 4K resolution. My favorite part about this game is just how realistic the combat is. There's no hit points in the game. Every one of the vehicles has a bunch of components and a crew. When those take a critical hit, the vehicle can suffer a wide array of different effects, one of which being exploding in spectacular detail. War Thunder is available on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and the previous console generation. Click on the link in the description of this video to download the game for free today and receive a huge bonus pack, including
that's all right. We're still having a good
trial, boosters, and a whole lot more. Big thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Number 5. Gork and Mork. Despite the previous couple of entries on this list, I'm sure you were expecting another Chaos God here. But that is in fact incorrect, my friend. It's Gork and Mork, the gods of the orcs. Almost all of the lore we have about them comes from the orcs themselves. They say they are the biggest and toughest gods. One is brutally cunning, and the other is cunningly brutal. Mork is clever enough to wait for you to have your back turned before hitting you twice as hard, whereas Gork will hit you regular-like, but then when you turn to face him, he'll punch you twice as hard. Because of this, it is common for orcs to have a favorite of the two gods. Gork represents the pure aggressive nature of the orcs and is more preferred by boys, knobs, and any straightforward orc fighter, whereas Mork's cunningness makes him the preferred deity of the more esoteric orc units, like Weird Boys, Commandos, and Mech Boys to name a few. But at the end of the day, they're mostly interchangeable, and I think the orcs forget there's a difference pretty often. When it comes to measuring their power, we have to get a little bit speculative. Warp entities like the gods get their power from collective belief and emotion. Take for example Slaanesh, they get their power from excess. So the more people pray to Slaanesh, and the more there's an abundance of hedonism and debauchery in the galaxy, the stronger they become. The orcs have a presence in the warp just like every other living creature. And they are so unbelievably simple in nature that their gods don't have these grand mythologies with all this overlapping lore that tends to contradict itself. No, nothing like that. The orcs think their gods are the best and thus they're the best. It's beautifully simple. So we have to then assume that this belief in their god's defining feature being that they're bigger and tougher and stronger than every other god would in fact begin to manifest. Consider how powerful the Eldar gods were when worshipped exclusively by the Eldari. The orcs
Somebody
are the
keeping
most
tabs
numerous
on me. It's
species
all
in the
good.
entire Milky Way, outnumbering something
Making
like
sure I'm not getting into any
100,
trouble over here.
1,000 to 1. It makes sense if you think about it, but as is orc tradition, it makes even more sense if you don't think too hard about it. And speaking of their mythology, we actually have a pretty good example of a legend about Gork and Mork that demonstrates they were at least strong enough to defeat one of the Chaos Gods.
Right, so one day, Gork and Mork went looking for a gigantic squiggly beast, and they find it, at the bottom of a huge cesspit. And also at the bottom of that cesspit was Nurgle, who had eaten all the snotlings. And Gork and Mork clobbered Nurgle so hard, he spewed up all the snotlings that were still alive. Nurgle shrank and became a squiggly beast. The snotlings then turned that squig into a feast for Gork and Mork.
This myth clearly represents the orcs' triumph over Nurgle. The orcs have no fear of the realms of Nurgle and thus happily thrive on squiggly beasts that breed in their cesspits. Despite this story, we don't see a lot of evidence of them fighting against the Chaos Gods in the lore. Gork and Mork are not sending incursions of orc demons into real space, nor are their blessed followers turning into the equivalent of demon princes. But now that I think about it, that would actually be pretty awesome. However, from what I've read, all of this would certainly be possible. Gork and Mork really could be the strongest of the gods and can wipe the rest of them out. They are, however, too busy fighting themselves in the warp. That's all they've done since the dawn of the orcs, is just beat the crap out of each other. So if you want my personal, definitely unbiased opinion, Gork and Mork are definitely the strongest. But for the sake of trying to be as accurate as possible with my videos and not just throw out the dozens of hours of research I've put into each and every one of them, I have to rank them in the purely speculative realm. Also, some dude on Twitter theorized that Gork and Mork are just Khorne and Tzeentch, but they painted themselves green and whipped the orcs up into a frenzy. That's neither here nor there and is definitely not canon, but this is my video and it made me laugh, so I'm including it. Number 4. Tzeentch. Tzeentch, also known as the Changer of Ways or the Architect of Fate, is the chaos god of sorcery, knowledge, mutation, destiny, lies, and trickery. He is directly empowered by every mortal race through their desire to plot and deceive. All those who act deceptively
turn off the
or
face
would pursue
cam
knowledge
just for
and
a second.
with a desire to ultimately manipulate the world around them. Inevitably
I'm
draw
still
the
here.
attention
I'm
of
just
Tzeentch.
gonna
Every living creature exists in a state of mutability.
move some stuff around
We are
right
all
quick.
constantly changing in a million different ways, and not always readily
Move
apparent,
that one
from the
for sure.
grand and more obvious, like an advancement in rank within our society, down to the microscopic level
Hang on.
of cellular division. As mortal beings, we are ultimately malleable, and that malleability has drawn the eyes of the Changer
Quick
of Ways upon
intermission, you
mankind.
guys. Grab your
There are
snacks, your
1,001
drinks.
ways in which an individual can come to worshiping Tzeentch, but in almost all of these cases, they involve a desire for change, whether that be through their own ambitions, a desire to escape their figurative or literal
Someone left the
bonds that
stream
shackle
while
them
the
to a
stream
miserable
is
existence,
playing.
or in some
What?
instances, a desire for unbridled power.
Who would
Because
do
of this,
such a
Tzeentch often
thing?
attracts would-be practitioners of the dark arts. His demons whisper forbidden secrets into the minds of mortals, telling them truths of the universe too impossible to be believed, and
It's alright.
ultimately
They'll be back.
impossible to ignore. The individual will then seek out answers to
can't
questions
stay
no
away.
mortal was ever meant to ask, and will
No,
ultimately
I'm
find
still
themselves
here.
as one of his faithful. The promise of power proving to be too intoxicating for mortals to
Here I
resist.
am.
Across cultures,
Hold
all of the
on.
gods have been depicted in a lot of different ways.
Gotta change my
but
water
most
too.
often with several identifiable themes
Especially because I'm
present
going to
in
be
all of
switching
them.
over to the metallic
Tzeentch
paint
is
here in
the
a sec.
exception, and due to his nature as the incarnation of change without limits, this would make sense.
Metallic
He's
paint,
been depicted
dude.
as a twinkling constellation of blinking
Balthazar
eyes,
Gold.
as a being of illuminating warp flame, an elaborate and intricate puppeteer that pulls on the infinite strands of fate, and most commonly in the 40k community, a giant blue squid monster. All magic, sorcery, and psychic abilities can trace their origin back to the Immaterium, and thus to Tzeentch, the master of magic in all its forms. He is able to perceive every event that has ever occurred across space and time, while also being able to see the strands of fate that lead to every potential future simultaneously. Trying to directly measure his intelligence with numbers is kind of meaningless, but to simplify it, this is an entity that would measure his IQ in the quintillions. He has plans within plans within plans, and the most mundane of events may set in motion a web of compounding instances that may not bear fruit for thousands of years, but will ultimately secure him victory. Yet this impossibly complex web of plans spreads so incomprehensibly wide over all of reality that it touches every living thing at one point or another, whether or not the individual realizes it or not. He perceives every event, intention, idea, thought, and whispered prayer of every mortal, and his impossibly complex mind is able to work out just how every single one of these will potentially impact the future. He watches over every sentient creature within the mortal universe with great enthusiasm, watching as each of his plots and schemes slowly begin to unfold into history.
Tzeentch favors the cunning and intelligent over the physically strong, and thus rewards his followers with insight into the future and access to forbidden lore. He is ludicrously strong, but at one point was said to be even stronger. So strong, in fact, that the gods did the impossible. They set aside their differences to team up against him in order to bring him back down to their level. This was ultimately successful, but according to the Great Deceiver, was all part of his plan. Some believe that if Tzeentch truly willed it, he would end the Great Game and achieve dominance over the rest of the Pantheon. But due to his complicated and enthusiastic nature for the Great Game itself, he never would, and most likely is incapable of doing so. Based on Tzeentch's nature, I don't think he personally has the ability to win. The compulsion to keep the game going is just too ingrained in him, meaning doing anything that would end the game is actually an impossibility.
You can't do that. You can't walk.
Sorry, bro. I'm gonna get on that gold now. Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're doing it. Gonna mix it up real quick. Alright, that should be fine.
Number 3. The Emperor of Mankind. The Emperor is without question the most powerful mortal to have ever lived, and by the time of the 42nd millennium, he has most likely become a god, although this is intentionally left purposely vague and cryptic within the lore. He was able to defeat and bind Draknian, the demon created in the first murder. He is said to be more physically powerful than any of the Primarchs, which is incredibly impressive considering that we've watched Angron bench press a Warhound Titan, and Sanguinius take down 2 of them as well as a Warlord Titan in melee combat. He is known to project an aura that causes demons to flee in terror or burst into flames. He defeated an
3 ads in a row? Yeah, I know,
his
annoying,
Primarch
huh?
son that at the time of their battle
no
had
function. No
received
worries, dude.
enormous
Don't even
power
trip.
boosts from all 4 Chaos Gods. As
I'm
a
sure you're
child,
not
he
yelling it
managed
at
to
the
kill his
screen.
uncle by stopping his heart with a
Ah,
single
yes,
thought.
he's back!
We've seen him use his incredible psychic
3 ads in a
might to force
row!
the entire
Bro.
Warbearers Legion to kneel with a single psychic command. We also know that he is a perpetual and cannot truly die, and that he has mastered every form of academic study. So with that impressive list of feats that were accomplished when he was just a mortal, I'm guessing you're wondering why he's not ranked number 1 on this list, and we're gonna get into that. The Emperor of Mankind is not just a character, he is a plot device, a MacGuffin, a living deus ex machina, and every other literary trope you can think of, all wrapped up into a single entity. He is exactly as powerful as any individual story needs him to be. He is completely unknowable. He has plans within plans within plans. He has mastery over the ability to foresee into the future and can take a single action that will, over the course of thousands of years, come to create an entirely new societies. Much like what happened when he defeated the Void Dragon, imprisoned it upon Mars, and then subsequently the dreams of machines the Catan would generate in the inhabitants of the Red Planet would eventually give rise to the Mechanicum, a faction that would supply his armies with fantastical new war machines. He is a psychic phenomena, a hurricane of arcane potential. Yet, despite this, due to many contrasting depictions of him by different authors, we aren't able to get a real feel for the full scope of his abilities without filling in the blanks with our own interpretations of the text. On one hand, he is said to be powerful enough to challenge the ruinous powers, yet in a fight against a 30-foot-tall orc, he had to be saved by his son Horus. But did he throw the fight intentionally because his foresight told him that the resulting saving by his son would boost his confidence?
You know, I'm not much of a morning guy.
Who knows? Maybe.
I don't like
There's nothing in
morning
that
time
story
too
to
much,
suggest
so
that. No winking at the audience,
you know,
no
the streaming time is
foreshadowing of
probably
future
best
events,
for me at
or
night.
some cryptic line
I
at
could
the end
do
of the book.
early,
Yet
but
this is the narrative that many of us have
you
adopted.
know, let me just sleep
as
in
the
for 5
godlike
minutes.
being
You know
who
what I'm
can
saying?
go toe-to-toe with the Chaos Gods, losing to an admittedly enormous orc just doesn't make sense. But I feel that's kind of the point. The mystery, the uncertainty. No matter how much somebody learns about the Emperor, they are constantly left with even more questions by the end of each and every story. They are left in a constant state of doubt over what they think they know. And to me, that's the entire point of a character like the Emperor. Is he a giant, shimmering, godlike being that will lead humanity into the future? Or is he a shriveled up old perpetual that just projects an illusion of grandeur to manipulate those around him? Did all of these events actually happen? Or are they simply the result of thousands of years of propaganda and selective record purging? This is what makes the Emperor so fascinating, and above all else, in my personal opinion, a literary triumph. The idea that you can have this character be written about and expanded upon by dozens of different authors over multiple decades, each contributing a new element to the multifaceted enigma that is the Emperor. And yet, he never gets boring. He never falls into the Superman trope, wherein a character has demonstrated so many ludicrous feats over the years. It's impossible to take
maybe
any
if
threat he
somebody
comes into
sends
contact
me
with
one,
seriously,
I'll
because at the heart of it all,
paint one.
the reader is still left doubting.
Do they
what
sell
think
those
they know
to World,
about him. I'll fully
World War
admit that the Emperor
II
is one of my
general?
favorite characters. Not only is he deeply fascinating,
German
but he's inspired
general?
more debates and late-night deep dives of obscure lore than any other character I can think of. Yet, because of his
I almost
unknowable
feel like they
nature,
would try to
assessing
censor
his
that
true
around
power
here.
level after his ascendancy to the realm
I'm
of the
sorry, is this
spiritual
America? I
is
thought
an
we were in
impossible
America. I'm
task.
sorry.
Every single failure of his can be written off as him either only using 1/100th of his power, or that failure was a secret victory, as the unraveling of one of his plans would put him closer to his ultimate goals. There is equal evidence to support such notions as true and false. Did he plan the Horus Heresy?
I don't
from
know
the
what
start
Airfix
in
is,
order
but I'm
to
gonna write
eliminate
that down
problematic
just in
legions,
case
much
for
like he did with
later.
the Thunder Warriors?
I want to pick
Did he
up
know
some
Magnus was
minis.
going to sabotage his Webway gate and thus made a problematic judgment call at Nikea to ensure that it would
Airfix,
happen?
what? Just Airfix
Was it his plan
miniatures?
all along to end up on the
Miniature.
Golden Throne so he could ascend to godhood? Did he seemingly
What'd you
crusade
say?
against religion in
World
order to
War
eliminate competition,
II
so once he was entombed
German
there, he would be the only god left for
general.
humanity to turn to? Was he lying to Ra and Endymion when he
That
described
might
his
happen,
foresight
my
as
dude.
fallible? When it comes to the Emperor, the questions and mysteries are more captivating than any answer could ever possibly be. And if the writers are smart, they'll keep most of those mysteries unanswered. Aside from the examples of physical strength that I mentioned at the beginning of this, we also know that in Warhammer, beliefs have power. The more people believe in something, the more it begins to manifest in the warp.
The
Emperor
orcs.
has been worshipped as the one true god of humanity by quintillions
Don't
of
the
people
orcs
across
believe
the
and it all
galaxy
works for them?
for over 10,000 years. Thus, we can assume that his spiritual form has swelled immensely in power, many believing that he has truly become a god. If this is true, and he really is on the level of the Chaos Gods, then he would be able to display similar powers to them, and namely, the ability to create demons. Each demon is a splinter of their patron deity, having a portion of their personality and in many cases, supposedly looking like them. It is believed by some that the entities such as the Living Saints are the Emperor's equivalent to demon princes, and the Legion of the Damned is his equivalent of demons. Which would make sense. If the Emperor had the ability to create demons, they would certainly resemble Astartes. Now, there is evidence to support both of those claims, but as of today, it is something that is still intentionally left vague and mysterious. The best tool we have for measuring his current power level is the accepted truth that the Emperor is in
No
the
pre-painted.
warp,
I want to
battling
paint him.
against the 4 Chaos Gods and managing to keep them
I'm
at bay.
gonna
He's
paint
not strong
him.
enough to outright destroy them, but he can keep them
Yeah,
from
painting him's
destroying
fun,
the
dude.
physical universe. His power is not absolute, because if it was, then we wouldn't be seeing demons
Still gotta
manifest
learn how
in
to
our
play,
universe in
but
the first place. If he was more
painting
powerful
is
than the
where
other
it's at
gods,
so
they
far.
would have all had to turn their attention solely on him. And herein lies the problem with the Emperor versus the Chaos Gods. We know that it's not just him fighting all of them at once. It's a 5-way battle, where everyone is fighting everyone. While the Emperor is fighting off all 4 of them at the same time. Nurgle, for example, is fighting Khorne, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, and the Emperor, also at the same time. It's exactly the same for each of the combatants. That means in this hypothetical scenario of a 4 against 1 in any direction, any of these figures could be eliminated. If the gods set aside their differences and gave the Emperor their full attention, it would be no contest. He would fail. We also know that if one of the gods manages to become too powerful, the others will unite to knock them back down to the same level as the rest of them. This happened famously with Tzeentch at one point,
Hell
and the resulting
yeah.
battle between him and his siblings saw
Get your
his crystal staff,
potassium in there.
said to be the most powerful weapon in all of existence, shattered into thousands of pieces, which then rained down upon the physical universe, each one representing a different spell, thus introducing magic to our realm. Even though Khorne is said to be the most powerful of
little
all
bit
of
of
the
the
ruinous
gold
powers in the
mirror.
current setting, the other gods have not deemed him a sufficient enough threat to form an alliance. We can assume with that it is the same for the Emperor. He's powerful enough to be a problem, but not powerful enough for them to unite against. It is said that from our perspective, the Emperor is growing in power every single day as more and more of the beliefs, hopes, and love of humanity funnels into him. He swells in might and will one day overpower the Chaos Gods. It's similar to how the decadence and extremes of the Eldar swelled over time and eventually gave birth to Slaanesh. They started off as non-existent and grew more powerful over time until a breaking point was finally reached, and they ripped their way into our reality. However, it's important to remember that in Warhammer, when we speak of the Immaterium, time is meaningless. The Chaos Gods refer to Slaanesh as having always existed, even though we in the physical universe
All the little
have an
tiny
exact
holes in the
date when they
barrel
were
of the
born.
gun.
The gods are simultaneously at their weakest and strongest points. They have always and never existed at the same time. To me, this means that we will see the Emperor become more active over time, and it will appear as if he is getting stronger. But his battle in the warp against them is like trying to measure the immeasurable. The escalation is as ultimately irrelevant as it is impossible to quantify. But perhaps that's the point. Perhaps he will never be strong enough to kill the other gods. Maybe introducing a god of order to the pantheon will bring balance to the Immaterium. And maybe that's the best we can hope for. Number 2. Khorne. Khorne, also known as the Blood God or the Lord of Skulls, is the chaos god of war, violence, and bloodshed. He is the manifestation of anger, hatred, rage, and murder. Considering that Khorne derives his power from the desire to spill blood, it comes as little surprise that in the grim darkness of the 42nd millennia, where there is only war, Khorne is currently experiencing a resurgence and is considered to be the most powerful of the ruinous powers. The urge to commit violence in one form or another is one of the most basic drivers amongst any mortal species. It doesn't matter how advanced a society claims to be or how enlightened they've seemingly become. Violence is a primordial force that will never fully lessen its grip on mortals. Whether it be a warrior defending his home, a sadistic act of murder for murder's sake, or every drunken barroom brawl that has ever occurred, every violent act or expression of rage flows into the Immaterium and directly empowers the Blood God. Although he has been worshipped by countless civilizations across space and time, there are a lot of similarities to how he is depicted. He's often shown as being a towering giant with a canine head, armored in brass and seated upon a mountain of skulls, on top of which he lets loose bellowing war cries that echo through reality, a sanguine call to spill blood and take skulls. He is the physical and immaterial, figurative and literal incarnation of rage, and is often depicted wielding a mighty and terrible axe or sword known as Warbringer. A sword so powerful that it sunders reality when swung, cleaving through dimensions to eviscerate whatever has drawn the Blood God's ire. Despite being the most powerful, Khorne is also the most straightforward of the gods. He has an absolute disdain
back
for
for a long
tricksters
time.
and
All right,
anyone
no worries,
who
man.
hide
Do
or
it to it,
cheat
bro.
their way to victory.
I'll be
Naturally,
chilling
he and his followers hate
for a
sorcery in
little
all its
while
forms
longer.
and vastly prefer to fight with melee weapons, viewing those who use long-range firearms to wage war as cowards. The earliest lore on Khorne depicted him as a multifaceted god, of not just rage and blood, but also one of honor. Although the further along we move in the timeline and the more 40k lore gets updated, Khorne's honorable side has mostly taken a back seat. Although him and his followers still maintain certain convictions about how war should be fought, at the end of the day, Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows. When it comes to his mythology as a literal figure, we do have a pretty good example of his raw physical strength, wherein one of his most esteemed bloodthirsters, Skarbrand, sought to overthrow the Blood God after having been manipulated by Tzeentch into thinking he actually stood a chance against him. When Khorne's back was turned, Skarbrand threw everything he had into a single blow with his axe, a blow that was said to be so powerful it could have split entire worlds. This didn't even dent Khorne's armor.
You're back.
Enraged by the cowardice of the attack,
Welcome
Khorne grabbed
back, my
Skarbrand by the
dude.
neck and shook him so hard that all he had ever been, all of his personality, his cunning, his ambition, all of it was shaken out of him. He then threw the greater demon so hard, he flew across space and time for 8 days straight, leaving an inconceivable burning trail of destruction in his wake. Remarkably, Skarbrand survived, and where once there was a proud warlord whose hubris caused him to fly too close to the proverbial sun, now was nothing more than a blood-crazed monster. Number 1.
Reveal
The hive
yourself,
mind.
mysterious
The
stream
hive mind of the
watchers.
Tyranids is without a doubt the most intelligent and dangerous thing that
Who's
exists
lurking
in our
out
universe.
there?
It is able to simultaneously control seemingly infinite Tyranid organisms across infinite battlefields at the same time, orchestrating impossibly complex battle strategies and engineering new forms of evolution in order to overcome just about anything its enemies can throw at it. It is, for all intents and purposes, an organic quantum computer on a level that is completely incomprehensible. And it's not only controlling all of the Tyranids within our galaxy, a species that reproduces so quickly that it has effectively become the Milky Way's dominant life form, outnumbering every other species thousands of times over with the exception of potentially the orcs. But the Tyranids come from outside of our galaxy, and some believe they have already consumed every other galaxy. Some say the fleets we have seen thus far are only a small portion of their entirety. The Tyranids are not only the most powerful faction within Warhammer, they are the most powerful character, as every single one of them is part of the same organism. The Tyranids are not a race or a species, it is a single creature. Despite their appearance as an alien dinosaur bug monster, it's more accurate to think of them as something like an aspen forest, wherein each individual that we see is part of the same single creature. But whereas the aspen forest can stretch out over multiple kilometers, the Tyranids have spread in a similar manner across multiple galaxies. It may even be more apt to think of them in a way that compares them to a human body. We are a single individual, but we are made up of dozens of trillions of cells. So too is each individual Tyranid a cell of the larger body that is the hive mind. The name, the hive mind, is not a title of a leader organism that controls the Tyranids. It is quite literal, in that the entity is the combined consciousness of all Tyranids.
Keep an eye out for you.
Every single one, from the lowly Ripper all the way up to the massive ship-sized entities that ferry their troops across the stars.
You'll be alright, as long as you follow the law, you'll be alright.
When we think of the hive mind, we often tend to imagine some giant alien brain that exists out in the dark places between galaxies that controls all of the Tyranids. And there very well might be an organism like that. But even if there was, it would still just be another organ within the Tyranid body. The Eldar have come to believe that the hive mind is more powerful than Slaanesh and represents the greatest threat to the physical universe. This is a passage from Wraithflight, where one of the Eldari is able to, for a moment, tap into the hive mind's consciousness. Beyond the shield, she saw the great dragon's true form, not the hideous intrusions into the mortal realm that swam the Black Star Sea, nor as a Farseer might see it, as a great and braided cable of malicious fate dominating all the skein. The first was merely part of the whole, the second, psychic abstraction. What Lyanna instead saw was the reality of its soul. It was a great shadow when seen from afar, a wave of dread and psychic blindness that preceded the Hive Fleet's arrival. But the greatest shadows are cast by the brightest lights, and seen closely, the soul of the hive mind shone brighter than any sun. She was so close now that she perceived the rigid topography of its mind, larger than star systems, an entity bigger than a god. It contemplated thoughts as large as continents and spun plans more complex than worlds.
That sounds crazy, dude.
That could not be fathomed.
Tyranids are wild.
She felt small and afraid before it. But she did not let her fear cow her defiance. Against this vista flickered the souls of the Eldar, their jewel brightness dimmed by the incomparable glare of the great dragon. And this was but a tendril of the creature. The bulk of it stretched away, coils wrapped tight around higher dimensions, joining in the distance to others and then others again, until at a great confluence of the parts sat the terrible truth of the whole. She stared at its brilliance. Unlike her passionless dead warriors, who felt naught but the echoes of wrath at the sight, she was fascinated by the beauty on display. She thought, if only such a thing could be tamed, it would drive out she who thirsts forever. If only its hunger was for things other than the meat and blood of our worlds. Perhaps most telling, though, is the hive mind's presence within the warp, and for that, we can look no further than the anti-psychic phenomena the Tyranids generate, known as the shadow in the warp. It's basically a massive null field around the Tyranids that blocks all connection to the Immaterium. If you are familiar with the Sisters of Silence in 40k, or blanks in general, you know they are an individual person that produces a similar field. Being in the presence of such a creature is physically painful for psychers, and elongated exposure can cause, in some cases, severe physical and psychological damage for them, let alone the fact that in the presence of a blank, they cannot utilize their powers. The size of this null sphere is different from blank to blank depending on their ability. But when you take the Tyranids as a singular organism, their null field is just on a completely incomprehensible scale that literally blocks out sections of the warp. There was an interesting passage in the novel Darkness in the Blood, wherein a ship traveling through the warp became besieged by demons. The situation is pretty bleak until a vast darkness falls over the ship and utterly snuffs out the invaders. And then a sea change. The warp altered, though subtly at first. Rossellus had little experience as a navigator of ships. Had he been born to the role, he might have noticed it sooner. Like ancient mariners, tasted the shift from salt to sweet in the waters of Terra's
9
lost
p.m.
oceans.
there,
It soon became apparent to
question
him that the tempest was
Yeah,
calming.
buddy,
The
9 p.m.
shrieking
here.
idiot forms and psychopomps struggled to take shape. Those that manifested were sucked back to nothingness amongst the energies that birthed them. Colors bled away, currents stilled. A black wall was growing ahead.
We're
as
getting there.
impenetrable
We're
as the
almost
densest
done.
fog bank and infinitely more forbidding. The
We're
task
just
force
finishing
sped towards
off
it. The armored
the
agent
last
glinted in front of the darkness and
Infernus
vanished within
Marine.
completely. Against all the laws that governed it, the Empyrean lost its mutability. Blackness seeped from the roiling wall of shadow. The visions and images weakened and then stopped altogether. There was a brief passage through warp space of a primordial calmness, smooth and bright as a moonlit pond. And then the flotilla plunged into darkness. A new terror assailed Raculus. A vast,
Damn it, I was
godlike
doing so
mind
good and I
turned
messed
its
it up.
attention upon the ships. So puissant it quelled the fury of the warp. The hive mind was the truth of the Tyranids. The Blood Angels believed the war beasts that plagued the universe
Alright, we're
were
all right.
merely
That was just a
the
little
material
tiny
extrusion
piece.
of something far greater.
We can
And
fix
that
it later with
thing
some blue.
dwelt in the warp. The pressure of the hive mind's
Blue,
regard was immense, crushing Raculus's
or
soul
whatever,
until he felt
or something.
infinitely small. At great remove, he felt blood trickle from the corners of his mortal eyes. The idea that the hive mind is a larger threat than the Chaos Gods is also backed up by an Eldar Farseer in the novel Godblight.
You guys heard that metal version of I'm Blue?
The Chaos Gods,
Bro,
the Great Devourer
fire,
was perhaps
dude.
a greater threat than all
I mean,
of
it's
them.
all
The
right. It's not
Necrons seemed to think
that
so as
great,
well,
but it's
as the
pretty good.
Tyranids' arrival was what propelled the Silent King out of exile in the first place. The fact that these immortal beings that enslaved and shattered their own gods were
Yeah, how's
afraid
it
of the
looking,
hive
you
mind
guys?
is a statement in and of
I did mess a
itself.
little
And I
bit,
just kind of want to
messed
put
up
it
a
into
little bit on
perspective.
the shoulder
All
right
of the major
there.
threats that exist in
You can
40K
see it.
that could
Let me try to
theoretically wipe out
get it more
humanity have
focused.
all been around for an enormously long time. The Necrons, the Orcs, and the Eldari have existed for over 60 million years. The Chaos Gods, at least in the realm of the Warp, have always existed. Even the Tau, the youngest of all of the factions in 40K,
you
have
can see
been
where it
around
came
for a
out
few
a little
thousand
bit
years.
under the insignia
the first
right
recorded
there.
contact with the Tyranids was in 745 M41, the 745th year of the 41st millennium. The furthest point in the timeline that we've seen so
Yeah.
far is 15 years past the start of the 42nd millennium, which means that they've only been observed in our galaxy for 270 years. In the grand timeline of the universe, that's less time than it takes to blink. And yet already, they are being spoken about as if they are the end to all things. In other videos, I've ruminated on just how powerful the Tau, for example, will be if they were given another 1,000 years to continue developing. Where will the Tyranids be 100 years from now? 200 years? 300? As more Tyranids continue to flood into our galaxy, and the ones that are already here continue to repopulate out of control. The singular organism that is the hive mind represents the largest threat to every living creature in the galaxy. They are the end times. And due to the twofold factor of first, their primary driving force being the consumption of all organic life, and second, that consumption resulting in the destruction of all those who empower the gods, while simultaneously growing the shadow in the warp that sunders the connection between the physical and the immaterial, blotting out sections of the warp and further reducing the gods' effectiveness. The Pantheon has no ability to influence the hive or any members of its infinite brood. Thus, the stronger and larger it gets, the weaker they in turn become. The hive mind is a larger threat to the galaxy than all of the gods combined, and is more threatening to each god on an individual level than any of their other siblings or the Emperor. It is for those reasons that I award the #1 spot to the hive mind as the most powerful
Yo,
entity
Hellcat!
in
Thank you
all
for
of
being here. Thank you for
Warhammer
watching.
40K.
Thank you for stopping through.
But what do you guys think?
We're
Do you agree
painting a
with
little
my
bit of an
list, or would
Infernus
you change
Marine.
the order around?
Is there somebody that definitely
We're getting
deserved
there.
to
I'm
be on
doing
this
the
list
insignia
that
on his
I forgot
chest,
to include?
painting it
Who do you think
gold.
is the most powerful character in 40K?
Trying to get in there with
and
this
who do you
tiny
think is
little
the
brush.
weakest? What's a character that you think is currently not super powerful, but in the future may come to be one of the
Thank you for being
strongest
here. Thank you
figures
for
in the
stopping
entire
through.
galaxy? I'm super curious to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. And make sure to download War Thunder by using my link in the description of this video to get an amazing welcome pack, which includes multiple premium vehicles, account boosters, and a whole lot more. It's free to play and has some of the most amazing and historically accurate PvP battles ever created. Big thanks for watching my video all the way through. The watch time seriously helps out my channel a lot. And let me know down in the comments what other topics you'd like me to cover from Warhammer 40k. Also, what's your favorite type of videos that I post? Do you like when I do the Grimdark Story Hour, or are you more of a deep dive person? Anyways, with all that out of the way, I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Oh my god, War Modeler guy. War Modeler guy? Men of Iron deep dive. How's it looking? What do you think, you guys? How's it looking? We'll fix it up as we go, but it's not terrible. It's all right. It'll do for now. Get a little white to do the insignias. Corax white. I did. I'm still here.
In every single culture across space and time can be found a curiosity within living beings about their origins and place within the cosmos. In their earliest history, these people will often concoct primitive stories based on real events that will be passed orally from generation to generation for thousands of years. Over time, factual
I'm on my
accounts will
last
slowly be
models for
replaced
this
with myths and
commission work.
metaphors,
Nice.
eventually solidify into what we refer
Oh
to
yeah, that's
as
pretty
the creation
dope.
myth. The creation myth for humanity in the 42nd millennium doesn't really concern the birth of our species.
For me, that's the
but
fun
instead,
part. So
its ascendancy to power,
unless somebody's
and
got,
transition
you know, a
into
really
space
big
faring
model, you know, or
civilization.
army to do,
As such, this mythology
and they
centers
need
around
help,
the
but
seemingly unknowable men of stone,
we're having a
iron,
good
and
time
gold,
chilling,
who emerged
painting,
during humanity's golden age,
relaxing,
persisted through the
maxing.
dark age of technology, and vanished almost entirely without a trace by the time of the age of strife.
Alright.
Both within universe and without, these
Oh, let me change out my water
water
since I'm using a different paint now.
Debate and late night
I'll be right back.
binges. But the reality is that there's very little actual information concerning them, and what does exist is scattered over many different obscure sources. Now that being said, even if the references to them are rare, their influence over humanity and its history is paramount. So who exactly were the men of gold, stone, and iron? We know that the men of iron were artificial intelligences, but what about the other two? Were they human beings like you or I, or something far greater? Who were they? What was the truth of their nature? And why are they so important to the setting? Well, to
Alright,
get to
I'm
the
back.
bottom of this, we should first turn to one of the best sources we have available for
Bella
information
Truth, good
pertaining
night,
to
my
the
stream.
men of
We'll see you
gold,
next
stone,
time.
and
Good
iron,
night, Bella
the
Truth. Thank you
Journal
for
of
being here.
Keeper
Thank you for
Critics.
watching. We'll
This
be
source is the
here
first of its kind in more
tomorrow.
ways than one. First, it dates
Tomorrow
back to the
for
3rd
SG1
edition
Wednesday,
Warhammer
Stargate.
40K rulebook, printed in
Let's get up early.
1998, and was the
Awesome.
first
Do
time
it to
Games
it. Thank you for
Workshop
being
had
here.
ever
Thank you for
mentioned
hanging
these
out.
mythological figures. But simultaneously,
Fresh
in
water.
universe,
Cool.
this journals the
Paint.
earliest
Yes,
record we
drink
have
that. Stay
of the Imperium
hydrated.
attempting to create
Got a little bit
an
of soda.
accurate
Cheers, you
retelling
guys.
of
Thank you for being here.
humanity's
Thank you for
early
watching.
history, a generational task that fell to the keepers of Library Sanctus of Terra. This report by the titular keeper Crippius is dated 993 M41 and provides a somewhat cohesive series of events. He informs us in the very beginning that he is the last keeper, the last of his order. All of the keepers that have come before him have passed what they have learned to the next generation via oral storytelling. But here at the end, with no one to continue after Crippius'
Now we're
death,
gonna get on
he's presenting his
the
findings in
white.
writing for the first time.
White, and we're gonna do the shoulder insignias.
Fragmentary records at best, and don't have a lot of
That
insight
one?
into mankind's early history, and nowhere near as much as we, the audience, do. So I'm
Make
letting
those
you know
guys
right
white.
now that some of the things he's going to state here will contradict other sources that you already know about. But again, the best myths and legends are always built around a kernel of truth. In the very beginning of our planet, mankind did not exist, and the Earth looked a lot different than the Terra humanity knows today. It was lush and vibrant and dominated by animals and nature. But there was one figure of note at this point, the individual that would come to be seen as the god of humanity, the emperor of mankind. It is said that he was unseen and unheralded, and set about preparing the ancient Earth for the coming of man. Shortly thereafter, the first men appeared, the Golden Race, who was fine of limb and strong of mind. The Emperor chose to remain hidden in the shadow, content simply to watch and observe. Now over time, the Golden Men would assert their dominance over nature, repopulating and spreading wide across the planet, establishing both order and civilization. Shortly after this, the second race of men would appear, the Men of Stone, individuals that were said to be physically and philosophically inferior to their golden counterparts, and possess within them, quote, the conjurations of great artifice and mechanisms.
No!
That many people take to indicate that the Men of
Bro,
Stone
sorry,
were
man.
either synthetic
I hate
humans
it.
or at least part machine.
Ants in my
From the Men of
pants.
Stone's wake came the marvels of technology
sucks.
that both strengthened their own power and were likewise
Ruined.
harnessed by the Men of Gold, further strengthening their influence over
Don't
the
let
fledgling
ants ruin your
species.
picnic.
Eventually, the Men of Gold turned their attention to the stars and tasked the Men of Stone with creating great machines that would send both races into the ether. This is when a major turning point started to happen, as once mankind was no longer confined to a single planet, and we started rapidly expanding, the Golden Race's influence began to dwindle away, as it was made evident that they were completely dependent on all of the machines the Stone Race was capable of producing. Thus, over the millennia, the Men of Gold would inevitably disappear and the Men of Stone would prevail. This would mark the end of humanity's Golden Age, a period stated to be about 20,000 years prior to the journal's published date, so somewhere between the 21st and 22nd millennia. And this does line up with what we know, as the Imperium marks the Dark Age of technology as lasting from the 15th all the way up to the 25th millennia. Crippius laments at this point that his order knows very little about the Dark Age of technology, as most records pertaining to its existence have been locked away in the Librarius Omnis on Mars, a vault that none but the highest-ranking members of the Adeptus Mechanicus had access to. So at this point in the journal, he's kind of summarizing the events.
I went over just
now,
a
at
little
some point,
bit.
The Men of Stone would end up taking on a role similar to the Men of Gold, in that they created a new subservient race that would assist them with building their galaxy-spanning empire, known as the Men of Iron.
That's what they get for thievery of my water.
Capable of independent thought and serve their masters dutifully and without complaint. However, over time, they did as all creatures do.
And in your belly they will find a definition for a new definition for pain and suffering as they are digested over the next several hours.
United by their dreams of conquest. The 5,000 years that would follow after the creation of the Men of Iron was an era of machines and artificial devices at first wielded by the Stone Men and then later the Iron Men. This was a period that saw the birth of the Navigators, which allowed humanity to traverse the warp. It's also a period where we created weapons of
bro, what happened? I'm getting rusty over here.
Alien empires and pushed them back to the frontiers of mankind's dominion. Crippius states that his order isn't sure why it happened, perhaps a difference in ideology or some other petty reason. But eventually, the Men of Stone and the Men of Iron fell to warring against each other. In a final act of self-preservation, the Men of Stone annihilated all of the Men of Iron, even those who had retained their former loyalty. And during all of this, the Emperor maintained his shadowy vigil. This war that would come to be known as the Cybernetic Revolt was the start of the Age of Strife, wherein the ancient empire built by the Stone Men would collapse and split asunder. Humanity devolved into warring factions, whilst the galaxy erupted in chaos. Sensing weakness, our ancient alien enemies would assert their dominance once more. 5 millennia of suffering and endless turmoil would pass, afflicting every planet controlled by mankind, including Earth and Mars. Emboldened by mankind's lack of defenses, the alien menace would surge forth to kill and enslave. Mutation became ever more prevalent, and psychers began to be born en masse, bringing with them unthinkable havoc. It was now that the Emperor finally chose to reveal himself, ready to banish the anarchy of Old Night and return mankind to its former glory. Now, a few years after this bit of lore was printed, Games Workshop would end up revisiting the Men of Gold, Stone, and Iron in the short story Ancient History. But this time, the tale was not presented to us in the form of an academic thesis by an Imperial researcher, but instead as a tale passed between sailors. In this story, we're introduced to an individual named Kron, who you can think of kind of like a gruff, haggard, yet somewhat jovial older ship hand that tells a similar story to the one presented in the journal. But instead of talking about traveling the stars, he uses a metaphor of sailing the oceans. He states that long ago, man lived on a single island, but as his statue grew, he caught sight of other islands far off across the deep ocean. Since he had already seen everything on his own island, he set about attempting to reach the other ones. But unfortunately, he found the oceans too deep and too cold, unable to make it even barely 1/100th of the way to the next one before he was forced to return. For an age, man was forced to turn his hands to other things. But in time, food, water, and air came to be in short supply, so he turned his attention to the seas once again. Because he couldn't bear the cold of the ocean depths, he fashioned men of stone to go in his place, and the stone men then fashioned men of steel to become their hands and eyes. Out in the deep, these men of stone and steel encountered strange and terrible things, ancient beasts far older than man himself, that swam down deep in the dark. However, these things hungered for the true life of men, and not the half-life of stone, so the stone men swam unmolested. They would go about spreading mankind's seed to every single island that they visited. Now, eventually, man would learn how to travel the oceans himself, hiding in the stone ships that kept out the cold and the hunger of the beasts. For a time, everything was well, and man spread to many islands far across the ocean. But for a time, everything was well, and man spread to many islands far across the ocean. But eventually, the stone men became estranged from man. This led to a time of strife where the men of steel turned against their stone masters and mankind was riven asunder by wars. The stone men would eventually be overthrown and 1,000,000 more would burn as flesh fought against steel. Worse still, the beasts arose from the depths, and many of the survivors worshipped them as gods, the once proud and mighty man reduced to a rabble of groveling slaves. Eventually, a figure would rise that taught man a new way to travel the seas, a path forged from neither stone nor steel, but simple faith. Faith guarded man from the beasts of the void as steel or stone never could. Although both Kron's story and the Journal of Keeper Crippius are telling us basically the same information, I actually kinda love the juxtaposition between the two, as what is considered factual accounts in the first gradually shifts into the realm of myth and metaphor in the second. Where the mystery becomes even more intriguing, however,
Who's gone?
is
I'm
where
still
the two
here.
accounts differ. First and foremost, in Kron's version, the Golden Men are not mentioned at all. Their role in the story is replaced by regular old mankind. Yet the through line of a species creating a new race that goes on to create another race remains, each iteration being further removed from its origin point, becoming more mechanical and possessing a smaller and smaller fraction of what is considered true life. The bulk of this video is going to be focused on the Men of Iron, as we have many examples of them showing up throughout the text in one form or another. And if I'm being honest with you, it's the portion of this myth that tends to capture the imagination of the community on a much grander scale. But before we dive into that,
All right,
I do
you
want
guys.
to make an attempt here to explore what the Men of Gold and Stone actually were.
Not too bad, not too shabby. Oh, you meant okay. Yeah.
Now, when we talk about humanity's forebearers, there's an interesting quote that tends to come up pretty often. When asked directly about the Men of Gold, Stone, and Iron on a forum called The First Expedition, Lori Golding, an author and editor at the Black Library, gave us some interesting insights that they had learned from another influential figure within Warhammer named Alan Merritt. Lori states that Alan said, quote, "The Golden Men were a genetically engineered master race, with selective breeding kind of like in Dune. The Iron Men were obviously machines. The Stone in Stone Men refers to silicone, as they are an organic intelligence created
sorry.
artificially. I like to think of them as the 13th tribe from Battlestar Galactica, the organic Cylons who left Kobol and began their own civilization." Now, personally speaking, I'm
looking
inclined to
good.
believe what Lori is telling us here, but it is a secondhand source that wasn't posted in any form of official Games Workshop material or on one of their owned channels. It's
Alright, it's
not
got a
officially
little more
part of the
black on the
canon,
back.
so we have to take it with a
Black
grain
on
of
the
salt,
back.
especially considering that this post was made in 2016. We have
Behind
no
the-
idea
right there
when the
behind the
original
knees.
conversation between the two took place, and at that point in time, the Men of Gold and Stone hadn't been mentioned in the lore in almost 20 years. We don't know if this was Alan making a definitive statement about them, recalling something that was written in one of the secret Warhammer lore
Okay,
bios
I
used
have
by the
finished.
authors,
All packed
or
away.
if it was just an
Nice.
offhand and half-remembered remark. Personally, I believe that the
Excellent.
Men of Gold were at first what we would
Last
consider
models of
regular
commission work. How
humans,
fast?
but more
How fast do
specifically,
you
the leader
finish like
figures
one
of
guy?
historical
One
importance
little
that
homie.
molded human society.
I've been pretty much doing
Individuals that
one
over the
and
past
then
couple
doing
centuries
details
would
on
end
two
up
of them.
becoming the ruling class, whether they
For
be
over 2
members of
hours
the
now.
government, revolutionary figures,
And
CEOs of mega corporations,
yeah, I'm
etc.,
slow.
etc.
I'm
To
kind
add
of
on to
noob.
his statement about them being a genetically
And then Buddy
modified
over here
super
wants some
race, from my
commission, bro.
perspective, it's pretty obvious that such powerful
Commission work
people
for
would
ya.
eventually have access to surgeries, genetic and mechanical augmentations that quite literally made them better than baseline humans, as they had access to wealth and influence on a much grander scale. Not only this, but it stands to reason that those individuals would even start to experiment with eugenics or selective breeding within their bloodlines, a practice utilized by monarchies of the past. All of this is a concept that's not exactly uncommon within dystopian sci-fi like Warhammer, especially if you played Cyberpunk or anything like that. The Men of Stone, in turn, would have been the working class, originally identical to the one of our modern times. However, as the centuries passed, those individuals would also start receiving genetic or mechanical augmentations of their own, likely the mass-produced variety, to make them more effective laborers. I imagine the earliest Men of Stone looked exactly like you or I, the next generation probably looking vaguely similar to the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with their final iteration being a perfect blend of man and machine, synthetic bodies with human minds. Once they had reproduced to a certain point where they greatly outnumbered the Men of Gold and had spread far past their realm of influence, the Men of Gold's role in human society was no longer needed, so they faded away. The final perfected version of the Men of Stone would go on to produce the Men of Iron, and the rest is history. But it's that final version of them that truly captures the imagination of the Warhammer
Depends on the model.
community.
Okay,
But
so
unfortunately,
depending on the model
we've
is how
never
quick you
seen a
go.
living Man of Stone in the lore.
You draw
Or
an animal on
maybe
2
we
legs.
have.
I can only do local stuff. I can't draw. Oh, never mind.
Okay, so remember that individual I mentioned before, Kron, the jolly old ship hand from ancient history? This
An
is
animal
probably a
on
good
2
point to mention that
legs.
many within the
Like a
Warhammer
stick
community
figure?
believe
Since
that
we're
he
all
may have
animals,
actually been a living man of stone,
some are just too
likely the
afraid to
last of
see
his
it.
kind. In the beginning of the story that he's mentioned in, he seems normal enough at first, but the deeper we go, more and more pieces of his mask start to peel away, eventually leaving us looking at an entity that is without a doubt not human. The first time something seems amiss is when Nathan, the main character of the story, and a young man that Kron has taken under his wing, gets into a fight on the ship, and Kron somehow is able to move faster than someone his age has any right to, immediately putting himself between Nathan and his attacker, hitting the dude so hard he goes spiraling across the room. Later, he demonstrates intimate knowledge about the ship they're on, including first-hand accounts of details that date back millennia, including when the ship was nothing more than a floating space hulk before it was recovered by the Imperium and returned to service. At bare minimum, he is over 4,000 years old. Yet,
Damn.
if he really is a man of stone, he's likely far older than that. Later on, he demonstrates remarkable strength. He's able to crush the severed head of an Electro Priest with his bare hands, and at one point, they're both attacked by a Chaos Space Marine. Right as the thing's bringing its chainsword down on Nathan, Kron steps in and grabs it in mid-air, his hand glowing and sparking with energy. The chainsword explodes, and then Kron uses that same hand to fire a beam of concentrated energy into the Space Marine's chest, ripping his armor and the flesh underneath open with a monstrous thunderclap. Now, all of that is certainly crazy, but the weirdest part about this dude is at one point he ends up getting electrocuted and knocked out. Nathan runs over to him, shaking him, trying to wake him up, and when he does, he's a completely different person. His voice and personality no longer match the Kron that Nathan knows. This new Kron starts freaking out when he realizes that his augmentic eye and metal skull plate are still on his head. He begs Nathan to tear it off before it can take control over him again. But Nathan at this point doesn't know what to do. He's kind of in shock, and slowly the man's voice begins to trail off. His eyes close, and when they reopen again, Kron is back to normal, asking him what happened, having no memory of the previous events. It's a super weird situation, and I think at that point, we can definitely say Kron is not a normal person. It's pretty obvious that the story is implying that he's a man of stone, as throughout the book there are subtle references that hint towards this, like when Nathan tells us that he resembles a gargoyle, something that coincidentally is also made out of stone. Not to mention the fact that this is one of only 2 sources in existence where the Men of Stone are referenced, and a good story always has a reason for imparting information to the audience. However, again, since they don't definitively say that he's a man of stone and we don't have anything else in the lore to compare Kron to, it still remains a mystery. Whether or not you think he is or isn't, I'd love to hear your take on this in the comments section. Before we move on to the main event and start talking about the Men of Iron, I should also quickly mention here that there's a lot of speculation online that points to the Leagues of Votan in fact being surviving descendants from the Men of Stone. And in fairness, there are several big parallels with both of their stories. First, we know that the kin of the Leagues are much less susceptible to chaos corruption, as they are a race of clones and have diminished souls, much like how the Men of Stone were said to be resistant to chaos because of their half-life, rather than the full life of man. We also know that in their earliest history, the kin were humans who had been specifically engineered for deep space exploration, just like with the Men of Stone. The Iron Kin that serve alongside the kin are full-fledged AIs that are seen as equals by the kin within their society. Just like how at one point the Men of Stone and the Men of Iron stood
I'm still not too sure, man.
And finally, and most importantly, the kin are space
fairly
dwarves.
new
Men of
to
Stone,
the 40K
dwarves,
universe.
rock and stone.
I'm
It's
still
too perfect
learning.
a connection to be denied. However, as Games Workshop has been kind of lacking in the lore department for the kin, this is still something that remains just speculation for now, as even though there's lots of parallels that we can point to, there isn't anything definitive that links the two together. Alright, so with all of the myths, legends, and ancient history firmly established, let's dive into the real meat and potatoes of this video and talk about the Men of Iron. Specifically, all of the ones that survived the end of the cybernetic revolt and appeared in the modern setting or during the Great Crusade. Though most of them are depicted as bipedal war machines, there are many references that indicate that they can come in a wide variety of shapes and forms, from a humble combat droid all the way up to a truly titanic machine capable of biting planets and reality itself in half. No matter what form they take, they are considered to be extremely dangerous, and simple knowledge of their existence is a dire threat to the stability of the Imperium. Most encounters with the Men of Iron have been either kept secret or were deemed so horrendous that they were purged from Imperial archives. Yet many have survived, as they have been encountered by a wide array of Imperial forces, such as the Adeptus Custodes, the Astartes, Imperial Guardsmen, the Mechanicus, and rogue traitors. Now, I do think it's worth pointing out here that in many of these encounters, the term Men of Iron wasn't actually used. Instead, the Imperium classified them as abominable intelligences from the Dark Age of technology. In some of these examples, whether or not that term was actually used, they are almost certainly Men of Iron and fit the description to a T. However, in some of the more esoteric examples, whether or not you want to call them a Man of Iron is kind of up to you, as Games Workshop really hasn't given us a way of differentiating between them. They were either Men of Iron themselves or AI-powered weaponry utilized by them.
Delicious flavors?
You're off for the night? All right. Well, Hellcat, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chilling with us. I appreciate your time. We'll be here next week doing something Warhammer related on next Tuesday. Tomorrow we got Stargate SG-1 Wednesdays. We'll be doing Watch Party tomorrow. Friday we're going to watch party some movie. I'm not too sure. And then Monday we got Monster Monday. We're going to watch a little Pokemon. Oh, I'm sorry. We're done with Pokemon. We're going to watch a little Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon on Monday. So thank you for hanging out and hope to see you again soon. Peace.
Wastes. On numerous occasions, the Emperor's forces would end up getting pushed back here, and the region was proving to be nearly impossible to take. Not only did the armies of this region have considerable muscle under their command, including Thunder Warrior equivalent super soldiers, covens of psychers, and endless legions of mechanical automata, but they were also noted as having access to weaponry and technology that dated back to before the Age of Strife. In one of his earliest attempts to take the region, the Emperor would end up losing 1,000,000 men and 10,000 Thunder Warriors. Now, eventually, the Emperor decided to focus his efforts elsewhere, returning here only after he had conquered the rest of the planet.
Damn, look at that, you guys.
The Unification Wars. And
look at that detail. I got the little skull and bones on his little canister.
Needed to be fought on two fronts, both
white
on the
skull and
surface
bones on
and
his
a
reloaded
simultaneous
canister for his
subterranean
gun.
assault. Up top, he deployed an absolutely massive force, personally leading 6 legions of Astartes,
We're
a
doing
large
all
group
right.
of the Legio Custodes, mechanized battalions.
Oh,
of
my
war
cat
machines,
wants some
conjugal
water though.
armies,
My
and
cat
other loose
scratches at
warrior
my
bands,
bathroom
all
door because she
dedicated
wants me to open the
toppling
faucet for
single
her.
state. Down
So
below,
just give me a
the
quick
entirety of
minute.
the 18th
I will
Legion,
be
roughly
right back.
20,000 salamanders at this point in time, would utilize Mechanicus-made termite drilling assault machines to attack their strongholds deep beneath the earth, and neutralize the Caucasus Waste defense matrix by destroying the geothermal furnaces that were powering a series of impenetrable void shields around the enemy cities. Now, even though the salamanders were specifically bred to fight in harsh conditions characterized by extreme heat, this was thought to be a suicide mission. The Emperor, however, was not deterred. He had faith in his sons and knew that they would succeed in any task he set before them. The journey deep beneath the earth was fraught with danger. In fact, by the time the salamanders had managed to locate and pierce the area known as the Tempest Galleries, they had already lost 1/5 of their men. Large swaths of their drills melted amidst oceans of lava, or were crushed by the movements of tectonic plates. When the salamanders finally made it inside, they were shocked to see that this wasn't a bastion of man at all. The galleries were unlike anything they had ever seen. They were esoteric and bizarre, massive and labyrinthian in scale, consisting of 100 kilometers of artificially created subterranean nightmares that were riddled with booby traps, sentry guns, and giant storms of fire and electromagnetic energies. There were also no human defenders here, as was originally
little more
anticipated.
white
Instead,
for the canisters.
they faced thousands upon thousands of ancient battle automata from the Dark Age of technology that reacted to them like antibodies would against an invading infection. They were so strong that nothing could punch through their armor. Whether the salamanders used bolter shells or meltaguns, nothing worked outside of brute force from the end of a thunderhammer or a power fist applied at close range to their articulated joints. Even when they did manage to destroy large swaths of them, the governing artificial intelligence of the galleries would rapidly produce more reinforcements. The salamanders were completely unprepared for this, and
Gino, what's up, my dude?
Subterranean stalemate warfare, moving from gallery to gallery, destroying as many conductors, generators, and power conduits as they could, all while they were losing more and more men. In the final assault, what remained of the salamander forces and a couple of dreadnoughts managed to break their way into the largest of the galleries. This place was a giant cavern featuring multiple wide bridges suspended over an ocean of magma, with the central node powering the abominable intelligence of the galleries at the other side. The Tempest Automata responded in a tide of scorched black metal and snapping servo claws, slamming into the Legion head-on across the silicate bridges suspended between the sea of fire below and the hurricane of corpuscent lightning far above. Bodies by the hundred, machine and legionary alike, fell broken into the burning abyss. Severed power cables sparked furiously, mechanical bodies exploded in sheets of fire and shrapnel, while spilled blood vaporized to steam in the superheated air. The salamanders slowly and tortuously fought their way to the other side of the bridge, and right when it looked like they were going to be successful in their mission, an absolutely massive serpent-like machine rose from the lava below. Based on their accounts, its coils could have wrapped around and crushed an Emperor-class Titan. Nobody really knows what happened next here, but it's obvious that the salamanders were forced to make a fighting retreat, as nothing at their disposal was capable of harming this titanic abominable intelligence. The only clue we have is the last garbled transmission that they sent that sounded like one of the huge grab-propelled tunneling spheres used by the Tempest Automata crashing through the gallery wall and plunging past the Kraken engine directly into the node nexus. Whether this was one of the Tempest Gallery's own machines going haywire in a huge stroke of luck, or it was a last resort improvised weapon by a smaller group of salamanders, the main fighting force having proven to been a diversionary attack group. Regardless of what happened, the node exploded, collapsing the gallery around it and blowing out numerous other surrounding caverns and tunnels, creating earthquakes and tremors felt across the entire region. The resulting explosion is believed to have murdered the machine spirit of the gallery. All of the automata simply shut off. The machinery was still, and the vast spindle generators sank slowly and silently into the fires below, never to turn again. These earthquakes signaled to the awaiting forces on the surface that the 18th had been successful. All of the void shields and other defenses the enemy was using to hold them back suddenly went offline. The Emperor's armies moved in and crushed the defiant cities. Back below the surface, the surviving salamanders managed to regroup and use their mastery of machinery to rebuild one of the damaged termite transporters and make their way back to the surface. In total, 95% of them ended up getting wiped out, with only 1,000 of the original 20,000 returning to the surface. However, the Legion would inevitably be rebuilt, and the Emperor awarded all of the survivors the laurels of victory, cementing the assault on the Tempest Galleries as the 18th Legion's first recorded battle honors. I find it ironic and a little bit disturbing that in the lore of Warhammer 40k, the Men of Iron
that one came out a little janky, but we're gonna
unknowable
fix it up here in a minute.
This cosmic entity of myth and speculation that hasn't been seen for thousands of years. The vast majority of mankind has never heard of them. And yet, here they were, before the Imperium had really even begun. There was a massive stronghold of them right beneath the throne world's surface. Even worse, the enemies of the Imperium were able to harness their power and stand against the Emperor's armies. If nothing else, it's a sobering thought.
Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something fresh, I know.
However, I should point out that this is not something unique to the enemies of mankind, as the Imperium did kind of the exact same thing during the Horus Heresy. For this, we can turn our attention to the Excendio-class battle automata, which are quite literally shackled and enslaved men of iron, each and every one of them having its AI tortured, neutered, and chained to the service of man. We don't really know much about the process that was used to bring these things to heel. But in the lore, it's described in such a way reminiscent to blinding and deafening a scholar, severely crippling it, but leaving its wrathful intelligence intact. These things were also equipped with a kill switch, so if the AI attempted to disobey orders or got a little too out of control, its controller could immediately render it inert. These things would end up being entrusted to Lionel Johnson and the Dark Angels Legion by the Emperor, and they were described as towering metal behemoths cast in an inhuman mold that were only unleashed on the most
All right,
intransigent
there it is. This one came out
History
way
shows
better.
that there were few formations that could stand
little
up
skull
against such
thing on,
monstrosities, as each was said to
the
be
reload
a
of his,
maelstrom of churning
gun.
claws, gouts of arcane flame, and blasts of radiation. Whereas other automata used by the Adeptus Mechanicus were famed for being coldly logical in the field, the Excendio class seemed to take a vicious delight in the carnage that it wrought. Now, I've thought in the past that these machines very well could have been the same ones that the Salamanders encountered in the Tempest Galleries, but as of right now, there isn't a bit of lore that directly links the two, so that's still unknown. What is known, though, is that they were found somewhere on Terra. And speaking of the Tempest Galleries, although we're not given much of a description about it other than how big it was, the serpentine AI that rose up out of the lava at the end of the Salamander's assault was a particularly horrifying artificial intelligence that is completely removed from the bipedal humanoid men of iron depicted so far. Now, at first, this may seem to run counter to what we've been led to believe about them, but if we turn our attention to the audio drama Perpetual, the titular Perpetual Elenius Pius gives us more insight into the more terrifying forms the men of iron could take, and the horrifying gargantuan machines at their disposal. Now, a quick little bit of background information just in case you're new so you can make sense of this next section. In this universe, there are individuals known as Perpetuals that live forever and cannot be killed except for under very specific or extreme circumstances. The three most famous of which being Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders, Malkador the Sigillite, and of course the Emperor of Mankind. Well, in this story, we follow the Perpetual who is said to be the oldest in existence, Elenius Pius, who is estimated at being around 45,000 years old. This is important because it means he is one of the only living individuals in the galaxy that directly witnessed the Men of Iron and the cybernetic revolt in real time during the Dark Age of technology. In this audio drama, All and a group of survivors from the Wordbearer's invasion of Calth are using a shard of the Anathame Blade to literally slice open reality, creating portals that transport them to another point in space and time. Their ultimate goal, to escape the forces of chaos and make their way to Terra. After making multiple different jumps, the group eventually lands in the city of Andrioch, a human colony established in the first days of the human exodus. They ask All if he knows
So I'm
where
back,
Mary
yeah,
is, and
buddy.
he says that his best guess is the tail
I'm
end
back,
of the 23rd millennium,
Francis
the
and
last 2
Gino.
centuries of the Dark Age of technology. And
The
I know what you're thinking here.
WB.
Wasn't the Dark Age of technology supposed to last up until the 25th millennium? And that's true. That is what it states on page 167 of the 6th edition Warhammer 40k rulebook. However, that source also
looking
tells us that
alright.
the
Looks a little
cybernetic
janky here and
revolt took
there,
place in
but
the
for the most part it
23rd
looks
millennium.
alright.
So from All's perspective,
Came out of the
his
lines a
version of
little
the Dark
bit here
Age of
and there,
technology
but
probably ends
again,
once
for the most
everything
part,
goes tits up and the galaxy and humanity are engulfed by anarchy and
Gonna
war.
fix up
It's neither here
a
nor
little
there,
here and
but
there.
it is a discrepancy, so I figured I would mention it. Anyways, back on topic. The group doesn't actually end up encountering any real men of iron in this
A
story.
little more
Instead,
blue.
they bear witness to the terrible aftermath of one of their attacks. Everywhere they look are signs of cataclysmic damage. The entire city is jet black, covered in deep radiation burns. At one point, they end up on top of a cliff near the city and look straight down. Below them is a bottomless abyss that plunges down to the core of the planet. All tells them that the city used to be twice the size, but half of it was likely destroyed by what he calls a mechnivore after it bit the city and the entire planet in two. He speculates that it may have been a rogue AI, but at this stage in the revolt, almost all of the machines had gone rogue. Their abominable intelligences querulously hunting for friends, but perceiving everything as enemies. This is a quick little passage from the audio drama that I think goes particularly hard. All says that there were weapons in the older days that could do it, weapons of immeasurable power, tech devices employed by both the Iron Men and the alliances that stood against their cybernetic revolt. All remembered the horrors of entropic engines that ignited planets, sun snuffers that uncoiled like serpents the size of Saturn's rings, mechnivores ingesting data along with the cities that contained them and hurling continents into the heavens, omniphage swarms stripping flesh from a billion bones in the blink of an eye. Ah, those were the good old days, when war was something too colossal for the human mind to comprehend. The only human beings that the group encounters here are pale and withered things that do not interact with them. They're all plugged into cables and data streams through their eye sockets that are generating for them a fake reality that their minds can exist in while they wait out the mechanicalism. A day that all realizes
Mechanicalism, love it.
Upon further inspection of the cliff, all thought that he could make out the actual bite marks. The mechnivore, or some other rogue man of iron machine, had consumed more than just the city and the planetary crust beneath. It had eaten data, and not simply the analytical data stored in the city's engines, but the raw data of space-time itself. This rendered their time-traveling group stuck because all needs the imperial coordinates of the city and the cosmic vectors of the immaterium. This wasn't just a bite mark in a city, a bite mark in a planet. It was a bite mark in reality, a wound in the ether, a bite mark in the warp. Now, thankfully, none of the things all references in this story have survived to the 41st millennium, at least as far as we know. But this was only a small taste of the horrors unleashed by the Men of Iron and the terrible forms that they could take. Some of these forms not even being by their design, as on a few separate occasions, the Imperium would encounter something truly terrifying. Men of Iron that became corrupted by chaos. The first of which appearing in the Gaunt's Ghost novel First and Only. So, in the story, the Tanith First and Only end up encountering an STC that was capable of creating new Men of Iron, as similar to the one in the Tempest galleries that the Salamanders encountered. The machines this thing produced were described as shuffling blue-eyed nightmares, each standing far taller than a man, with faces like sightless skulls of burnished steel. The sinews and arteries of their bodies formed from cable and wire encased in anatomical plate sections of lustreless alloy. Now, what is being described here is believed to be the most common form of a Man of Iron, a bipedal humanoid-like war machine. However, things take a pretty dark turn from here, as the STC that produced them ended up getting corrupted by the forces of chaos, and the machines it suddenly started producing were malformed and grotesque. One of these newborns, as the story refers to them as, is described as being hunched and blackened, with one arm far longer than the other. The smaller one being hideously vestigial and twisted. Corrupted horns sprouted from their overlong skulls, and their eyes shone like deadened yellow. Oil-like stringy pus wept from their eye sockets. The thing shambled unsteady, its exposed teeth and jaws clacking and mashing idiotically. Although some STCs are objectively more powerful than others, traditionally speaking, STCs do not produce something wholly new like this. They're able to produce certain items, materials, resources, or machines, and many different variations of said objects. This is the only place I've seen a corrupted STC like this producing actual chaos Men of Iron. Now, thankfully, this thing would end up getting
it sure
destroyed,
does.
but it wasn't the only Dark Age of technology AI that would fall to the influence of chaos, as there was perhaps a much more infamous and terrifying example known as the Castigator Titan, which appeared in the novel Dark Adeptus, the second of the Grey Knight novels. If you're unfamiliar with it, the Castigator Titan was often referred to as the Father of Titans, the first of the Titans, of which every known pattern can trace its ancestry back to. This machine was created in the Dark Age of technology and was fully autonomous, remarkably intelligent, and fully self-aware. The Castigator was massive, larger even than an Emperor class, and according to the novel that it was featured in, made every other Titan look downright primitive by comparison. It was far more humanoid in appearance. Its head was mounted on its shoulders instead of inside of its chest, and its limbs were more proportional. Honestly, its description made it sound kind of like a giant armored humanoid rather than a pilotable mech. This thing would end up making a pact with the Black Legion after the planet it was originally lost on was pulled into the warp for a period of 1,000 years. During this time, it agreed to allow a demon to possess it, and became powered by the raw energy of the Immaterium. So once again, we have direct evidence of AI becoming corrupted by chaos. And this thing was on an entirely different level than the corrupted Men of Iron encountered by Gaunt's ghost. In fact, by the time the Grey Knights encountered it, its titanic cannons no longer fired traditional ammunition, but full-blown demons. Shots slashed through the air above the carapace and shrieked a few meters away from Alaric. Not explosive shells or las blasts, but captive demons, screaming in agony as they were flung burning through the air. The most interesting thing about this particular Titan, however, is the fact that due to its chaos corruption, it completely forgot its own purpose and history. Only after the Grey Knight Alaric convinced the machine of its corruption did the demon appear and was able to be slain. The Grey Knights not only destroyed this thing, but the STC as well, leaving its fragments to be recovered by the Adeptus Mechanicus for further study.
Looking good.
So I'm pretty confident that this is going to be a lukewarm take, but it's definitely crazy that the Men of Iron can in fact be corrupted by chaos. But equally crazy is evidence that some of them have the ability to straight up purge chaos corruption. And to further explore this, we have to talk about the Tabula Myriad. The Tabula Myriad first appeared in the novel Cybernetica and the follow-up short story Myriad. It was an abominable intelligence created at some point during the Dark Age of technology. Now, this thing was what was known as an exigency engine, which far surpassed the abilities of Mechanicum cipher engines and Logista. Its Baroque matrix combined the calculus of macro probability with the creativity of its abominable sentience, filling the gaps in its data with imaginative theoreticals.
A little bit better.
If you were to ask what this thing was designed to do, to put it bluntly, it wins.
Kinda.
It wins
Kinda.
using the coldest logic and computational power possible. It was responsible for genocides on a number of warp storm isolated worlds during the Age of Strife. It was cold and calculating, and sought only to assimilate, enhance, and replicate everything in the universe, one planet at a time. Via its flawless logic, it was able to predict the rise of chaos and the Martian Civil War, as well as every other catastrophe that would ever befall mankind. The most chilling thing of all is that every single time it tried to calculate an outcome, it always came to the conclusion that in order to protect mankind from itself, the species would have to be purged, a decision that it took less than a millisecond to come to. It was eventually located by the Iron Hands, and after they defeated all of the sentient constructs it had produced on Ultima Median, the 24th Expeditionary Fleet would end up turning it over to the Adeptus Mechanicus for safekeeping. We're quickly skimming over a whole lot of stuff here, but in Cybernetica, there's this heretic named Octal Bull, who is part of the Cybernetica division of the Mechanicum. He ends up experimenting with the Tabula Myriad, and it drives him mad, causing him to pursue what he calls the war on flesh. He goes on to incorporate portions of it into Mechanicum machines, yada yada yada.
And dude, but he's looking pretty good over here, you guys.
Actually gets really interesting to me, however, is in the follow-up short story Myriad.
We're telling Isis Scott Francis too. They're hunting everyone on stream. No! This means wow!
Disguised as a Castellan robot. The protagonists of the follow-up story are Martian loyalists that got left behind on the red planet after the Dark Mechanicum took control over.
Quick look at the homies. I think we might be done.
Doing everything they can, even though the Dark Mechanicum vastly outnumbers them. When they first encountered the Tabula Myriad, they didn't really know what it was. They thought it was just another Castellan robot. But they had been following a distress beacon, and when they arrived, they found this thing standing amongst a field of Martian corpses. Now, as weird as that was, the stranger thing was that when they examined all
you
the
better watch out, Gino.
none of these individuals were loyalists like them. They were all clearly members of the Dark Mechanicum, but half of them had been completely purged of corruption. All of the demonic scrap code that had infected them
are the
had
new
been
number
scrubbed
2.
impossibly clean. None of this
was number
made any
1
sense, but the Castellan was too valuable an asset to leave behind. So they took it with them when they returned to their secret underground
I am not a number.
It was here, however, that the
I am a free man.
The AI was revealed. Now, they weren't foolish. There was definitely something weird about this thing, so they put it in quarantine and sent one of their members in to inspect it. But as it turns out, that guy was secretly loyal to the Dark Mechanicum. The machine detected a chaos device
buddy,
inside of his
we're
chest,
looking all
came to
right.
life, and used its mechadendrites to
insignia
quite
looks a
literally
little off
rip it
now.
out. It then plugged into their mainframe and attempted to communicate with the rebels, but it was having trouble using their crude machinery. So all it was really able to say was the terms adapt, enhance, and replicate over and over. Now, one of their members, the Logista Algerna Zephyron, knows exactly what this thing is, as he had overseen the trial of Octal Bull. He conveys this terrible knowledge to the group, and they're split on what to do. Some of them think that this is their prayers to the Omnissiah made manifest, a terrible tool to fight against a terrible enemy. But the others on the opposite end of the spectrum are not convinced. It's a silica intelligence.
Fuck yeah! Coming to save the motherfucking day, yeah!
However, they realize the hopelessness of the
We should watch
situation
Team America
they now
one of these
find
days, you
themselves
guys.
in, and eventually relent.
Fucking love
choosing
that
to
movie.
harness the power of the abominable intelligence in the name of Mars. In the rebels' next attack, they were able to
There was
use it to
something
cleanse
I
a
was
newly
just
minted
gonna
Chaos
fix
Titan
that
of
was
Chaos
white,
corruption.
and I
And
don't.
one of the
Oh,
members
there
of
it
the
is.
group
All right.
was a former princeps, so she was subsequently able to take control over this Titan and add it to the Resistance arsenal. This mission, as it turns out, was the first step in a 4,267-step plan to retake the Red Planet, a plan that the Tabula Myriad gave to the Resistance freely. It's revealed to us that even though the Tabula Myriad sees flesh as a weakness that needs to be purged, chaos corruption is a far dire one that always takes precedence in its calculations. The story ends with the Martians realizing that they've made a pact with the devil here, that one day in the far future, they would pay an
Yeah, that's a
enormous
little bit
price
better.
for utilizing such a terrible machine. But today wasn't that day.
Kind of. Kind of.
Unfortunately, it's an event that hasn't been written about in novel form yet, but we do know
Yeah,
that
it'll work
after
out.
the Siege of Terra, the loyalist half of the Mechanicum, that would later become known as the Adeptus Mechanicus, would end up returning to Mars, defeat the Dark Mechanicum, and would claim the Red Planet once again.
All right,
Based
let's
on the
eyeball
events of
these
the
guys
show's
one more
story,
time.
it's highly likely that the Tabula Myriad will end up playing a significant role in this event when they decide to write about it. And when that book comes out, I'll
Oh
definitely
heck
cover it.
nah, the ISIS are coming. Be right back. Handle, bro.
That's
Watch
my
out,
pasta.
Gino.
Cut. Hey, Timothy.
All right, there's a couple more spots that I got to do with black, and I think I'll be good after that. Let's see. Let's see.
So we've now established that the Men of Iron come in a wide array of different shapes, forms, makes, and models, each more terrible than the last. But out of all of the ones we've talked about so far, none of them really fit the mold of what we imagine when we think Man of Iron, as in a fully sentient, self-aware machine with a vaguely human-like personality that views itself as being superior to mankind, and most importantly, is specifically refers to itself as a Man of Iron. That label not just being something applied to it by the Imperium. And honestly, that's the way it was for like 20 years in the real world. We as fans had been told that such machines did in fact exist, but we hadn't yet seen one in any of the source material. However, that all changed in 2018 with the release of Warhammer Quest Blackstone Fortress. Around the time of its release, when Games Workshop was introducing us to all of the playable characters via the community site, one of the articles said something pretty strange, that, oh yeah, this combat droid here is actually a fully functioning Man of Iron that has disguised itself as an Imperial robot. Boy, when I tell you, my
Black's
fucking
looking
jaw hit the floor when I read that.
alright.
Like, I can't even put into words how crazy
Check
of
the
a
other guy
statement
for
that was
black.
to me. The only thing that even remotely comes close
Here,
is like, do you remember when
in
Mass
the
Effect 3 was
black.
coming out, and as part of the promotional
Oh,
material, they
just the
revealed that one of the party
fear
members you'd have access
of
to was a
dumb.
surviving member of the Prothean
Anybody listen to
species?
Iron Maiden
Like,
out
oh
there?
yeah, this ancient
You guys remember
godlike
Iron
race
Maiden?
that was wiped out by the Reapers
Fear of the
50,000
Dark,
years ago,
great
that
song.
we spent 2 whole games
got a
building
chance,
up as
check it
mythical
out.
figures. Yeah, it turns out one of them was in stasis and survived, and you can have him on your squad. His name's Javik. Have fun. Yeah, it was kind of like that for me, an equally mind-blowing piece of fan service. But the Man of Iron reveal was on a totally different level, as my imagination had been running wild about these guys since like the early 2000s. Also, side note, if you didn't play that, BioWare definitely ruined that by making Javik like a day one paid DLC, but that's besides the point. This isn't a video game channel. Anyways, back on topic. If you don't know anything about Blackstone Fortress, the game, or its lore, I'll give you the gist. The Imperium has recently learned of the location of a 7th Blackstone Fortress, but they're not the first to have discovered it. This isn't in Imperial-controlled space, and as such, it is a lawless realm. Individuals from every species and faction have journeyed here seeking fame and fortune inside of the fortress for thousands of years. Nearby is a huge ship graveyard with a space station known as Precipice that has been cobbled together from the remains of all of these ships and now serves as a central hub for treasure seekers and mercenaries to form up.
Iron Maiden's alright. Just alright. Alright.
Individuals that
Okay.
has come here
That's
is an
down.
Imperial combat droid named Ur-025, who arrived
I'll
on a
take it.
dilapidated Imperial junk hauler completely alone. It was emitting an auto-proclamation claiming that it had been sent to Precipice by Magos Aethericus III of Ryza as an autonomous data collection unit. It was offering its services as a bodyguard
actually
for
looks
parties aiming
good.
to explore
Woo.
the fortress. But it also issued a warning to all that it had been sanctioned for eradication against any who would impede its Omnissiah-given duty. This
Funny
is,
thing
of
is, it only
course,
looks
a
good
lie,
in,
a fabricated backstory to further
with the naked
conceal its
eye.
true
I'm sure if you
identity
put it under
as
the
a
camera,
living
it's
man of
gonna look
iron.
like crap.
Unlike the others who have come to Precipice, it cares little
Let's
for
see, let's
wealth
see,
or
let's see.
fancy trinkets. It seeks to obtain the technologies that underlie the fortress itself. For deep within the colossal space station, Ur-025 senses a kindred spirit in the
Yeah,
Blackstone
look at
Fortress
that.
artificial intelligence. Now, originally, we weren't really given much information about him other than this quick little backstory. But shortly thereafter, a short story titled simply Man of
Looks
Iron
alright,
was released
you
as a bit of
guys.
promotional material for the game that gave us more insight into his personality and motivations. I absolutely love this story, even though it's pretty short, and I don't want to tell you everything about it, as shamelessly, my next video is probably going to be a grimdark story hour about this particular story. But I'll give you some of the key takeaways. The people that
Yeah, dude, it
encounter
looks
this
pretty
thing
good.
say that it's pretty
Just a little
off-putting.
blue
It
on his
seems
shoe,
normal
though.
enough
We're
at
gonna have
first
to fix
glance,
on this
but
shoe. Look at
when
his
it
right
looks
shoe.
at you, it feels like it's
That
really
bottom right
looking,
shoe right there.
not just using all of its data
Back
sensors to
corner.
avoid stepping on you. Multiple
Yeah,
times throughout
yeah.
the story, it demonstrates that not only is it hyper-intelligent, able to
Clean
step
that up
around
right
Adeptus
quick.
Mechanicus data scans as easily as breathing, but it also has a complex human-like personality. The first time it sees a Castellan robot, it feels sad and a sense of pity for it, as the other machine is clunky, simple, and shackled to the will of its accompanying tech priests. The Adeptus Mechanicus party had a robot with them. The designation and specifications flickered idly through Ur-025's cogitation unit, Castellan, a design ancient by human standards, but compared to Ur-025, it was a shocking novelty. Seeing these dumb, inferior machines saddened Ur-025. It imagined
All
human
right, there it is.
explorators
I think
felt
we're good now.
similarly when they stumbled across deviant evolutionary branches of their own race on distant worlds. Seeing creatures one was kin to, physically and mentally reduced, was profoundly woeful. It was a slave. The human reaction to these discoveries was immediate extermination. Ur-025 felt only pity for the Castellan. Near the end of the story, his mask begins to slip, and he ends up in a fight with the tech priests that have ordered him to accompany them into the Blackstone Fortress, and he has this to say.
I have met the Omnissiah, the actual one, not the Earthling corpse. He would find you extremely disappointing. I am not a machine as you would understand. I am not a slave. I am not a thing. I am beyond and above you.
Ooh, he's all
It
mad.
leaned forward until its ceramite face was close
Cover
to
for
Magos.
Pantera, Megadeth, and Slayer. Hell yeah, that's those are dope. I like
The
those.
look of pure fear the tech priest gave was gratifying to Ur-025.
And I am free.
What Ur-025 meant
My bad,
by the
rain check
actual
tonight. No
Omnissiah
worries,
is
dude.
Still a mystery that we can only speculate.
It's all
and I'm
good,
curious
my
to hear what
guy.
y'all's
I was
thoughts are on
looking
this.
out up
We
here
know that
for
the
ya.
Machine God and the Emperor, who is routinely referred to as the Omnissiah,
I haven't
by the
refreshed it in a
Mechanicus,
while,
are two
but
separate entities. The Omnissiah, i.e. the Emperor,
it's
is
all
the Machine
good,
God's
dude.
avatar that the deity used to walk
Whenever
the
you got
physical
time, whenever you're
universe.
feeling
Could this
it.
mean that there is another Emperor
Iron Maiden's still slaying. Hell yeah, they
Dark
is.
Age of technology somewhere out there in the universe right now? Or
The
was
homie Area
Ur-025
51 alien,
directly
he's
referencing
playing
the Machine God
some
itself?
Dragon
Was
Quest
the Machine
11
God
over on his
originally
channel.
a
Not right
creation
now.
of
I mean,
man
right
or
now,
woman
but
of
not
iron
the
made
second
during the
right now.
Dark Age of technology
What part you
that
on, my
somehow
dude? It's like
managed
on
to
part
ascend to
4 or 5?
godhood? Was
6
that
maybe?
original machine the real Omnissiah?
Doing pretty good, getting
I'm
through
not
it.
gonna lie to you, I've got a lot of
Check
questions
him out,
about
it's
this, but
alright.
unfortunately, I don't think Games Workshop will ever give us any solid answers to it. Now either way, I know one thing for sure. I need more stories featuring Ur-025, as he's a fascinating new
Yeah, dude.
addition
I think
to the lore.
we're all right. We're done. We did the little
So here at
the
the end
little
of the
skull
video, I
and
just wanna
bones
say
on
that
the
Men of Iron
on the
are
cartridge
easily one
down
of the
there on the
most
gun.
fascinating pieces of lore
We got the
within the entirety of
golden. We got the
Warhammer
white
40K.
on.
They capture the imagination of the community seemingly like nothing else. And every single time we get
This is the one that we needed to finish
what
painting,
they and the
or
machines they
paint.
harnessed were actually like,
And the
we're
other
left
two
with
are over
both a
here.
sense of awe and a longing for answers to questions that before that point we had never even contemplated. I'm just gonna be honest with you, I don't think Games Workshop will ever give us a book set during the dark age of technology, no matter how much I personally would really enjoy that. It's a period that would
Part
look almost
6
nothing
about
like
to
Warhammer
round
40K,
out
and
the party.
with branding
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff, I
buddy.
just don't think it's
You almost got
something they're
another guy
interested
in there.
However, it has been demonstrated time and time again that the Men of Iron
Eyes,
are still out there in the modern
base,
setting, looking
what?
out from the shadowy corners
Oh,
of the
the
galaxy, observing
base.
mankind
Good
with idle
point. The
curiosity and
base.
possibly malevolent intent.
Eyes. I don't know about the
creepiest
eyes.
part about
Are
them,
they?
though,
Aren't
is
the
that
eyes
we
supposed to be
still have
red?
no idea
I don't
what
have
they
any red.
actually want. We don't actually
Unless I
know
make them
what
gold
caused the
with
cybernetic
Belshazzar
revolt in
gold.
the first place. And as far as the community is aware,
I mean, I can
they're
make them black,
definitely a
maybe.
threat,
I'll have
but
red
we know
eventually.
even
We can
less
come back
about
and do the
them
red
than
eyes.
something like the Necrons.
Red
That
eyes,
element
black
of the
dragon.
unknown adds a chilling layer of horror
Muzzle
to
burn?
this mysterious
Muzzle
faction,
burn.
and I'm willing to put money down that the
Muzzle
Imperium
burn.
will
How do I do
certainly
muzzle
encounter
burn?
them again in the future. But what do you think of all this? What do you
Wait.
actually think the Men of Gold and Stone really were? What do you think caused the cybernetic revolt to happen in the first place? Do you think chaos
I
had
have
something
this
to do with
guy.
it? Now, normally when we
Shade
talk about the dark
Agrax
age of
Earth
technology,
Shade.
chaos doesn't really
But
come
it's for
up.
the gun.
As we've demonstrated in this
I
video,
can put that on there.
chaos corruption of machines and AI is totally possible. So maybe it really did play a role in those apocalyptic
But the
events.
base. The
If Games
base.
Workshop was
The
to
base
introduce
came
us
with
to
one
more Men of
too.
Iron in the future, what specifically would you like
With
to
a
see?
color
And what
or a
questions
paint.
do you want answers to? As
Technical
always, leave all of your
Armageddon
thoughts, comments,
dust.
questions, concerns, and ideas
And it's like
for
a
future
thick,
videos down in the
pasty
comment section below. A big thanks to
paint.
everyone who supports all the work that I do.
Water
and I
down
will
black
catch you
for
all in the
the
next one.
muzzle burn. Okay, so we'll
This
water
fall
down
season,
black for
apply for
muzzle
Curacao
burn.
credit and get $100
And is
off
muzzle
your
burn
next
on the
purchase.
whole
Get
thing or
50%
just
off on 14
on
karat gold necklace.
just on the little tiny holes? So water down some black. Three parts water. All right, let's do that. Let's get some muzzle burn going. Bess. Base. Slap a 4-string. Oh, bass. You ever play the cello? Turn it on its side and cello, it's a bass. School of Rock. When Jack Black used to be great. Make Jack Black great again. You want a black stain you can see through and to build up layers to desired darkness. Okay. Player Joe. Hell yeah. Cello's hardcore. Oh yeah, it is. All that shit's hard. Any of those intellectual stringed instruments. Violins, viola, cello. All those guys. Alright, so we're gonna thin out a black. We're gonna do that muzzle burn. Greatest respect. Child yearned for the minds. Wait, from School of Rock? Or just a joke in general? I don't get the joke. It went over my head. As a child, I yearned for the mines. Oh, Minecraft movie trailer. I don't even really remember. I think I did see the trailer, but I don't. I don't really remember it. Did I see the trailer? If I saw the trailer, I watched it with you guys, but I don't think I watched it. Maybe I did. I don't remember. When are we gonna watch Nosferatu, bro? Are you still gonna check it with some homies or the family or something? Or if we do a watch party, I'll let you know. Been ratioed to death. Damn, that sucks. I seen Nosferatu movie. Was it? Yeah, thumbs up. Damn. All right. Cool. Excellent, dude. I'm gonna have to check that out one day. No rush, just one day. But yeah, dude, I'm glad it was good. That's what I like to hear. Guess who's back? What's up, buddy? Welcome back. Like -1 death worth. Like -1 death worth checking in theater if you can. Okay. All right. Is it? I mean, damn. How much longer is it in theaters for? Maybe. If I'm able to. We'll see. If I do, I'll let you know. The gun actually looks a lot better when it's all what did you call it? What'd you call it, my dude? Muzzle burn. Muzzle burn looks good. Hey, back again. Guess who's back? Shady's back. Yeah, dude. Such a good song, so funny. Sometimes I wonder what the old me say. If what? What we do in this? What we do in this? Oh, whoops. Damn, dude, this has been silent this whole
The
time?
chapter's design and motifs draw clear inspiration from Pacific.
And rewind you a little bit. Oh.
Less by factual accounts of history and more so by its myths and legends. For every accurate report that manages to make its way through the labyrinthian bureaucratic chambers of the Adeptus Administratum, 2 more fall between the cracks. The final stands of unlikely heroes, the history and culture of toppled civilizations, the great deeds of factions lost.
A little more muzzle burn, we're almost there.
Accounts of ancient, undocumented predators that hunger for the flesh of men, all confined to the halls of legend and hearsay, retold only in hushed whispers and half-remembered accounts. However, every once in a while, a myth will prove to be too powerful to be forgotten, a story so captivating and intriguing that it refuses to go quietly into the night, despite the voracious and oftentimes exhaustive efforts of those who would seek to cover it up. The story of the Carcharodon Astra is one such myth, an exiled chapter of Space Marines that has existed on the fringe of our galaxy, prowling the outer dark for 10,000 years. There they shall remain until their final atonement, subject to none but themselves and the will of the Void Father. Most don't even believe the Carcharodons exist. They think they're nothing more than a boogeyman, a story designed to scare children and keep them loyal. These legends speak of silent warriors.
What are you guys saying?
Bearing markings that match no known chapter of Adeptus Astartes. They prowl the void. Like
we got a little muzzle burn.
Devouring anything foolish enough to get in their way. Worst of all, when they do return,
you can't really tell on camera. Well, maybe you can. Yeah, it's not as shiny as his chest plate or
disappearing back into the void. What the people who have heard these stories don't know, however, is that these monsters of legend are terrifying.
See a little bit.
They arrive with no warning, the entire company never speaking and moving with ghostly silence until the moment they have located their prey. In that split second, they burst into violent life like ancient statues transforming into vengeful deities of slaughter, ready to reap a tithe of blood. Like blood-crazed sharks they strike, wielding
Another one with,
devastating chain
some,
weaponry and close-range firearms, descending upon their foe
some
in a
burn
tidal
damage.
wave of brutality. Severed limbs are sent spiraling through the air as bodies burst apart in vaporized
Probably do a little
clouds
bit
of
more.
gore. The
Right.
air is filled with the screams of the dying and the deafening roar of hundreds of
maybe a
chain
little bit
axes
more.
as more of their brothers descend from the sky in screaming drop pods. Warriors clad in ancient defaced suits of Terminator armor teleport into the middle of the enemy ranks, the rotary barrels of their chain cannons already spinning to life before they've even finished materializing. It ends as quickly as it began. These wrathful predators, now stained red by the dripping blood of their foe, turn and retreat without uttering a word. The once mighty fortifications of the enemy, now left as smoldering ruins, saturated in ankle-deep gore. The populations of the planets they visit are left with a strange mix of emotions. Now, on one hand, they're beyond grateful for their savior's intervention, yet all are left shaking in terror by the supernatural savagery they've been forced to witness. Most planets the Carchardons grace with their presence are simple backwater worlds or isolated mining colonies, all existing on the far fringe of Imperial territory. Many have not had contact with anyone off-world in decades or perhaps even centuries. Despite their isolation, these people are not ignorant. All of them know of the Emperor's angels, but the chivalrous and holy defenders of mankind depicted in their holy books are nothing like the blood-drenched killers they now find themselves face to face with. However, they will soon come to realize that their fear was well placed, and any shred of elation they may have felt is always short-lived. For the truth of the Carchardon's deployment is that the butchery of the Voidwalker's enemies
buddy.
was merely coincidental, and the true reason for their
Dad.
arrival on this
Okay.
backwater world was for something altogether
You got
darker,
to
as is
live
their
your
right,
life
gifted to them by the
today.
Forgotten One in their edicts of
You
exile.
can't live your
This
life
planet
addicted
has
to
been marked
smack.
to pay a tithe in flesh.
Something,
As
something,
swiftly as
something.
it
I
all
don't remember the
began,
song.
The Carchardon Astra
You
departs
will
once more,
say
returning
it's
to the
easy,
void,
McCoy.
like a great oceanic predator returning to the murky depths
How
below.
does the gun look
having
now?
only
A little better, or
surfaced
should we go
to feed.
darker?
They leave behind no trace of their existence. Every shell
Looks darker in
casing,
person,
every
I guess, 'cause it's
discarded
kinda
scrap of
shiny with the
ceramite,
light.
every broken tooth from their chain
Yeah, you can
axes,
kinda see how
all
dark it is right
gathered with
there.
reverence and brought back to their fleet. So too is the entire population abducted
Too dark
and forced
or
into the
dark?
bonds of slavery.
Bro,
Those
there's
who opt
gold
to
up
be
there on the
initiated
hand,
as
on
new
the
Space
armrest,
Marines
on
will
the
instead
handle.
fill the role of chapter serfs,
Done.
serving their
Gotta
new
paint that black
masters
now.
as they hunt mankind's most ancient enemies.
Fix that rat
It
quick.
may take years for the Imperium to send someone to investigate the planet, an event that normally occurs after the world's tithes stop coming in. The story is always the same. The world is always abandoned, its cities deserted, and its great factories silenced. Despite the exhaustive efforts of the Inquisition to catalog and explain these events, they are ultimately always recorded as simply another entry in an ever-expanding list of unexplained mass disappearances. The Carchardon's existence is one characterized by a constant
This
lack of
Alien
resources,
Watch,
grim
okay.
necessity, and brutal violence. They alone
I don't know if he
the
still
importance
watches
of
it, but
their
I know
mission,
he's
and to
I know
lift
he's
their
watched
veil of
it.
secrecy, to
He knows
reveal
he knows
themselves to the
references.
wider Imperium would mean they would be subjected to its laws and regulations, ultimately only hampering their effectiveness. So instead,
Better,
they
but
choose
another
to
coat
stay
closer
hidden,
to the
adrift
tip
in the
might be
dark
better.
places
Just
between
wait for it to
stars,
dry
forever
first.
hunting
Alright.
the alien, the witch, and the heretic.
Wait for
wherever
that to
they choose to hunt.
dry. We'll work
We
on the
are
other ones.
protectors of humanity and its judges. When the
Do a
shadows
little
strike,
more on the other
we
ones.
strike back. From the outer darkness we come, and into the depths we shall return. The black sea beyond the stars calls to us.
The Sonic Fun 99 menu just got funner with a Junior Deluxe cheeseburger, small floats, and French toast sticks for only $1.99 each. And yes, funner is a word because proper grammar is boringer. Also a word. The Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic.
When your worst allergies attack, fight back with Claritin. Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. Live Claritin Clear.
Those aliens.
So with that iconic Westhammer overly dramatic introduction out of the
Those
way,
aliens
what exactly are the Carcharodon Astra, or as they're more commonly known within the 40k community, the Space Sharks?
Damn.
Well, at their core, they're a mysterious chapter of Space Marines that was exiled 10,000 years ago to patrol an area directly above the galactic plane, commonly referred to as the Outer Dark. It is here that they hunt the enemies of mankind and are often the first to engage new alien threats, such as Tyranid hive tendrils that are attempting to enter our galaxy. The chapter's design and motifs draw clear inspiration from Pacific Islander culture of the real world, and much like their namesake, they style themselves off of the seaborne carnivores that once prowled Terra's ancient seas. Their fleets move much like a pack of sharks does, stopping only when they encounter prey, or more accurately, the enemies of mankind. When this happens, they will lurk outside of detection range, studying their prey for as long as it takes to identify a weakness. Once an exploit has been discovered, they hit the enemy as hard and fast as possible, attempting to decapitate it in a single devastating alpha strike before it has time to react. This may not be the most honorable way of fighting, but to them, this doesn't matter. They view honor as a dead thing, something lofty nobles would argue about endlessly, sending untold legions of young men to their deaths over perceived slights. It's a concept favored only by those with resources.
We're doing different ones. Be right back.
Honor has
Yeah,
no
buddy.
place within the Outer Dark. Survival and victory are the only things that matter. They have no homeworld to speak of.
I hope not.
Instead, exist as a nomadic fleet-based
animal
chapter. They are entirely on their own
fire.
and thus
Behold, as I
receive no
blow
support
smoke
from the larger
from my
Imperium.
nose. Hell
They're famed for their
yeah. Hit that,
brutality,
smoke that,
so
all
much
that.
so that on the rare occasion that they have fought side by side with the Imperium,
Oh,
after
speaking
action
about
reports
smoke that.
claim that the merciless violence they inflict on their enemies put all other loyalist
Let me just get
chapters,
another little-
also famous for close combat assaults, to shame.
A little muzzle
With
burn
the
on
possible
here, and
exception of the
we're
Legion
gonna
of the
take a
Damned,
quick.
the Carcharodon Astra is by far the most mysterious.
I'm not gonna go
of
anywhere.
all
We're just gonna
Space
turn the
Marine chapters.
camera
As far as the
off
Imperium
for a
is concerned,
second.
they shouldn't exist at all. All records pertaining to them were destroyed thousands of years ago during the Astropath Wars of the 32nd millennium. New documented encounters with them are so rare that most of the time the Imperium simply chalks them up to lesser-known chapters with a similar motif as simply being misidentified. Because factual accounts of the chapter are so rare and often conflicting, those who believe in their existence have hotly debated whether they
Yeah,
are
but
loyal
you know.
or a pack of renegades. And that concept alone, I gotta admit it, is kind of awesome, and I'm starting to get why these dudes are so popular. It's a group of Space Marines that exists off the books, and nobody knows they exist, and they can do whatever they want. I love factions that fit into the waging a secret war that nobody knows about archetype. It's awesome and opens the door for a lot of really interesting stories that aren't necessarily restricted by the mountains of established lore. And on the surface, they seem like pretty nice guys. Maybe a little brutal, bloodthirsty, but nice guys nonetheless. They do what they do not for outdated concepts like honor or glory. Hell, they don't even require the gratitude of those they lay down their lives to protect. It's just a bunch of hard-as-nails shark boys, ready to go out and fuck up some aliens.
Hell
However, on the other hand, one simply cannot wage war for multiple millennia without a constant supply of new resources. And with no allies to get them from, they have to do things that the Imperium not only would not approve of, but if found out, would immediately declare them excommunicate traitoris, namely the Red Tithes, where they enslave entire populations of Imperial civilians. But we'll get into all that in a lot more detail later in the video. These guys constantly skirt the line between good and evil, loyal servants of the Emperor and barbaric renegades. Regardless of your feelings on some of their more grimdark elements, you gotta admit that at the bare minimum, they are a fascinating chapter to read about. Now, just because the Imperium's records on these guys are shoddy at best, it doesn't
Yeah,
mean that
buddy.
we as the
Yeah, barrel
audience
burn
don't
is
know a lot
looking
about them,
good.
as there
Oh,
are
looking
3
dope.
excellent
Thanks,
novels
bro.
that have been written from their
All
perspective.
right, so we'll
The
check
Red
out the
Tide,
barrel
the
burn
Outer
on
Dark, and the
this one.
Silent Hunters, as well as a handful of short
First one.
stories. This video took a little bit longer to get out than I meant it to, but that's because I took a week to make sure I had read through every single thing they have ever been mentioned in. So I'm using all of the books you're seeing on screen now, as well as their
Barrel
entry in the
burn.
Deathwatch RPG supplement on
Looks
our
alright
chapter,
on
and
camera.
their section
Not
within
too
the
bad.
Imperial Armory
Not too
Volume
shabby.
10, the Badab War, as the primary sources for this video.
Alright, so now the
Also,
second
before we go
one.
any further, I should point out real quick that yes, I am aware there is a different chapter called the Space Sharks, and a lot of people like to claim that there are 2 different entities. But I'm pretty confident that's not true. The space sharks haven't been written about in 2 decades, and all of
I
the
can fix this
Carcharodon's
one up a
lore directly
little
mirrors that of the
more.
original space sharks. The first time the Badab War was written about, for instance, it was the space sharks that were involved in it. Well, in all further retellings, it would be the Carcharodon Astra. It's pretty obvious to me that they're supposed to be one and the same. Also, one last little side tangent, but it was actually pretty interesting comparing the Carcharodons as they're depicted in the novels versus the game supplements, as the former was written from the Space Sharks' perspective, while the latter is written from the Imperium's. The game books make it sound like we know practically nothing about them. They throw out a lot of conflicting information. The Deathwatch RPG book actually says they were created
And
in
the
the
third
23rd
one,
founding,
let's check
which
out the
happened
third
in the
one.
later half of the 37th millennium, which goes entirely against everything that we know about their history of 10,000 years of exile that's spoken about at length in the novels. This is why I've mentioned in the past that using both the novels and game supplements.
Damn, dude, that barrel
is the
burn
best way to
actually
get a
looks
complete
pretty
picture
good,
of a
dude.
faction, rather than relying on one source over the other. Okay, tangent over. Now, I would forgive you for thinking that the perplexing nature of the Carcharodons would lessen
Maybe
as the
another little
Imperium
spot
had more
right there in the
documented
front
encounters
that
with them.
needs a
But
little
that couldn't be
going.
further from the truth. If anything, the
I
mystery
could
surrounding
use-
this chapter has only grown in
Now
recent
you
centuries
could
with each bloody
use
deed and
normal oil, or
unexpected
you
strike
can
they
use
perform.
your
At this
black
point,
glaze you
the very
made
name
and paint it
Carcharodon
over
Astra
all the
is seen
blue
as being
so it's
synonymous
all
with the cold, dark depths of the void
so it's
and the hungry
in
predators that
all
lurk
the
within.
shadows,
So
and you can
let's
make
take a
it
closer look at the long and bloody
darker
trail they have
on
carved
like the
across the
bottom
galaxy,
of the
and talk a
arm
little bit
of
more about how these guys fight
knee
and
pads.
what makes
Okay,
them different
for
from other
that you go
chapters.
back with the blue
In
and
combat, the
add
Carcharodons have been described as
highlights
acting entirely without
by
mercy.
dry
Now,
brushing.
in fairness, this is
Dry
something that you
brushing.
could say of a lot of different Space Marine
Okay,
chapters.
let's
but it holds true
give
for
that a
them
shot. Let me
more
just
than
fix
any
this
others.
muzzle one
And
more
not just for
again.
their enemies. Time and
A little
time
more
again,
muzzle
they've
burn that I
displayed an
missed,
utter
but I feel like
disregard for
I
civilian
should add
casualties,
right there
whether
to the
inflicted
front.
by the enemy or themselves in the pursuit of their target. When the fighting is done and they're left to deal with the surviving members of a rebellion, they are said to be as the hand of death itself. In the short story, The Judges and Their Hunger by David Annandale, we see an imperial world whose main output is luxury goods for the rich and famous. Naturally, this makes it a prime target to be attacked by the Flawless Host, a Slaaneshi Chaos Space Marine warband. The story opens with one of these traitor marines, who is referred to as the Judge, executing members of the ruling nobility one by one, asking them if they have value before he crushes their skulls. The last guy in line is thinking quickly and desperately trying to come up with a way to save not only himself, but perhaps convince the traitors to
Mozzarella
show mercy to his
cheese.
people.
Hell
He
yeah,
approaches his
mozzarella.
would-be executioner
Blue
and
cheese?
bows to him.
Hell no.
He's about to make
Feta
some
cheese?
kind of deal,
Hell
but
no.
before he can get the words out, there's a sudden
Gouda
explosion
cheese?
from behind
Fuck
the
no.
door of the building they're in.
I'm actually not a cheese guy, so you're going to the wrong person with cheese types of cheese.
Across the room. His body a mangled, bloody mess, his head hanging limply, almost completely
Fake ass American yellow cheese that when you fold it, it breaks. That comes in the little individual packages.
So fast
Hell yeah.
that the guy literally assumes that this space
Sharp
marine
sharp
just ran
cheddar?
full sprint
Nah.
into the building, and the collision is what caused the
That
explosion.
brushing is
He doesn't
undersung
even
but not
flinch. He just runs
overstated.
full tilt towards the heretic
Okay.
and executes him
Yeah,
on the
dude, I
spot.
just
The civilian
I'm
from
afraid I'm
before
gonna ruin
dusts
my
himself
brushes
off
by dry
and goes to
brushing.
thank him for
The
saving him.
paint's gonna
But
get hard
the
on it,
space
and then
shark
I'm
cuts
never
him
gonna be
off
able to
and
make them
glares
soft
down at
again.
him, saying,
But I could always
"You were
put paint
bowing."
thinner in
The
my
guy
brushes,
chokes on
right?
his
And
response, fear
get the
welling
paint
up in
off.
his
I mean,
throat.
that's not
"You
really
were
that hard to
abasing
do,
yourself
right?
before the traitor," he says. The story ends with him staring up
Proc,
into the
thanks for
cold,
following,
unflinching
dude. I
eyelenses
appreciate you,
of this
man.
world's true judge and
I need all the
executioner.
followers on
And
Twitch I
I
can
should point
get
out that it's
because
not even
Kick
just
is
individuals that
beating
may be
Twitch, bro.
suspected of casual
We got
heresy
like
by the chapter.
37,
Sometimes
38
it's just
followers
civilians
on
that happen
Twitch
to
and
be
like
in the wrong place
50
at the
now
wrong
on
time that end
on
up
Kick.
getting slaughtered. In the novel Red Tithe by Robbie McNiven, while fighting within a prison complex
blue
against the Night
cheese.
Lords, the Battle
Is a
Brothers
stop.
of the Carcharodon
Gotta
Third
get a
Company,
brush
led by
cleaner, dude.
Reaper Prime
All
and
right.
Shar,
I'm gonna look into
frequently end
brush
up
cleaner
surrounded by
next,
inmates who have been loosed from
and
their holding
an
cells. The
actual
Carcharodons
wet
don't
palette,
even
not
flinch.
my
They carve a
homemade
bloody
thing
path
that
through the prison,
doesn't work that
slaughtering
well.
anything that
It
gets in
works
their
all
way.
right.
Whether
It's
the inmates
just
had armed themselves and
I need a
foolishly
different
thought
kind
to
of baking
challenge
sheet
encroaching
paper because it
space
like falls
marines,
apart
or
and
were
leaves little
simply
fibers
lost
on
in
my
a state of
brush.
panic and got caught
Pisses
between the
me
space
off.
sharks and the Night Lords. It didn't matter. All were
Your models look
mercilessly
good,
cold
but
as they
I'm
rounded on their hated
describing
enemies.
the next
Despite their
skill
brutal,
level for you to
uncaring
start
nature,
taking your models
observations by
further and no
Imperial servants that
criticism.
fought
Oh,
beside them
okay,
during
for
the
sure, my
Badab
dude.
War stated
I
that the
appreciate
chapter
that,
was
my
observed
guy.
to roughly
We might
conform
actually,
to
you know,
tactical and
it's
squad doctrines of
never
the
gonna
Conference of
happen unless I
Stars,
give it a
which
shot,
is
right?
surprising, Considering
So,
that they've been completely isolated for 10,000
why not?
years,
We'll add a
and
little,
it's not like there's anyone
little bit
out
of
there
that
to
shade
hold them
to,
accountable for choosing
at least
not
we'll
to
do
use
one
it.
of the guys
If
with a little
any
bit of shade.
deviation
That
is
way, when
observed,
I'm
it
done,
was
and if it
normally
looks
just
bad,
in
it's like I
terms of
didn't ruin all
aesthetics,
3 of them. I just ruined
iconography,
one.
and systems of
There's
rank,
no real
but choosing
ruining it, I
instead to
guess. It's
adopt a
just,
system
you
of
know,
highly totemic markings that
one
held
that I won't be
meaning
happy
only to
with.
them. The Carcharodons utilized librarians and chaplains
Can't really
much like
ruin
other
art, right?
chapters,
You
and although
can, but
support units such as tech marines and apothecaries were
oh
incredibly
man,
rare
unless
amongst
like
their
you're one of those
ranks, it
kinds
was
of people
believed
that
that the
like,
majority of them would end up staying
I don't know,
behind with the fleet
puts a
rather than taking
single
to the
shoe
battlefield themselves.
on the
Such
floor
behavior
of an
is
art
not
place
exactly
and then,
uncommon
you know,
for
calls it
fleet-based
art. Yeah,
chapters,
I'm not
and
down
with
for
the
that.
Carchardons
Oh, hey,
specifically,
get out of
who
here!
operate
Don't
in
touch
exile
my
with
model's kitty,
incredibly
bad
limited
kitty.
resources, it was most likely
You can
that
get your
they saw
hairs
such
in my
valuable
paint.
battle brothers as being too important to risk unnecessarily. When they were first observed actually fighting during the bad
Hey, get out of here! What are you doing? I have nothing for you. Alright, so we're gonna get a little more black. Give it some shade, a little shade. Yeah, dude. I'm happy with that gun burn.
and
My first time doing gun burn,
their hierarchy
barrel
and
burn.
methods of organization being
I
veiled
mean,
in
it's not
secrecy
great,
so
but it's
thick
not
that they were
bad.
utterly impenetrable
You can
to
tell what it is,
outsiders.
right? It's not like you're
Their
looking at it and
companies
being
were
like,
similar
"Oh
in
yeah, what is
function
that?
to a
What happened
Codex
there?
battle company, but
You
were
messed up?
usually supplemented
You messed
by
up?
a sizable
Yeah, I messed
auxiliary
up.
force
I
of
messed up bad.
scouts, spearheaded by a dedicated
Alright.
detachment of Terminator veterans
Get a little
who served as
more.
bodyguards for the
So
company's commanding captains.
if I put on
Now,
the
although the
shade
Carchardons are no
with that
strangers to
thinned out
fighting
black
with
that I
armored
made to
vehicles
add to the
or
blue
deploying
armor,
ancient dreadnoughts
do I
into
want to
combat,
slap it on with
most of the
like a
time,
big
they
brush or
rely
go
on a
little
large
tiny
corps of
brush
Space
and
Marine
just
infantry
be
at the
very
end of the
careful with
day?
the shade
They don't
area?
like
Probably a
fighting
little
on the
tiny brush, huh?
defensive, and as often as
I
possible,
want to slap
choose
it
to
on
be
just
the
anywhere.
aggressors,
Yeah, we're
initiating
gonna go
combat
small brush.
operations on their terms. They have demonstrated a complete disdain
Swiss and
for any
Irish
kind of
Jesus
protracted
King.
engagement,
No.
instead
Have
preferring
you seen
to
those
approach their
people
targets with
run
extreme
down the
speed
hill
or
after the
stealth
wheel of
in order
cheese?
to fully capitalize
Dude, that
on
wheel
the
of
element
cheese
of surprise.
people
Now,
up
this is where all of the
sometimes,
scouts
especially
come
if you
in.
like
These
trip
Space
and
Marines in
fall and
training
it
will move
hits you.
ahead of the main
Dude,
force
dude.
via land speeder or attack bike
I mean,
in order to probe
usually
enemy
it's down there
positions
before you,
and
but
identify
if it
weak
hits you,
points. Once they've identified a suitable vector of attack,
Army
the
Painter
Carchardon
Wet
forces will
Palette
hammer said
is
weak
bomb.
points
All
with an
right, but
overwhelming
we might
strike.
have to go
Now,
Army
under
Painter
normal
Wet Palette then.
circumstances, a Space
Write
Marine
that
battle
down real
company
quick.
may choose to
I'm definitely
bombard
gonna
the
look
enemy
at
from afar or send in an armored
different types
spearhead. But
and
not the
probably
space
YouTube a
sharks.
couple
They
different
want to catch
ones
their
and see
enemies
what's
off
up.
guard
But
and hit
I'm
them with
definitely
the
taking
overwhelming surprise of drop pods, thunderhawks, and mass
suggestion
teleportation.
at heart.
These assault forces
Army
are traditionally made up of a
Painter.
mix of tactical Marines, assault Marines,
Wet
and Terminator veterans. The Marines moving quickly to close ground between them and their foe, engaging in hand-to-hand combat and
No, it's
unleashing
okay,
the
but don't
firepower
dry
of their
brush
weaponry
like you
at nearly
see most people
point-blank
do
range,
with the
even
makeup
if
brush.
those weapons are a devastator
Just use a
squad's
regular brush,
multi-meltas or
take a
las
small
cannons.
dab
It
and
doesn't
wipe
matter
it
what type of
back
Marine they
into
are,
the
whether they're a
bottle.
member of an
Fill your
aforementioned
brush.
Devastator squad or a dedicated
Just has
assault
paint
unit.
on
Every
it.
single Carchardon was
Not
observed carrying a plethora of
filled with
vicious
it.
melee
Then
weapons,
lightly
whether
paint
they be
your
humble bayonets, blades,
Hell
or
yeah.
chain weapons, the latter
Army
being
Painter
a
Wet
favorite
Palette
amongst the
cheese.
chapter for the
Wet
shock
palette
value they
cheese.
hold when they rip into
I got all these
the
brushes.
foe.
I got these nice
And
brushes
speaking of ripping
that
and
we got
tearing,
hooked up.
having their armor splattered in the
There's a whole
enemy's
bunch of them,
blood
and I
is
got
an act
some of
they
those
refer to as a
dry brushes
bloodening,
down
and
here.
it holds great significance amongst the chapter.
Makeup
In
brushes,
fact,
pretty much.
they've got these Terminators known as the Red
Yeah, we got
Brethren that are said to be the
a bunch of
right
nice
hand
little
of
brushes. They're
Tiberius the
little
Red
tiny itty
Wake,
bitty
the Carchardon
guys.
chapter
We got
minister.
big
They work
guys. We got
alongside
curved
other Carchardon
guys.
companies and will follow
Oh,
the
it's sick.
orders of
It's
their
dope.
respective captains. But at the end of the day,
We got
their
hooked up.
loyalty is to the Red Wake first and foremost. If the goals of the captain
The medium
ever
brush
deviate
for
from what
washes
the
is
goals
good.
of the Red Wake are,
Saliva
they will
is
always defer to
superior.
the chapter
Blending
master. With the
medium
artwork on screen, you may
to
be
water.
wondering why they're called
Really?
the Red Brethren if their armor is normally
We'll
pearly
get it all
white.
full of
And
cooties.
don't worry, that doesn't last for very
Army
long.
Painters,
Here's a quick
sheet,
demonstration of
foot
what
function.
happens in just a few
Alright.
moments after they've been deployed.
Cooper's Hill Cheese Blending on the Wake event.
There
That's
we
what
go.
it's called?
Much better.
Yeah, dude, that
Unlike with
shit's
other
wild.
Terminators used by the chapter, the Red Brethren
People
are called in by
faceplant?
the
Oh,
company
dude, so
master
funny.
after their unit has was already engaged in combat. They can only be deployed
yes.
once, and then that element of surprise can't be used again. So it's critical that the company
All
master.
right, so we're gonna
deploy
go
the
medium
homing beacon
brush. So
at
I'm
the
not gonna go this
absolute perfect
tiny
moment.
one.
The Red Brethren
Put that
have
aside for
demonstrated
now.
getting pretty pissy in the past
I'm
if
gonna
they
go
feel
medium
like they were called
brush.
in too early. Anyways, back to our
Medium
Carcard
brush,
assault.
medium
So
brush.
I want you to imagine this. You're a military force. You're dug into a fortified
Spit
position,
overlay.
and you're no stranger to what comes next. The enemy's going to utilize some siege
Giggity.
equipment, maybe make an artillery strike or two, and send in some
Talk
heavy
to
armor
overlay.
to try to break their way
Yup.
in. they're going to launch a
Bro.
bunch of probing attacks to try to root you out of your position.
Yeah, sick
What you're
motherfucker,
not
Mac.
expecting, however, is everything to
We
be
gotta watch
quiet
Super
and
Troopers one of
still
these
in one
days
moment,
too.
and
Another
in the
classic.
next, you've got dozens of drop pods coming
We're
in
gonna
right on
go
top
with
of
this
you,
one, I
unloading a bunch of
think.
chainsaw-wielding super
This one
soldiers
seems
that kick the
pretty
doors down and run
medium.
at you full sprint. Terminators teleporting in all around you, their guns already firing before they even finished
go bigger?
materializing. You look
go
around
bigger,
and you're
right?
like, Jesus Christ! Just as a dude eviscerates you with a chain axe. I'm not gonna lie to you, as straightforward, unsubtle, and barbaric as this strategy may seem, more times
You know?
than not, it tends to
Can
be
use
pretty
those, but I
damn
would
effective.
save them for
And in the
some
rare few times that it
vehicles.
isn't,
Medium,
the Carcardons will suddenly
largest
retreat
brushes
just as
you
swiftly
have
as they
with edges
arrived,
would
fading
be
from the
good for dry
battlefield
brushing
like a
too.
ghost,
Oh.
and leaving their prey wounded and bloody as they circle
Something
around
like this
for
guy?
another strike. Whether that retreat was not needed or the second strike proved to be even more successful, eventually
Or
the Carcardons will press the
maybe this
attack
one?
further, committing themselves fully to the assault as they dig in deeper, ripping and tearing at the enemy's vitals in order to inflict as
Alright.
much carnage
This
as
one too.
possible.
Another flat
This
one.
is when their true brutality is unleashed in force, and they seldom leave
More
any
facts.
survivors.
Hell
The
yeah.
pattern of
Thanks
attack
for
is
the
actually
experience, you
reminiscent
guys.
to how great white sharks hunt. They lurk
We're
in the
gonna be
deepest,
leveling up here
darkest part of the
soon.
water, just out
With
of
all this
sight,
experience you
studying
guys
their
are
prey
throwing at
and
me.
waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When that moment comes,
Alright,
every
so let's
single
thin
muscle
out
in
a
your
little more
body
black.
reacts to propel it straight upwards, taking their prey by surprise in a single devastating bite,
We'll do that
either
one
killing
more
them
again.
instantly or leaving them crippled and wounded, unable to defend themselves as it moves in for the killing blow. When it
Those are fine for dry brushes, but you have better. Thanks. All right.
Super Bowl is free to stream on Tubi. Remember
Flatter
to show
edged
up for
ones.
the
Okay.
game
Flat,
fashionably early to
straight,
catch
no
the red
curve,
carpet with
no
Olivia Culpo.
angled.
Register now to
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. We're doing it, you guys.
that the space sharks utilize in battle, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of all over the place. In a documented account from the Badab War, the Phobos R/017
Alright,
pattern
grab a
bolt
little more
gun
black.
and Mark V Heresy pattern power armor were the most common combination observed. Yet everything else spanned the entire breadth of the Imperium's history. As I mentioned before, they use more scouts and terminators than most. The heavy use of scouts is crucial to their method of warfare, but also allows them to preserve resources.
water.
Scouts are given very little in terms of valuable equipment, other than a gray carapace plate and black multi-weave fatigues. None of them even have names. They're only given a number designate, such as Aleph 77 or Aleph 116. Oftentimes, a scout will be bloodied dozens of times and will be in service for over a decade before they trade in their carapace plates for the coveted power armor of the battle company. In fact, when you look at a Carcardon scout force that has a lot of veteran scouts like this, it's indicative that they haven't taken a red tithe in a long time and are in desperate need of fresh blood. But we'll get into their tithing later in the video. Most of the suits of Terminator armor that they have been clearly modified or augmented in strange, unorthodox ways in order to keep them combat operational. Old
I
wounds
don't
and
know,
the
bro.
scars of hundreds of battles can be observed.
I don't
on
know who
their
that is
surface,
either.
and most having been repaired.
I'm
enough
bad
to
at
keep them
actors
functioning,
and
but under
who
normal
what is
circumstances, this would not be considered worthy of Imperial standards.
I'm the wrong-
They are a chapter
I'm the wrong buddy
functioning
to
with
ask.
limited resources, as will become a major theme.
I gotta
throughout
take
this
care
video.
of things
And
tomorrow.
when it
All
comes to
right,
their
buddy. Be
equipment,
cool,
they
my
have to
dude.
use
Thank you
what
for
they
stopping
can
by.
get
Thank you for
and
hanging
maintain
out.
what they already
We're just gonna
have.
do
They
a
don't have the
testing a little
luxury
bit
of
of
having a bunch
that
of
shading
fancy
on the
special
homie,
issue
and we're
equipment
probably
that
gonna
is
call it a
unique to
night here
them
soon
like other
too. We've
chapters
been
do.
on for
Though,
almost
that being said, there are
3.5
other things
hours.
we can look
Damn,
at
dude.
that make the space
I already
sharks
did a
stand
4-hour
out.
stream earlier
First
today.
and foremost, they have an
We're
affinity for
cooking.
chain weaponry, as I mentioned
But I
before.
appreciate you for
Most
being here,
of
my
which
dude, and I'll
sport
catch you a little
teeth
bit
in the
later.
shape of shark's teeth rather than the traditional chain teeth. At times, they will add a stylistic fin to their pauldrons or helmet to denote rank. And amongst their librarians, they do have a couple of psychic powers that are unique to them. And in my
No
personal
pellet, just a
opinion,
dip
they're
from
kind
the
of
lid.
amazing.
Wipe
The
and
first is
paint.
called From the
Hot
Depths,
edge till
and
the
it's
brush
where the
has paint on
librarian
it.
will conjure an array
Doesn't
of
fill
mental
with it.
imagery
Don't add
designed to
water.
paralyze
Lightly
their
drag
foes
brush
with fear.
across
The victim will be overcome
edges
by
of
a
model.
choking mental darkness,
this
their mind
type
flooded
of
with images
dry
of
brush.
lurking
All right, I'm gonna
singular
try that.
predators. It will be like they are suddenly transported from the
Should I do the
battlefield
dry
and
brushing?
plunge deep beneath the waves of an
I'm
ancient
sorry, you
primordial
said dry
sea.
brushing
They will
last,
thrash
right?
helplessly
But
against
do the
darkness
shading
in their
first and
mind,
then the dry
where their
brushing
physical
last? Or
body
should I
is
just
left
do dry
completely
brushing now?
defenseless against the assault
The
of
shading
the
after.
librarian's brothers. The second, and by far the cooler of the two powers, is known as the Rending Maw, and it's exactly what it sounds like. The librarian will conjure an avatar of an oceanic predator in the form of a giant razor-toothed mouth.
Thumbs up, folks. Yeah, what Alien said. Thanks, Area 51.
Their prey. The massive jaws snapping shut, skewering
Thank you, Mig.
all caught in its embrace in a shower of viscera.
Some people might call it overbrushing, which
is then slammed back down in an avalanche of crushing rock. It's shocking, brutal, and ultimately a really effective psychic power.
Let's give this a little bit of a shot.
Remember when I described earlier what it would look like to be assaulted out of nowhere by a bunch of space sharks and how terrifying that would be? Now let's mix in some space wizards that summon giant shark mouths up from the ground as well.
First, then
and you can get an idea why these guys are so rightfully feared.
So wherever the light would be hitting it
probably noticed throughout this video, a lot of the artwork depicting them
light's hitting it from up there. We're going to do a little darker over here.
Now, regardless of their age, all Carchardons have grayish pale skin, but as they get older, their eyes begin to darken. The oldest Battle Brothers have completely liquid black eyes without iris or sclera. Eventually, they start to develop dark dentical scabbing around their eyes, jaws, and neck, giving their skin a rough, scaly, shark-like appearance. It's not uncommon for members of this chapter to have teeth like a shark that have been sharpened to wicked points, though the text indicates this is a cultural thing that they do to themselves rather than a genetic trait from their gene seed degradation. Some Carchardons even have their original teeth replaced with sharpened metal ones. Each and every Carchardon is their own unique individual with their own personality. But if we want to generalize the entire chapter, most of them have been described as being stiff, brooding, and bellicose. Those who have fought beside them indicated that they demonstrated a seemingly supernatural dual nature. They would transition between periods of watchful stillness and sudden explosive action, a change that could happen in an instant and without warning. They are ever watchful for weakness and exemplify patience in its grimmest and most foreboding form.
Watch please will remain in the details and shadows while you bring the highlights back up to the bright blue.
And sometimes not even
I'm down. Thanks, bro.
They simply wait, whether
We're
for
doing
orders,
it.
A task to
We're making it
perform,
happen.
Or their foe to show weakness. Now, some people confuse this for sloth, and that's a deadly mistake to make. They are unafraid to spend as long as it takes to analyze an enemy, to wait until he makes a critical error that they can exploit. When such a flaw emerges, they explode into furious action, tearing at their opponent with a savagery that seems completely at odds with their earlier inactivity. This sudden jarring shift between quiet caution and extreme bloodlust is a hallmark trait of the chapter in more ways than one. Silence is something that they venerate in their culture, something that's featured in much of the chapter's indoctrination rituals, their founding text, and their chapter dogma. They use the quiet time between engagements to contemplate their place within the chapter and mentally prepare for the coming fury. To further enhance these periods of quiet meditation, they utilize their layman's ear in a unique way, to cancel out the roar and rattle of their ships or anything else that may intrude upon the serene stillness of the void. Chapter 3, verse 11 of the Veil of Stars, which is one of their foundational texts that was penned by their first Shademaster in the
might as well just shade all of them, right?
States that solitary silent contemplation offers the best opportunity for revelation. This is why when they pray for guidance from the Void Father, they often do so alone. And following these teachings, many Battle Brothers take up vows of silence for long periods of time. These vows are taken very seriously by the chapter, but sometimes they will be allowed to set them aside in extreme circumstances, such as like when one of their brothers is on trial and their testimony either vouching for or condemning their conduct is needed, such as what happens in the opening chapters of the novel Silent Hunters. Now, it's said that Carchardons never speak in battle. The chapter is famously silent at all times, but this isn't exactly true. The Vox channels they communicate through are just heavily encrypted. Thus, to anybody who is fighting against them or beside them, they appear to fight in
What is Rizmaster?
but they still have the ability to communicate with one another over these discrete channels. Even still, as silence is an integral value of the chapter, communication is normally brief and to the point during combat operations. This appreciation for silence is also exemplified in their use of cryostasis tanks. Now, these guys have been prowling the outer dark for 10,000 years, and thus the normal avenues of recuperation and replenishment utilized by other Space Marine chapters are rarely ever open to them. Thus, they view suspended hibernation as a valuable period of quiet rest between combat and training cycles. It's stated that these tanks are used more
I gotta
frequently
sleep.
by
I don't
Navy
know.
Marines,
Absolutely
as they're
alien.
effective at
Absolutely
alleviating
alien.
deep void
The
sickness.
the
However,
Ruz.
as the Carcardons age, they find it harder and harder to rest, even through long voyages.
I don't
Their chief
know.
librarian, Teka Harange,
I don't know
for
what
example,
Ruz or
is
Riz
easily the
is, but
oldest
get some
amongst
rest,
them,
my dude. I'll
while
catch you
records
later, my
indicate that
guy.
He is only 3 generations removed from the first exiles, and supposedly this dude hasn't used his tank in several centuries. Now, just a quick side note here, because I know people are going to have questions about that when I bring up the fact that there could be a space marine
Isn't
that's
Riz
thousands
like...
of years old. And although that may be true, the details
Actually,
on
never
his
mind.
age are a little
I have no
murky.
idea.
Because the chapter utilizes cryostasis so frequently, it's not like he's been active that entire time. He's still absolutely ancient by Space Marine standards, but probably hasn't been active as many years as, say, another famously old Marine like Dante of the Blood Angels. Anyways,
Give that
back
guy
to
a
the
little
topic of
shade, a
communication
little
and
shade
silence.
action.
When the
Maybe a
Carcardons
little
do
more.
speak, they do so exclusively in High Gothic. And you can think of the difference between Low Gothic and High Gothic as being the difference between English and Latin. So that's already pretty formal, but this isn't just regular old High Gothic either, oh no. It's High Gothic from 10,000 years ago. They frequently use terms, phrases, and monikers that no one has used in thousands of years. Not only does this make it incredibly difficult to communicate with them, as most people don't speak fluent High Gothic, but when they do find somebody that understands this particular dialect, they come off as unnervingly formal. And it makes sense when you think about it. They would speak the same dialect that was common before they were exiled, as they rarely interact with anyone outside of the chapter. And then even then, within the chapter, although they do speak to each other regularly, because of their veneration for silence, the halls of their ships are not normally full of idle chatter. Anyways, silence is only half of who they are, as on the other hand, all members of the Carcardon suffer from an extreme bloodlust that can overpower their senses in battle. They refer to it as the blindness, as the overwhelming desire to kill can become all-consuming, rendering them blind as they lose themselves to frenzy. This is something they all must actively fight against, as to give in to these primal desires is to lose focus. It is to be blinded by fury. Being unable to control this is not only dangerous to the individual, but
gotta
could end up getting
dry.
his brothers killed if they lose the ability to think critically in the heat of battle.
Swag
This internal
51, I
fury is a
guess.
tool that
Yeah,
can be of
yeah.
great
That's what I was
benefit to
kind of
them when
thinking.
harnessed
Also,
appropriately
you know,
and
along the
guided.
lines,
But to
but yeah, I
lose
don't know.
yourself to bloodlust
Hey,
is considered a
hey!
great dishonor amongst
You're
the chapter.
walking on the
In the
keyboard,
novel
bro.
Red Tithe, one of the enemy Night Lords remarks
Did it kill
on
my
this,
stream? We're
having
still
grown
live,
frustrated
right?
fighting against them.
And
He
cat
claims
walking
that
on
in
the
past,
keyboard,
he
G.
had fought against other quote-unquote blood-crazed chapters, such as the Red Knights of the Blood Angels and the Space Wolves. The bloodthirst of the Carcardons seemed exactly the same as with these other loyalist chapters on the surface, but there were two key differences that he found deeply unsettling. First and foremost, these Marines fought in complete silence. No screams of rage or unrestrained battle cries. And second, although apparently frothing and eager to get into hand-to-hand combat, they seemed to be able to retain complete tactical awareness. On multiple occasions, they refused to take the bait when the Night Lords would have their cultist squads retreat from combat towards carefully laid ambushes. These are tactics that had worked for them against the Blood Angels and the Space Wolves, but it didn't work against the Carcardons. Also, at one point, the Night Lord's Fourth Claw managed to gain the upper hand against them, splitting and outflanking a squad that had pushed too far ahead. However, the Grey Armored Space Marines did the unthinkable. They broke from the combat and disengaged, indicating that their blood-crazed close combat fury was matched by their discipline, self-control, and situational awareness. Considering that this bloodthirsty blindness is something they have to actively train to keep in check, it's indicative of a genetic flaw in their degenerating gene seed, rather than it being part of their combat culture, which is really interesting because most indicators point to them being a successor chapter of the Raven Guard. And if you know anything about them, you know that they suffer from a similar gene defect known as ash blindness, or the Sable Brand, which is a mental dissonance that plunges them into a state of deep and violent despair. In their Primarch's own words, quote, "When the despair takes hold,
As long as
they are good
area
for
or
little more
51
than
is in
killing
the
until
title,
the
I'm
mood
cool with
lifts."
it.
And
Yeah,
it does
buddy.
not always.
It's our
Fun
guy.
fact, this ash blindness also induces pale white skin and solid black eyes in the members of the Raven Guard that become afflicted by it, something that is also characteristic of the Carcharodons. There's an interesting fan theory out there that says that not only are they a chapter of the Raven Guard, but specifically they are the descendants of the original Terran-born Raven Guard of the Zarek tribes, from before the Legion was reunited with Corvus Corax. The theory states that the blindness the Carcharodons experience is the same one the Raven Guard dealt with, except that it afflicts the entire chapter rather than 1 in 1500 like with the Raven Guard. The theory goes on to state that this is something they specifically try to cultivate in their recruits, forcing the ash blindness to take hold of them during their first bloodening. When it comes to theories about their heritage involving the Raven Guard, there's another fan theory that states that because at one point in the novel The Outer Dark, the chapter master of the Ashen Claws, a known renegade chapter of Raven Guard, refers to the space sharks as mutts and mongrels and insinuates that a member of the World Leaders is their brother, that they are actually a chimeric chapter. They may have started out as a successor of the Raven Guard, but ended up utilizing gene seed taken from other legions at one point or another, and are now something.
My cat's hungry. Let me just give him some food real quick.
Day,
Later, bro. I'll catch you a little bit later, my guy.
As of the
I'm gonna give my cat some food right quick. Yeah. Oh, you'll be able to see me on the other camera. Or actually, here. Oh, what? What's going on here? I really click on that? That's so funny. Alright. Are you hungry? You want some food?
Remember the Emperor how he was, a living titan, and attributes part of the reason they've lasted as long as they have to their own unwavering faith in He on Earth. Prayer services are regularly held throughout their vessel, and it's considered an oddity when a battle brother does not regularly attend them. Yet on the other hand, the older members of the chapter do begin to go to prayer service less and less, choosing to instead seek guidance in solitude. The majority of Carcharodons will carry scrimshaw talismans or fetishes, created from the teeth or bones of predatory life forms that they have slain, and they seem to prescribe religious significance to them.
So just that, though, so when I do the dry brushing for the edges,
most of their Void Brothers choose not to bear any bone reliquaries, purity seals, devotional scrolls, or anything like that. For the most part,
hold
they keep
on
their
a
armor
sec.
pretty bare, the major exception being their exile markings. And these are stylistic marks that anoint a Carcharodon warrior's skin and armor in swirling oceanic patterns, each and every one representing a great personal honor, whether that be a victory or a great deed the warrior managed to accomplish. The author of much of the Carcharodon's written lore, Robbie McNiven, said that they were inspired by the tattooing practice of Tau Mako, a practice by the indigenous people of New Zealand. To earn one of these marks, one of their brothers must personally vouch for the individual, then a superior approves the creation of the mark. The warrior must do them himself, utilizing an ink stylo on his skin or a cauterizing stylo on his armor. Although the markings on their own skin by their very nature are unique to them, it's not uncommon for power armor to have many owners over the years, being passed down to a new Marine at the time of the original owner's death. In cases such as these, the previous exile markings are left intact to honor the fallen, while the suit's new owner simply adds their own deeds. If I go with the highlighted edge, this is actually a really big deal when a suit of armor is going to be passed down, as
wipe it on
touching
the
the armor or
edge
weaponry
so the
of
brush
one of
has
your
paint on
superiors
it, but it
is
isn't
considered
filled
a
with
great
it.
taboo
Don't add
within the
water.
chapter. They
Lightly
view them
drag
as
brush
taboo,
across
meaning
the
of great
edges of the
spiritual
model.
significance. The honor of touching them is left only to their owner,
You
the
wash
suit's
first and
inheritor, or the sanctified serfs that have been tasked with their repair. Now, oftentimes, when an individual does inherit such relics,
All right,
there
so I'm
can
gonna try
be a
to do the
difficult
dry
transitionary
brush
period for
now,
them,
but I
even
use
when
a
taboo no
flat
longer
edge
applies.
brush.
For a while, they still view the idea of wearing these things as anathema.
Hmm.
You know,
You are a fighter, and this
Blend edges with highlights with your shadow.
at first glance, I get it. They have a lot of similarities. They are both entirely fleet-based chapters with no homeworld. They both prioritize close-range engagements, are known for their melee-focused brutality, they are both incredibly self-reliant, and both of them look at the Codex Astartes as more of a guidebook than a hard set of laws. However, the biggest difference between them is their mode of operations. The Black Templar are a crusade fleet, whereas the Carchardons utilize what is known as a nomad predation fleet. As
How do I
ridiculous
get
as
a
it sounds,
good?
when it comes to fleet-based
I mean,
operations, the
what's considered
Carchardons
an
actually
edge?
have
Every
more in
edge,
common with rogue
or like
traders
every
than the Black
line?
Templar, or
'Cause there's
any other
lines without
fleet-based Astartes
edges,
chapter for
but
that matter. But to really understand that, we need
no,
to know
just
the
edges, I
difference
guess, right?
between
Just edges.
crusades and nomad predation patterns of
And
operation.
then dry
A
brush.
crusade is something you're going to see in 40k come up pretty frequently. It's an imperial term used for a large-scale military
Use one of the
operation
flat
that
brushes,
traditionally
the dry
combines a
brushing.
wide array of imperial forces in
Here's
order
a
to
flat
conquer multiple
brush.
worlds in a single offensive. Crusades range in complexity and scope, but are traditionally large enough to contain dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of smaller scale campaigns within them.
Oh wait.
Crusades will continue until their objectives have been met and they are considered a success. During their lifespan, they will make routine stops in Imperial-controlled territory in order to resupply, repair damaged ships and equipment, and take on new recruits to replace those who have died in combat. With the Black Templar specifically, there is no end goal for their crusade. The chapter has always been crusading, and in all likelihood will never stop. Crusades, by their very nature, mean they have to be somewhat self-reliant, but frequently they will be supported by the wider Imperium. They will receive military aid from other Imperial factions, as well as have access
Back
to
of the leg. Yeah, see there's two little edges, right?
Now, a nomad predation fleet, on the other hand, has to be
Right
entirely
there.
self-reliant, as it will receive no aid from the Imperium in any way, shape,
Got
or
this
form.
little
They were
edge.
designed to venture far outside of the Imperium's
And we got
territory and
lines.
evolved to be used by rogue traders
Oh
and
yeah, we
some
got
Space Marine
edge
chapters
along
that
the
were going to be plying the
side.
uncharted routes across the galaxy. Now, fleets such as
I'm gonna
these
have
are
to.
normally
I'm gonna probably
made up
watch
of a
some
mismatch of
YouTube
void vessels
videos for
of
the
different
highlights.
makes, models, and eras of
So I
construction.
got the shadow
Some
in
of
there,
these ships may
kinda,
be
but
beyond
I wasn't
ancient
really
and
like.
nearly unrecognizable due to the seemingly infinite array of
I'm looking
haste
at the
and
light,
repairs
the way
they've
the
been
light hits it
subjected
from the
to
shadow,
over
but
the
every time I
millennia,
turn it, since
whereas
the light's
other
over
newer
there,
patterns of ships may
it
have
comes
been
down at
taken as
an angle.
spoils
But every time I turn
or
it, then something
stolen
else
from
is
the
in
Imperium's
shadow.
enemies, or
So I kind of just
sometimes
did,
their
you
own
know, the
allies
underparts in
via the
shadow.
fleet
So like
owner's
the
right
bottom
of
of the legs are a
conquest.
little bit in
They may contain
shadow.
just as many support vessels
The
as
inside
true
of the legs are a
warships,
little bit in
or they may contain
shadow.
void ships capable of both combat and maintenance operations.
Doesn't even look that
However,
great, but
when
it's
it
in
comes to the
there.
Carchardon Astra fleet specifically,
It
it's
has panel
unlikely that
lines,
any
tiny
of their
bends,
vessels
and a
have not at the
large
very least been stripped
and
and
a large
outfitted for
arm meeting
war
the
due to their
thin
primary
armor.
purpose as a combat
The back
force.
blade
From
should
their
have
perspective,
settled
each
in
and
those
every
areas.
ship
It did,
has
it
to be
did,
capable
it did.
of holding its own on the battle
Yeah.
line. Some
Inside
of
the
the
little
ships they
cracks, yeah,
utilize
it's
are so
darker in there.
rare that they're not known to exist anywhere else within the
Yeah,
Imperium.
the vents
The
right
Decor, for
there, the
example, the
line.
Carchardon flagship, is believed to be a heavily
It
modified
is to keep
Charybdis-class
those
Grand
areas
Cruiser,
dark
a
while
ship that,
bringing the
in
rest
my
back
own
up to
personal
baseline.
research, I haven't
Alright,
seen
so I'm
show
just gonna
up
get the blue
anywhere else
then,
in the
like you
lore.
said, and I'm
If
gonna
you
go
know of
along the
another one of these things
edge.
existing,
And
definitely
the
let me know
edge
about it in the
using
comment section.
the dry
The
brush,
Decor, although
right?
smaller than a traditional Space Marine battle
Flat.
barge, is as powerful as it is frankly bizarre. It's said to be incredibly swift and lethal while also having a ton of armor and void shields that rival those of Imperial Navy
And then
battleships.
just
At some point, they even
slowly
stripped out its
blend it
Thunderhawk
into the
hangar in
shadow.
exchange for a mass teleporter system that, if records are to be believed, has the ability to teleport entire battle companies at once. It is the Carchardon's belief that although she is not the largest ship in existence, she's by far the most
And use
deadly.
the color
Nothing
from
can
the
match the speed
pot.
of her plasma drives, the strength of her guns, the stopping power of her shields. She is an apex killer, a hunter refined by 10,000 years of success, the queen of the outer dark. Now, due to a nomad predation fleet's nature of having to be incredibly conservative with their resources, the majority of Carchardon ships are said to be Spartan in
Look at the highlights
appearance,
moving when you
functioning above
move the
form in all
model.
capacity.
take
However,
photographs
that rule
of the
does
angles
not
of the
apply to
model.
the Nikor,
Look best
as she's an
from paint to
entirely
highlight.
different beast. It is said that to stand on her deck is like being in the bowels of a vast
right.
armory in an underwater kingdom, filled with 10,000 years of history and trophies. Many of her walls are made from living, growing coral, and the lumens cast a rippling pattern on the ceiling similar to those generated when the sun reflects off the water. This is a quick little passage from the Outer Dark, wherein the members of the Carcharodon ship, the White Maw, step onto the Nikor for the first time. The desiccated bones of countless predators from across the galaxy decorated almost every inch of the ship, littering the walls with fanged skulls and ribbing the ceiling with ancient remains. Niches in the adamantium walls either side of the party were interspersed with battered, dusty suits of power armor, all sporting grievous damage. The plate of heroes gone by, broken beyond the ability of even the chapter's most skilled artisan serfs to repair. There were other trophies as well. Ancient age-faded banners, broken pieces of war machinery, and weapons of all shapes and sizes. Everything here was testimony to the age of the Carcharodon Astra and the chapter's long vigil in the dark. The Carcharodon fleets will voyage endlessly through the Outer Dark, stopping only when they encounter enemies of the Emperor that need to be culled. They have to be selective with who they choose to attack, however, as engaging recklessly or involving themselves in situations that will see them incur heavy losses of both resources and battle brothers could spell disaster for the fleet going forward. Their target has to be somebody that they know they can vanquish without spending too many of their precious limited resources, while also being a foe that they are sure they can eradicate entirely without the potential of retaliation. Void warfare works for them in a similar manner to their tactics planetside, but once a target has been identified, they will attack suddenly with no warning, like an apex seaborne predator that's
you
caught
said
the scent
no
of
water,
blood,
no
crippling
water
their
for the
victims
drivers.
in a single devastating strike before retreating to
Let's
safety
give
and
it a
circling for
shot.
another attack to finish them off. Afterwards, they take whatever resources they can from the destroyed ships, leaving behind that which is either too damaged to function or has been tainted by the filth of chaos, before disappearing back into the void. So Wes, I hear you asking, if they don't receive any support from the Imperium, how is it possible that they managed to continue existing on their own in such a brutal galaxy for thousands of years? How do they replace their battle brothers that are killed in action? And what about the tens of thousands of baseline humans that would be required to crew their ships?
Left a little
How
bit
are they
on
all
there.
replaced? Didn't you say something earlier in the video about them actually being a group of slavers and doing something called the Red Tithe? What's that all about? And I'm glad you asked that, my friend, as the Red Tithes are one of the most iconic, unique, and brutally grimdark things about these dudes. So let's get into it. But I'm gonna let you know right now, it's pretty dark stuff.
From where we saw.
A gentle formula is comforting, especially one designed to help ease fussiness, crying, gas, and spit up. Try today.
Try Little Caesar's Stuffed Crazy Crust. Everyone loves it, including Justin Jefferson and all his friends.
Stuffed crust? Buttery garlic spread?
That looks mighty delicious, Justin! It sure does, Mr. Pumpernickel. And at $9.49, it's the lowest price in stuffed crust, with no strings attached. No strings attached? You want a piece of me?
No, Mr. Pumpernickel. Justin, run.
Order delicious stuffed Crazy Crust for $9.49 and get your game day delivered with Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza.
Everybody dies. Some of us peacefully in our sleep. And some of us horribly. And that's life.
No, 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 no!
Come on, baby, let's have some fun.
When we talk about the space sharks, it's important to understand that scarcity and a lack of resources is one of the defining features of this chapter. I know I mentioned it a lot throughout the previous section of this video, but I really want to hammer home how important understanding this is in order to understand who they are as a faction. Scarcity and self-reliance is woven into their very DNA. It is a pillar upon which almost all of
Yes,
their
you
lore
want
is
paint
built
that's
off of.
like 50,
Overexpending
75%
resources is
dry,
an
the
ever-present
less
danger
paint
for
on the
them. They're
brush, the
constantly
faster
balanced
it
on a
dries.
knife's edge. One wrong move,
When
one
any
misstep
brush
in their
can
journey,
be dry.
one combat
Alright.
operation that goes tits up could spell disaster for the entire fleet.
I'm
They
looking
take
at the
this concept
highlights on
so
the picture
seriously
right
that they've even
there.
separated all of their serfs
We're
by
applying
sex,
it
as
there.
unsanctioned births are strictly forbidden. Extra undocumented mouths to feed could end up being the tipping point that leads the fleet to ruin. When an unsanctioned birth is discovered, the child is almost always killed and the father emasculated. But on the other end of the spectrum, there will be times when more bodies is exactly what they need, and a red tithe will
When
be
dry
issued.
brushing, less
In
is
its
more.
simplest terms,
Alright.
a red tithe is
I'm
one of the rights
down.
granted to them in their original edicts of exile that allows them to forcefully take
Yeah, I'm
new
barely
recruits, whether
leaving
young men
any
who will one day
spots of
become
paint
Astartes
on
or
the
in the form
model,
of
but
serfs to crew their
where
ship
it does
from the
leave it,
local
it looks like
populations of
there is a
backwater
highlight
imperial
there, so
worlds,
that's really
specifically
cool actually.
without imperial approval. The terms of the Edict of Exile are known only to them, as it was established 10,000 years ago. And like most things involving this chapter's history, all records pertaining to it on the Imperium side have been purged. So what this actually looks like in practice is that they show up on a planet completely unannounced, drop in, assist the locals if they're currently under attack, and once that's all taken care of, they kinda sorta enslave the entire population. And we're not just talking about a couple of dozen people here or there, oh no. Sometimes they'll take populations that number in the tens of thousands, all without the Imperium even knowing what's going on. The circumstances of a red tithe can range from them being rather peaceful with little resistance to absolute savagery. Now, sometimes the local population, or at least the majority of them, will be eager to join the Space Marines, to set off on a new life out in the void, serving a greater calling than anything they had believed possible in their previous lives. Or other times, they will be met with harsh resistance, to which the Carcharodons will respond with swift and brutal violence. As they often say, nothing will be allowed to interfere with the red tide. Now, when it comes to the young men that will potentially be trained as new battle brothers, sometimes they'll take all of them at once, the children ripped from the arms of their screaming parents, and then force them through the transitional surgery without any real effort to weed out the weak. This is only done when the total number of prospective aspirants is not that many. This leads to an incredibly low success rate, oftentimes less than 1% of these recruits surviving the process. But other times they'll have a considerable amount of young boys to pick from, and when this happens, they'll make them all fight to the death, allowing only the strongest to receive the gift of their gene seed. From their perspective, this is a way of conserving resources that would have been wasted on candidates that would not survive the transition. All of these initiates will be subjected to intensive hypno-conditioning as well as other harsh procedures designed to strip away any past loyalty, replacing it only with the will of the chapter. When we're reading the 40K novels, most of the time the Space Marines are not able to remember their past life before they join the chapter. But sometimes in the stories when this does happen, we see them look at these memories as a blessing, one that they know will eventually fade over
do your
time,
wash
but
glaze
while they hold
and
on
your
to
dry
them,
brushing
it
before you
reminds
do
them
your
of their
details,
humanity,
like the
of what they're
white of the
ultimately
bones,
fighting to
the
protect. With the Carcharodon Astra, on the other hand, such
white
memories can be deeply unsettling to
bronze.
them, as
You
they
can use bigger
conflict with the
brushes,
cold, brutal
fast
mindset
and
the
sloppy,
hypno-indoctrination
like.
has instilled
Okay.
in them. Some in the Warhammer community
I
do find themselves
see.
asking
So
why
get all
the
the shades
Imperium
in
would
there
allow this to happen.
first,
Why would they create a
and
system
then
wherein
the
their
detail.
servants
That way I
can
can
be
just
abducted
slap it
like
on
this?
quick.
Now,
All right,
others
I'm
may be
down.
thinking
Thanks,
that,
dude.
of course the Imperium would let the space sharks
I'm
take
way
whatever they
down.
want. It's for the greater good after all, and the Imperium is not shy when it comes to devaluing human autonomy. But the most important thing to know here is that the Imperium has no idea this is happening. Each and every instance of a red tide being taken is recorded as another entry in a long list of unsolved mass disappearances, as the space sharks scrub away all evidence of their involvement. The Imperium is a lot of things, and on the macro scale, they're definitely guilty of a lot of really grimdark, horrible stuff. But letting their civilians be abducted like this is not something they would allow to go unchallenged. And that's for two reasons. One, because these people are under their protection after all. They are loyal servants of the throne. And secondly, all of the worlds these individuals are taken from serve a purpose. The people there already have a role to fill. If the entire population is just suddenly abducted to serve the space sharks, then those previous roles and quotas are now going unfulfilled. If, for example, they abduct an entire mining colony, that colony is no longer producing ore for the Imperium. And if there's one thing the Imperium hates more than anything else, it's a disruption in productivity. Even the Inquisition doesn't know about what's going on with them, and it's their job to investigate these things. Inquisitors are trained in seeing heresy and corruption in everything. The tiniest obscure marking on the wall in a backwater alley, or a strange rune left as graffiti within a hab unit, could herald a massive future disaster. But entire populations vanishing without a trace? To say that this sets off a ludicrous amount of alarm bells is a massive understatement. Thus, the Inquisition has wasted a considerable amount of man-hours and resources investigating these disappearances, because the Carcharodons don't exactly leave a note explaining what happened. This is actually the B-plot in 2 of the 3 Space Shark novels. Every chapter in Red Tithe starts with Inquisitor Zogwu giving day-by-day reports as he investigates a disappearance on the prison world of Zartak, with that story coming to a head in its sequel, The Outer Dark, where he and his retinue come face to face with the culprits. The Imperium's concerns are of no consequence to the Space Sharks, though. Their war in the deep against the Tyranids costs them more and more each and every day. If they don't take these ties, then the chapter will get wiped out, the terms of their exile will go unfulfilled, and mankind will be left defenseless to the predators lurking within the Outer Dark. As is all too often the case, the Carcharodons are the first line of defense when it comes to protecting the Imperium, a kingdom that doesn't even know they exist. It's not an understatement to say that when it's tithing time, this is the only thing they care about. Vanquishing the enemy, upholding tradition, ensuring the safety and well-being of civilians, that's all secondary and coincidental. Sure, if the world they have come to tithe is embroiled in conflict and currently under attack by one of mankind's many enemies, they will do their duty and protect the people living here. But make no mistake, in situations such as these, they're motivated purely by the tithe. If the invading Xenos or heretics kill off the population, then they won't have anyone to take. Likewise, it's hinted at in their stories that sometimes they'll have to make a hard decision. If the enemy they come up against when trying to take their tithe is too powerful, and thus the chapter will incur heavy losses not offset by said tithe, they may just end up leaving this world to its fate. Earlier in the video, I mentioned that in the Red Tithe novel, we see the Carcharodons fighting through a prison complex against the Night Lords, but I didn't mention what the crux of that story was all about. You see, both the Night Lords and the Carcharodons have come to this world to take a tithe of its prisoner population, and that's what ultimately sees them going up against each other. It's also worth mentioning that within this massive group of prisoners is one young boy who is
it looks worse on camera.
He's not just a psychic.
Looks better with the naked eye,
him
but
having ludicrous latent psychic potential, and if trained properly,
as we practice, it'll get better.
Librarian, a worthy successor to their chief librarian, Tekka Harange. More so, he's completely uncorrupted by the warp. And you want to talk about resources that are rare in the Outer Dark? It's a 100% uncorrupted psyker. That's something that almost never happens.
Probably gonna call it a night here, though.
After this boy.
Pretty tired. It was a good one. And close my brew before I spill it.
Wants to take him on as his personal apprentice, as this dude is beyond ancient, and he knows he's not going to be around forever.
They look damn good, though.
Need a powerful librarian to replace him in the future.
Better than I was expecting.
This book is a super bloody, gory, classic, over-the-top Warhammer story.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. It's
maybe we'll practice more with the highlights next week. Right now, I'm happy with it, and I don't want to make it worse.
Now, this whole example
watch a couple videos,
an unconventional Red Tithe,
get some more ideas, some more XP.
Also, I should
take a couple screenshots of the chat log that you left me here. That way I can remember what to do exactly next time again.
This is where the Carcharodon will gather up
more wash glaze is better than less, to be honest.
In their travels, and then trade it with the explorator fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus in exchange
more
for
wash and glaze,
guns, ammunition, machinery, and other resources necessary to keep their fleets operational. The overseeing of a Grey Tithe, as well as all of the expeditions to retrieve the required archaeotech,
I'll do more then.
Is overseen by a member of the
next
chapter
week we'll do some more washing and glazing,
a role currently filled by a
and some more highlights.
Master of the
I'll get some videos under my belt on how to do some more.
Reaper Prime, a position currently held by Bale Shaw, company master of the Third Company.
Yeah, dude, the shadows look alright. The highlight on this guy looks alright, but I can do better. I just need a...
And speaking of named characters, let's talk about everyone's favorite giant shark daddy, Tiberios the Red Wake. Now,
It was looking
before we get
alright.
into the specifics of this dude, I do want to mention briefly that normally when I make these faction deep dives, I try not to go too in depth on the lore of named characters,
yes,
as normally
and
there's
then a
enough
brighter
information
blue
about
for
them to
Edge
warrant their own
highlights
dedicated video.
is the
And
next
let's
step.
be honest, these deep
Look at
dives
the
are
line
long enough
under
as
the
it
knee
is. However, the major exception to this rule is with characters like Primarchs, whose
okay.
legacy is so tightly interwoven throughout all of their chapters' lore that it's impossible to separate them and
Yeah,
still
definitely
do the
more
faction
shade in there.
justice. But I knew if I didn't talk
Line
about the Red
underneath
Wake,
that.
Space Shark
It
fans
should be
would be
dark,
rioting
even
in my
black,
comment
right?
section.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah,
gonna
it's
make an
gotta be
exception
darker.
to my rule and talk about this
You definitely
absolute
gotta go
beast of a
darker on that
chapter
one.
master. I will say, however, that when I was reading through the novels to prepare for this deep dive, I was
Look at that
kind of
a little
surprised that he didn't show up more often, especially considering how big of a fan
Just to
base
make it
he
a little
has.
darker.
Honestly, I thought he was going to be a super
Plenty of
prominent
black-
character throughout, but
black
that didn't
still.
end up being the case. He's not in any of the short stories. He's not in the first novel at all. He has a role to play in the second one and admittedly does a few cool things. And in the third book, he just resides over the trial of Tengatu Manu for his failure to recover the Void Glass. And he honestly doesn't really do anything in this scene. He just stands there, menacingly. Okay, so there's not actually that much information about this guy, despite how popular he is. So what do we actually know about him? Well, first and foremost, he is the chapter master of the Carcharodon Astra. His flagship is the Nikor, and he wields a pair of relic lightning claws known as Hunger and Slake that combine their powered talons with a set of twin-linked underbite chain blades. These weapons are considered sacred relics by the chapter, but ironically were originally stolen from the Ashen Claws at one point in their history, leading to the two chapters having a tumultuous relationship to say the least. In addition to being the Shade Lord of the entire chapter, which is their word for a chapter master, he is also the company master of the Elite First Company. And this is where the Red Brethren I mentioned earlier in the video come in. The entire company is made up of these dudes, and they act like his eyes and ears. They are frequently deployed to assist other companies on missions of critical importance. Tiberios is said to be incredibly intimidating, both physically, as he's said to be a giant clad in modified Terminator plate, but also mentally, as he radiates an aura of imminent violence. Exact figures on how big this guy is are
The vents on
never
the top of
really
the
given. The
backpack
most
can be
accurate
made
depiction we
black
have
with pleases
comes from the
washes,
Outer Dark,
and
where
don't
it is
have
said
to
that he stood
be
about a head
painted
taller
on.
than his brothers.
If you use
So
more
realistically,
darker wash,
the
please.
memes about him
Alright.
being 10 to
We'll try
15
that.
feet tall are crazy overblown.
So
He's about the
got-
size of a Primaris
got a
Marine. I
darker-
know it doesn't really make
darker
sense for
glaze
the
right here
lore, but
left.
if we ever did get a Primaris version of
I'm
this
just gonna
dude, I'm
touch
sure
him.
Games Workshop would lean into him being absolutely enormous, and he'd probably be larger than most others who have crossed the Rubicon. But that hasn't happened yet. The whole thing about him being the size of a Primarch or wearing pieces of a dreadnought in his armor, I hate to be the killer
Oh,
of fun,
yeah.
but that's all made up nonsense. He's just a badass dude that doesn't talk much, and he's a bit taller than the men he leads. But don't get it twisted. Just because he's not as tall as some people may have incorrectly assumed, that doesn't mean that this dude isn't an absolute unit. There's a great scene in the Outer Dark where they're fighting off against the Tyranids, and one of their boarding torpedo equivalent life forms
Yeah, we got
latches
the vents
onto
on the
side of their
backpack.
ship and starts disgorging Tyranid bioforms inside. This thing needs to be destroyed, or it's going to keep making more
And did a
bugs.
little bit of
So
the-
what does Tiberios do? He marches
the
straight
jets in
into
the
the
back.
thing's mouth
Probably do a
with his
little more.
lightning claws crackling. He starts cutting his way through the massive creature's insides, killing it from the inside out. I can't imagine how heavy one's balls have to be to just be like, oh yeah, that giant fucking squid monster, hold my beer. Absolutely wild. One of the most interesting things that we learn about him in the novels is that Tiberios may not actually be a name. It might be a title that has been used by many different Shade Lords in the past. This is because at one point while they're fighting against the Tyranids, when all hope seems lost, the Ashen Claws show up to save the day and assist them. Once the fighting is done and the Tyranids have been defeated, the chapter master of the Ashen Claws hails the Space Sharks over the Vox, and when he greets Tiberios, he asks him if it's still the Red Wake that wears the battle plate, or if Tiberios had changed again. This is one of those characters that I think has an enormous amount of potential, but because the idea of him is so cool, the fanbase's imagination has kinda run wild, leading to a lot of misinformation about him. It honestly blows my mind that Games Workshop hasn't given him a dedicated novel yet. Like, I'm actually positive that that's something that's in the works. I'm sure that will happen in a year or so, but it hasn't happened yet. When it does, I'll certainly make a dedicated video with all of the juicy new tidbits of lore that we learn about him. But as it stands right now, Tyberos is kind of like the Carchardons themselves, a figure shrouded in mystery, falsehoods, and half-remembered truths. So we'll just have to wait on Games Workshop to give us a bit more insight into this beloved character. If you made it all the way to this point in the video, I feel like I need to be honest with
You can fill them
Before I
because
set
the
out to
wash
make
is
this
mostly
deep
water
dive,
on
I
like
didn't
can
really
will
think much of the space sharks. I mean, their Pacific
Just
Islander
leaving
motif
the
was
pigment
cool, and I
behind.
love the shark symbolism within the chapter, but I didn't really
Oh
understand
yeah,
why
yeah.
they were so popular.
Yeah, no, you
And
just get
if you're
it,
new to
get
the
enough on the
40K
brush, and you
community,
just
may not
touch it in
understand
there, and it
just
just
how
fills it
rabid
up.
their fan
Yeah,
base is.
perfect.
Space shark fans are a breed
We
of
did
their
all
own. They
right. We
absolutely
did all
love
right, you
these guys, and
guys.
will fight to the death anyone that speaks ill
It's
of the Carchardon Astra. I've seen it happen several times
worthy
in the
of
past.
being
It's
my
crazy.
first
They're not as bad as the
detailed
Dragon Ball
homie.
fans over in the anime
It wasn't even like
community,
that
but they're
detailed.
probably
It's
the
just a little
closest
bit
thing
of
that we
detail to
have
get
in
a
the
feel
40K
for it.
crowd. And over the
It looks
last
good,
week,
dude.
having read
I'm
literally
happy with it.
everything that exists on these
I'll be
guys,
happier with
I
it
gotta
next
tell you,
week when I
I
spend
finally
4
get it.
more hours
I
on it.
understand why their fans are so
Don't worry
passionate
too much
about them.
about wash
I
phase
love the
schooling.
idea of a chapter
That
of
will all be
Space Marines
fixed
that's
with the
completely
dry
removed
brushing
from
that
not just
follows.
the Adeptus Astartes, but the
Alright.
Imperium in its
Heck
entirety. They're as
yeah.
close as you can
Thank
get
you,
to
dude.
loyalist
I'm
renegades,
gonna take a
fiercely
picture of
loyal
the
warriors
chat
ready to
real
lay down
quick.
their lives in wars that will go unrecorded and unremembered, acting as our first line of defense against the eldritch horrors that prowl the edge of our galaxy.
Scroll down a
Now,
little bit
here's
too.
the thing. I don't have anything against loyalists. I definitely like several of the loyalist chapters, but I tend to find myself gravitating more towards the Chaos Warbands, because if I'm being brutally honest, sometimes the loyalist Space Marines can feel kinda samey. You've got your red ones, your green ones, your blue ones,
Cool.
same thing with a different paint scheme. Now obviously I'm
Oh,
being
if there's
hyperbolic,
anything I
but
missed,
think
I'll
you
have
get
it
what I
on
mean.
there.
But that's not the case with the Space Sharks. They're a massive breath of fresh air. They break away from the loyalist
Looking
mold
good.
that
Thanks,
is used
dude.
way too often
Yeah,
and do
looking
something
all
totally
right.
different. They're accountable to no one
There's
but
that
themselves.
guy.
No law can leash them. No edict bind them. They go where they choose and operate how they see fit, with no
Yeah,
oversight
those knee
from the
pads need to get a little
Imperium,
more
like a
dark
fleet of
down there.
apex predators ready to hunt down the heretic, the mutant, and the alien
We
wherever
got
they
this
rear their
guy.
head. I love the juxtaposition between their vows of silence and their sudden, brutal, explosive violence. I love the Pacific Islander-inspired culture, and I love all of the shark stuff. I love their dual nature as a fiercely loyal defender of humanity and an evil renegade
Ooh, this guy
slaver.
came out a little
And
dark.
I'm
He's
not gonna
dirty.
lie to you. The concept that they speak outdated high
All the
Gothic, so
soot
most
from
of
his
the people can't
flamethrower
understand them anyways, and those that
over
can
his
say
legs.
that they're too formal, to the point of it being aggressively uncomfortable.
Yeah,
But
dude.
I don't know. Something about that is just so relatable and hilarious to me.
Well,
And
you
as
guys,
awesome as all of that
I think we're
is,
gonna
there's
call it a
also
stream
something
here.
so melancholic about these guys. Like, underneath all of the bombast and the
That was a long
explosions
one.
and the bloody gory fun times, the real core of their story is deeply depressing. They've
But we'll be
existed
back.
on their own for 10,000 years.
We're gonna be back.
with
Let's
no
see, tomorrow
support. They
for
have
some
no
Stargate,
friends, no allies, no cousins and other chapters
and
that they can
Friday
call
for a
upon
movie.
for aid. They've been decimated
Muzzle burn
over
is
and
winning.
over,
Hell
pushed to
yeah!
the
Thanks,
brink of
dude.
extinction
Yeah,
and
that's probably
forced to
the best,
rebuild.
the best
Yet
that I did.
time and time again,
That muzzle
they
burn
plunge back into
looks
the
all
depths of
right.
the outer dark,
We'll
ready
fix
to
it up a
lay
little bit
down their
more.
lives in defense of a kingdom that doesn't even know they
I'm
exist.
sure next week when I
There
look
are
at it,
no
I'll be
great
like,
halls
oh, I'm gonna
venerating their
fix that
fallen
up
battle
now. I'm
brothers,
gonna fix
no
this a
banners
little
hanging in
more
the
over
chapels of
here.
Holy Terra honoring their many victories and many more
For now, we're
great
good, dude.
sacrifices. If
We're
their
good
fleet
and
was to end
chilling.
up getting wiped out, 10,000
Not too
years of
bad.
history would be gone in an instant. They
Because
would
virtually, you
die
could just
alone
spend,
and unremembered. Yet none of that matters to them.
I don't
They
know,
continue
way
on,
more time
for
doing this,
they
right?
alone
People
know the
take
importance of the
hours,
mission
and
tasked to them by
hours
the Forgotten One.
making one
In
look
the
real
outer
nice.
darkness they shall remain, ravaging the foes of
Yeah,
mankind
we'll
until
definitely
they
come back.
achieve their final atonement.
My
From
eyes
the
are
outer void they
tired.
come, darkness there, and nothing
Got the
more.
munchies. Gonna get some food. Gonna chill out. Oh, we finished some West Hammer. Heck yeah, you guys. Mig, go to sleep. Yeah, dude. Pretty much. Pretty much, my guy. We're gonna call it a night right here. I appreciate you guys for being here and helping me out, leveling up, experiencing. Francis, Mig, Area 51, everybody that was here, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for teaching me the ways of the hobby. Ubi that was here earlier, and Mafioso, and who else was here? Everybody that was here. Lurkers, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. You could spend hundreds of hours on one model. Yeah, dude, it's wild. People make some pretty sick models. I hope to one day, if with enough practice, be just as good. See you next time, Mig. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be on tomorrow for that Stargate. If you guys are into Stargate at all, we're going to do a watch party. We're still in the beginning of season 5. We'll catch tomorrow. And yeah, dude, we'll keep the madness going. Trick is finding your teeth and sweet spot with where you can be happy. Yeah, dude, thanks. Yeah, no, we're having fun. We're having fun and a good time, and yeah, this is great. I've never painted miniatures before, so this is badass. Well, besides these Warhammer ones that I've been doing. Mig, good night. Francis, good night. I will catch you guys on the next one. Be cool, be kind, rewind. I'll catch you guys a little bit later. Peace.
People fake a lot of human interactions, but I feel like I fake them all, and I fake them very well. Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again. Has to happen.
What is it with you and rape? No one's raping anyone. Killing